Welcome to Monero Academy. This is the complete course, every lesson, from the very basics of money and cryptocurrency all the way to advanced privacy and running your own node, in one continuous video. Settle in and let's learn Monero from the ground up. Here's the key idea. Money is not paper, metal, or numbers in an app. Money is a tool, a shared technology humans invented to solve a problem. That problem is the awkwardness of barter. If you raise chickens and want shoes, you have to find a shoemaker who happens to want chickens. Money removes this double coincidence of wants by acting as a middle good that everyone accepts. Economists usually say money does three jobs. First, it's a medium of exchange, something you can trade for goods and services. Second, it's a store of value, something that holds its worth over time, so you can save today and spend later. And third, it's a unit of account, a common ruler for pricing everything, so a coffee and a car can be compared. Throughout history, people have used seashells, cattle, salt, beads, gold, and paper as money. Some worked far better than others. Good money tends to share six properties. It's durable so it doesn't rot or fall apart. It's portable, easy to carry and transfer. It's divisible so it can be split for small purchases. It's fungible, meaning each unit is interchangeable with every other. It's scarce, hard to produce more of. And it's verifiable, easy to check that it's genuine. Gold dominated for thousands of years because it scored well on almost all of these. Its one real weakness was portability. Moving and securing gold is hard. That's why banks issued paper receipts redeemable for gold, and eventually the paper itself became the money. This brings us to sound money. Sound money is money whose supply cannot be easily inflated by whoever controls it. When money can be printed at will, each existing unit becomes worth a little less. That's inflation. A small amount is barely noticed, but history is full of currencies that collapsed when their issuers printed too much, wiping out the savings of ordinary people. So scarcity protects savers. If you work hard and store your wealth in money, you are trusting that it will still buy something next year. Sound money keeps that promise. Unsound money quietly breaks it. That's why scarcity isn't just a technical detail, it's almost a moral one. It decides whether saving is rewarded or punished. Now, modern money is mostly digital already. The cash in your bank account is just a number in a database, updated by trusted institutions when you pay or get paid. This works, but it has trade-offs. You have to trust the bank to be honest and solvent, payments can be blocked or reversed, and the money supply is controlled by central authorities. And that sets up the obvious question. Could we have digital money that is scarce like gold, that no single company controls, and that you can send to anyone without permission? For decades, the answer was no, because digital files are trivial to copy. Solving that exact puzzle is what cryptocurrency achieves. When you send money through a bank or a payment app, you are really asking a trusted company to update its private ledger, subtracting from your balance and adding to someone else's. The bank is the referee. Cryptocurrency replaces that single referee with a shared public rulebook that thousands of computers around the world enforce together. No single company owns it, and no one needs permission to use it. At its heart, a cryptocurrency is two things working together. The first is a ledger, a record of who owns what. The second is a network of computers that all agree on that ledger and keep it honest. Neither one works alone. It's the combination of a shared record and a network that all agrees on it that makes the whole system trustworthy. Digital things are easy to copy. You can send the same photo to 100 people and still keep it yourself. That is a disaster for money because a coin you can copy is worthless. This is called the double spend problem, and for decades it made digital cash impossible without a trusted authority. Because everyone shares one agreed-upon history, the network can check that you have not already spent your funds, so you cannot spend the same coin twice. In traditional banking, you have an account secured by a password that the bank controls and can freeze. In cryptocurrency, ownership is proven with cryptographic keys, long secret numbers that only you hold. Whoever controls the keys controls the money. There is no support line that can reset them and no one who can move your funds for you. This is the source of crypto's famous saying, "Not your keys, not your coins." It is empowering and demanding at the same time. You get real ownership, but you also take real responsibility. A wallet, as we explore in a later lesson, actually holds your keys rather than the coins themselves. The crypto in cryptocurrency comes from cryptography, the mathematics of secret codes and digital signatures. Cryptography lets you prove you own funds without ever revealing your secret keys. It also lets the network verify transactions without having to trust any single individual. That math is what holds the whole system together. Most cryptocurrencies share a few key traits. They are decentralized, run by many independent participants rather than one company. They are permissionless, so anyone with software and an internet connection can use them. Their supply is rule-based, with new coins created on a fixed, public schedule rather than printed at will. And they are global, working the same whether the other person is next door or across the planet. There are thousands of cryptocurrencies, and they differ enormously. Some prioritize speed, some smart contracts, some mostly marketing. A crucial difference beginners often miss is privacy. Most popular cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, record every transaction on a fully public ledger, where anyone can see the amounts and trace the flow of funds. A few, most notably Monero, are built so that transactions are private by default. That difference is the whole reason this site exists. Crypto was designed to address 4 real weaknesses in how money works today. The first is having to trust third parties with your money. The second is censorship and gatekeepers who can block you. The third is inflation, when the supply of money expands and quietly erodes your savings. And the fourth is surveillance, the loss of financial privacy. Let's take them one at a time. Almost every payment you make relies on someone else doing their job honestly. Your bank must stay solvent, your payment app must not freeze your account, and the company holding your savings must not lose or misuse them. Most of the time it works, but that trust is sometimes broken through bankruptcy, fraud, or simple error. Cryptocurrency reduces this dependence with a principle often summarized as don't trust, verify, where anyone can check the public rules and records for themselves. Traditional money has gatekeepers who can decide whether your transaction is allowed. Accounts can be frozen, payments can be blocked, and access to the financial system can be denied entirely. Billions of people worldwide remain unbanked, locked out of basic financial tools. Cryptocurrency is permissionless, meaning if you have the software and an internet connection, you can send and receive value without asking anyone's approval. For people facing unstable governments or capital controls, that is not a luxury but a lifeline. As we learned earlier, money loses value when more of it is created. Holders of traditional currencies have no say in how much new money is printed, and supply often expands faster than people expect, quietly eroding savings. Most cryptocurrencies fix the supply with transparent, predictable rules written into the software, so everyone can see exactly how many coins exist and how many will ever be created. Monero, for example, follows a known emission schedule and adds a small, fixed tail emission to keep the network secure forever, a deliberate and public choice rather than a hidden one. Every card swipe, transfer, and online payment is recorded, stored, and often sold or shared. Your financial history reveals where you go, what you believe, your health, and your relationships. Cash used to offer everyday privacy, but as the world goes digital, that privacy is disappearing. Here is the twist many newcomers find surprising. Most cryptocurrencies make this worse, not better, because public blockchains like Bitcoin's record every transaction permanently and openly. Monero was created to restore the privacy of cash in digital form, hiding the sender, receiver, and amount by default. These 4 problems are really one problem seen from different angles: too much control concentrated in too few hands. Whoever controls the ledger can inflate the supply, censor transactions, demand your trust, and watch everything you do. Cryptocurrency attacks the root of this by removing the central controller and replacing it with open rules that anyone can verify. So here are the fixes lined up against the problems. With no single party to trust, you verify instead. With no gatekeeper, you get permissionless access. With fixed rules, you get a predictable and sound supply. And with strong cryptography, you get privacy that actually protects you. Crypto is not magic and not free of trade-offs, but it targets real and serious weaknesses in how money works today. Let's start with a ledger. A ledger is just a record of transactions, who paid whom and how much. Your bank keeps one for your account. The radical idea of a blockchain is to make that ledger public and shared, so instead of one company holding the only copy, thousands of computers each hold an identical copy and keep it in sync. There is no master version locked in a vault. The truth is whatever the network agrees on. Because everyone can hold a copy and check it, no one has to trust a single institution to be honest. This is the foundation of the problems crypto solves. remove the single point of control, and you also remove a single point of failure and censorship. So why do we say blocks and chain? New transactions are gathered into batches called blocks. Roughly every couple of minutes, about 2 minutes in Monero's case, the network packages recent transactions into a new block and adds it to the end of the record. Each block contains a compact fingerprint called a hash of the block before it. That linking is what makes it a chain. This chaining is the clever part. A hash is like a digital fingerprint of data. Change even one tiny detail and the fingerprint changes completely. To alter a past transaction, you would change that old block, which breaks the next block's reference to it, so you would have to redo every block after it across thousands of computers, faster than the rest of the network keeps adding new ones. In practice, this is so costly that the history becomes effectively tamper-resistant, and the deeper a transaction is buried, the more set in stone it becomes. If thousands of independent computers each hold a copy, how do they agree on which new block is valid? The answer is a consensus mechanism. Monero, like Bitcoin, uses proof of work, where computers called miners compete to solve a hard mathematical puzzle. The winner gets to add the next block and earns newly created coins as a reward. The puzzle is hard to solve but easy for everyone else to check. This does two things. It spaces out blocks at a steady rhythm, and it makes cheating expensive, because rewriting history would require outcomputing the entire honest network. Monero's particular twist is a puzzle called Random X, designed so ordinary computer processors can compete, keeping mining open to regular people rather than specialized factories. Let's clear up a few myths early. A blockchain is not stored in one place, so there is no central server to hack or shut down because copies live all over the world. It is not automatically private. Most blockchains are fully public, so anyone can read every transaction, and Monero adds privacy on top. And it is not instant or infinite. Blocks arrive at a set pace and each one has limited room, so there are real trade-offs between speed, cost, and security. Monero is built on a blockchain but with a crucial difference from most. The records are deliberately obscured, so outsiders cannot tell who sent what to whom or how much. The chain still prevents double spending and stays tamper-resistant, yet the sensitive details stay private. Achieving both a verifiable public ledger and real privacy is Monero's central engineering feat. A centralized system has a single authority in control. Your bank is centralized. It holds your money, keeps the official record of your balance, and has the power to freeze your account or reverse a payment. Most crypto exchanges are centralized too. When your coins sit on an exchange, the company holds the keys, and you simply hold an IOU. Centralization is not automatically bad because it brings real conveniences. If you forget your password, support can help you back in. You get a familiar experience with accounts, customer service, and a single app. And because one operator runs everything, it can move fast and add new tools. The cost of all this is dependence. A decentralized system spreads control across many independent participants, so that no single one can dominate. Monero's network is decentralized. Thousands of nodes and miners around the world maintain the blockchain together. There is no head office to call, no CEO who can freeze your funds, and no one who can shut it all down. The benefits of decentralization mirror the problems crypto targets. There is censorship resistance, because no gatekeeper can block your transactions. There is no single point of failure, because there is no central server to hack or seize. And you get true ownership because you hold the keys, so the money is genuinely yours. The trade-off is responsibility. With no company to fall back on, you are the security department, the backup plan, and the support line. The most practical way to feel the difference is to ask one simple question. Who holds the keys? In crypto, whoever holds the keys controls the coins. In a custodial setup, a third party like an exchange holds your keys. It is convenient, but as the saying goes, not your keys, not your coins. In a non-custodial setup, you hold your own keys in your own wallet, and no one can move your funds but you. History has repeatedly shown the danger of leaving funds on centralized platforms. Exchanges have collapsed, been hacked, or frozen withdrawals, taking the money of their users with them. The lesson the community learned is captured in the phrase self-custody, which means taking personal ownership of your keys. Learning to do this safely is a skill worth building. Real systems live on a spectrum, not a simple switch. A project might be decentralized in its network, but centralized in its development. So when you evaluate any crypto tool, look past the marketing and ask concrete questions. Who holds the keys, me or someone else? Can any single party freeze, block, or reverse my transactions? And if this company disappeared tomorrow, would my money still be mine? Monero is built to be strongly decentralized. Its random X mining is designed for ordinary CPUs, so regular people can help secure the network instead of a handful of industrial miners. Anyone can run a node to verify the chain themselves, and the project is funded by its community rather than a company. This decentralization is what allows Monero's privacy to be reliable, because there is no central operator who could be pressured to undermine it. Here is the single most important idea. A crypto wallet holds keys, not coins. Your Monero does not live inside the wallet app or the device in your hand. What your wallet actually stores is the set of secret keys that prove certain funds belong to you and let you spend them. Get this right and everything else follows. Your Monero lives as entries on the blockchain, the shared ledger maintained by the whole network. A useful comparison is to picture the blockchain as a vast field of locked mailboxes, each holding value. Your wallet does not contain the mail, it contains the keys to your mailboxes. Lose those keys and the value is still out there in the field, but no one, including you, can ever open the boxes again. That is why backing up your keys matters far more than backing up the app. Every wallet is built around two kinds of keys. The public side is used to create addresses that you share so people can send you funds, and sharing it is perfectly safe, much like giving out your email address. The private side is the secret that authorizes spending, and anyone who gets it can take your funds, so it must never be shared. Monero even splits this further into separate view and spend keys, which enables handy features like watch-only wallets. For now, hold the core truth. Whoever controls the private keys controls the coins. Memorizing long secret keys would be hopeless, so wallets give you a seed phrase instead, a human-readable list of words that can regenerate all your keys. In Monero, this is a 25-word phrase, where the final word is a checksum that helps detect typos. This makes the seed phrase the single most important thing to protect. Anyone who reads it can recreate your wallet and steal your funds, and anyone who loses it loses access forever. So write it on paper, store it offline, and never type it into a website. The word wallet covers several forms, each balancing convenience against security. Software wallets are apps on your phone or computer, convenient for everyday use but only as safe as the device they run on. Hardware wallets are small dedicated devices that keep your keys offline, signing transactions without ever exposing the secret, which makes them great for larger savings. And paper or cold storage keeps keys entirely offline for long-term holding. The official Monero project offers both desktop and mobile wallets to get you started. One more distinction ties back to the previous lesson. If an exchange holds your keys, you have a custodial wallet, which is really just an account where the company is in control. A true wallet where you hold the keys yourself is called non-custodial or self-custody. Only with self-custody do you get the censorship resistance and the genuine ownership that crypto promises. Let's lock in the model to carry forward. Coins live on the blockchain, not in your wallet. Your wallet holds the keys that prove ownership. Your seed phrase can regenerate those keys, so guard it above all else. And control the keys and you control the coins, but lose them and the coins are gone for good. With this model in hand, the rest of your Monero journey will make sense. Every payment method can be judged on a few simple questions. Who is in the middle, just the two people or a bank, card network or processor? What does it cost, and is that fee paid by you or by the merchant who bakes it into prices? How fast does it truly settle, because approved is not the same as final and irreversible? And who can see it and who can reverse or block it? That last one is privacy and control. Physical cash is the simplest model. You hand it over and the payment is done. There is no intermediary, no account, and no fee on the transaction itself, and it settles instantly and finally. It is also private, with no record linking the buyer to the seller. Its limits are practical, it only works in person, it is awkward for large amounts, and it can be lost or stolen. A debit card spends money you already hold in your bank account. When you pay, a card network like Visa or MasterCard and your bank authorize and route it. It is usually free for you, but the merchant pays a processing fee of around 1 to 2%, which is built into prices. The charge is authorized in seconds, but money actually moves between banks over the following days. And your bank and the network see every purchase, while payments can be declined, frozen, or reversed. A credit card spends the bank's money up to a limit, and you repay later. It is the priciest for merchants, with interchange plus processing fees commonly totaling 2 to 3% per transaction. If you carry a balance, you also pay interest, which can be very high. Charges are reversible through chargebacks, which helps against fraud, but it means a payment is never truly final for the merchant. Bank transfers like ACH, wires, and SEPA move money directly between bank accounts. Domestic transfers are often cheap or free, but international wires can carry flat fees of $15 to $50 plus poor exchange rate markups. Speed ranges from instant in some modern systems to several business days. They are not private since banks record the sender, receiver, and amount, and they can be delayed, blocked, or recalled under certain conditions. Monero is digital cash that settles directly between two parties over a global network, with no bank or processor in the middle. The fee is small and flat, typically a few cents, no matter the amount, with no percentage cut for a card company. Payments confirm in minutes and are final once confirmed, with no chargebacks or clawbacks. Like cash, no intermediary records who paid whom. Nobody can freeze or block it, and you hold it yourself, so there is no support line to reverse a mistake. Lined up together, the pattern jumps out. Cash and Monero have no middleman, charge little or nothing, settle finally, and stay private while you keep control. Debit and credit cards add a bank and network that take a percentage, see every purchase, and can reverse or block payments. Bank transfers sit in between, often cheap at home but slow and costly across borders. The difference comes down to who is in the middle. Cards and bank transfers buy convenience and fraud protection, but in exchange you accept intermediaries who see everything, take a cut, and can block or reverse payments. Cash gives privacy and finality but only works in person. Monero is the closest thing to digital cash: direct, low flat fees, final settlement, and private by default, usable anywhere in the world. That is the gap Monero is built to fill. Think about how physical cash works. When you hand someone a banknote, there is no public record of who you are, who they are, or how much changed hands. The note is just as good in their pocket as it was in yours. Monero is the digital version of that experience, letting you send value over the internet with the everyday privacy that cash has always provided. Monero launched in 2014 with what is called a fair launch. There is no premine, no founder reward, and no company skimming coins off the top. Everyone started on equal footing, and the project has been built and funded by a global community ever since. The defining feature of Monero is that privacy is not optional. On most blockchains, transactions are public, and any privacy features must be switched on, which makes them rare and conspicuous. In Monero, every transaction is private automatically. You cannot accidentally broadcast your balance or payment history because the protocol hides it for everyone all the time. Monero protects three things on every transaction. Who received it is hidden by stealth addresses, which create a fresh one-time address for each payment. Who sent it is hidden by ring signatures, which mix your spend with decoys. And how much was sent is hidden by ring CT, which conceals the amount while still letting the network verify no coins were created from thin air. On top of that, Dandelion++ obscures which computer first broadcast a transaction. Privacy is not just about secrecy. It makes Monero fungible, meaning every coin is interchangeable with every other coin. On transparent chains, coins carry a visible history, and some can be tainted by past use and rejected by exchanges. Because Monero hides that history, one XMR is always equal to any other XMR, exactly like cash. Monero takes the sound money ideas seriously. New coins are released on a predictable schedule, and after the main emission, a small permanent tail emission of 0.6 XMR per block continues forever. This guarantees that miners are always paid to keep the network secure, instead of relying on fees alone. Monero secures its blockchain with proof of work, but uses an algorithm called RandomX that is optimized for ordinary computer processors. This is a deliberate choice. It keeps mining accessible to regular people on everyday hardware, rather than concentrating it in specialized industrial machines. The result is a more decentralized, harder-to-control network. Because it behaves like cash, Monero is used for ordinary, legitimate reasons. People value privacy. That means protecting personal finances from surveillance, donating to causes without exposure, transacting without revealing your net worth to every merchant, and preserving the basic dignity of keeping your money your own business. The single biggest differentiator is that Monero makes privacy mandatory and automatic. On nearly every other major cryptocurrency, transactions are recorded in the open, and any privacy tools are optional extras that few people use. The problem is that optional privacy is weak privacy. The moment you switch it on, you stand out from the crowd. Monero flips this so that every transaction hides the sender, the receiver, and the amount, making privacy the norm rather than the exception. Because Monero hides transaction history, coins have no visible past, and that makes them fungible. Every unit of XMR is interchangeable with every other, so no coin can be tainted, blacklisted, or valued less because of where it has been. This matters enormously for money. If some units can be rejected, money stops being a reliable medium of exchange. Most transparent cryptocurrencies simply cannot offer this. Monero began in 2014 with a fair launch, and this is rarer than it sounds. There was no premine, meaning no stash of coins created and kept by insiders before the public could mine. There was no founder reward diverting a cut of every block to a team. And there is no company that owns it, so there is no corporation to be pressured, sued, or shut down. That clean start means no one had an unfair head start. Monero uses a proof-of-work algorithm called RandomX that is tuned for everyday CPUs, the processors already inside ordinary laptops and desktops. This resists the specialized ASIC mining machines that dominate networks like Bitcoin and tend to concentrate mining in a few large operations. The goal is decentralization. When regular people can mine on hardware they already own, mining power is spread across many participants, making the network much harder for any group to control or censor. With no company behind it, Monero is developed and maintained by a global, open community of volunteers and contributors. Work is funded through the community crowdfunding system, where proposals are posted publicly and supporters donate to fund development, research, and outreach. This transparent, grassroots model keeps Monero aligned with its users rather than with shareholders. Monero also made a forward-looking economic choice, a permanent tail emission of 0.6 XMR per block. Once the initial supply was mostly distributed, this small, steady reward kicks in so that miners always have an incentive to secure the network. That holds true even far in the future, when other coins may struggle to pay for their own security through transaction fees alone. What truly makes Monero special is not any single feature, but how they fit together. Default privacy creates fungibility. CPU mining and community funding keep it decentralized. A fair launch and no company keep it neutral. And tail emission keeps it secure for the long haul. Remove one piece and the others weaken. Together they form a coherent vision of digital cash. Monero's privacy roots trace back to a 2013 white paper for a protocol called CryptoNote, published under the pseudonym Nicholas van Saberhagen. CryptoNote introduced the core ideas that still power Monero today: ring signatures to hide the sender and stealth addresses to hide the receiver. It was a genuinely new approach to making digital cash private, rather than transparent like Bitcoin. The first cryptocurrency built on CryptoNote was Bitcoin. But Bitcoin had a fatal flaw. Investigators discovered that roughly 80% of its total coins had already been secretly mined before the public ever heard of it. That was an enormous hidden premine. The technology was promising, but the launch was deeply unfair. Recognizing that the technology deserved an honest start, community members forked Bitcoin's codebase in April 2014 to create a new coin. It was originally called Monero, then soon shortened to Monero, the word for coin in Esperanto. This relaunch was a deliberate fresh beginning, built to correct everything Bitcoin got wrong. The fair launch fixed the things Bitcoin got wrong. There was no premine, with coins mined openly from day one. There was no founder reward, so no built-in cut for a team. And there was no company, because the project belonged to its community rather than a corporation. This honest beginning gave Monero its credibility as a fair, neutral money, and set a tone of community ownership that continues today. Monero did not arrive fully formed. It improved steadily through scheduled network upgrades. Two milestones stand out. In 2017, Ring Confidential Transactions, or Ring CT, added the ability to hide transaction amounts, concealing the sender, the receiver, and the amount all at once. Then in 2019, RandomX introduced a new proof-of-work algorithm tuned for ordinary CPUs, designed to keep specialized ASIC machines from dominating mining. A defining trait of Monero's history is its willingness to upgrade. Privacy is an ongoing arms race. As analysis techniques improve, the protocol must improve too. This is very different from projects that freeze their rules. The same spirit shows in how Monero defends decentralization. When ASIC miners appeared, the community changed the algorithm to neutralize them, again and again, culminating in Random X. Throughout its life, Monero has been funded not by venture capital or a corporate treasury, but by its own users through the Community Crowdfunding System, or CCS. Developers and researchers post proposals, and the community funds the ones it values. This is paid for everything from core development to academic research, all in the open. More than a decade after its fair launch, Monero is the most widely used and battle-tested privacy cryptocurrency. It has a mature codebase, official desktop and mobile wallets, a worldwide community, and a steady cadence of upgrades. It has also entered its tail emission phase, where a small fixed reward per block keeps miners paid indefinitely. Many newcomers believe Bitcoin is anonymous. It is not. Bitcoin is pseudonymous. Instead of your name, transactions are tied to addresses. But every transaction is recorded permanently on a fully public blockchain that anyone in the world can read forever. The amounts are visible, and the flow of coins from address to address is open to inspection. The problem is that addresses can be linked to real people. The moment you buy Bitcoin on an exchange that knows your identity, withdraw to a merchant, or reuse an address, analysts can start connecting the dots. Specialized companies do exactly this for a living, building maps that tie addresses to identities and tracing where your money came from and where it goes. Picture Bitcoin's ledger as made of glass. On it, anyone can see the sender's address, the receiver's address, the exact amount that moved, and the full history of every prior hop those coins ever made. This transparency was meant as a feature for verification, but it has a serious side effect. It destroys financial privacy and threatens fungibility. Because each coin's history is visible, coins can become tainted by association with disapproved activity. Some services then refuse or freeze them. The result is that one Bitcoin is not always treated as equal to another. That is a direct blow to fungibility, the property that every unit of money should be interchangeable with every other. Monero keeps the verifiable tamper-resistant ledger, but makes the sensitive details private by default. Every transaction conceals three things at once. Stealth addresses hide the receiver by sending each payment to a unique one-time address. Ring signatures hide the sender by mixing your real input with decoys. And Ring CT hides the amount, while still proving no coins were created out of thin air. On top of those three protections, Monero uses a technique called dandelion ++ to obscure which node first relayed a transaction. This frustrates attempts to trace it back to your internet connection. The net effect is powerful. Outsiders can confirm that the ledger is valid, but they cannot see who paid whom or how much. Bitcoin users can attempt privacy through extra tools, but optional privacy is fragile. If only a few people use it, those people stand out, and a single mistake can de-anonymize a whole chain of transactions. Monero instead makes privacy the default and mandatory behavior. You cannot accidentally send a transparent transaction, and because everyone's transactions are private, there is a large crowd to blend into. Privacy is not free, and being clear-eyed matters. Monero transactions are larger than Bitcoin's because of the extra cryptographic data, though dynamic block sizes and efficient proofs keep fees low. You cannot simply look up an address balance, so auditing requires sharing view keys, which Monero supports deliberately. And Bitcoin has a broader ecosystem, while Monero is sometimes delisted by exchanges precisely because it is private. Fungible simply means interchangeable. Each unit is equal to every other unit, so it does not matter which particular one you have. A liter of clean water is as good as any other liter, and an ounce of pure gold is as good as any other ounce. When something is fungible, you can swap any unit for any other and lose nothing. Money needs this property badly. As you saw back in the lesson on what money is, fungibility is one of the classic properties of good money, alongside durability, portability, divisibility, and scarcity. Without it, money becomes unreliable because people can no longer treat one unit as freely as the next. Physical cash is the everyday example. If you pay for coffee with a $10 bill, the barista does not investigate where that bill has been or who held it before you. Every $10 bill is accepted as $10, full stop. Even if a particular note was once used in a crime years ago, you can still spend it normally, because its history is unknown and irrelevant. That is fungibility in action. Here is the problem with transparent cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Because every transaction is recorded on a public ledger, Every coin carries a visible, permanent history that anyone can trace. Once that history is visible, people start to judge coins by it. Coins linked to theft or sanctioned activity get flagged as tainted. Exchanges may freeze or investigate them, and clean coins can trade at a premium over dirty ones. When that happens, the money is no longer fungible because one coin is not equal to another. Worse, you can receive tainted coins through no fault of your own, perhaps several transactions removed from something you knew nothing about, and still suffer the consequences. This breaks a basic promise of money, that the unit you accept today will be accepted by others tomorrow. Monero solves the problem at its root. Because its privacy features hide the sender, the receiver, and the amount of every transaction, coins have no visible history to judge. There is no public trail to label a coin tainted, and no way to blacklist particular units. The result is that every Monero is interchangeable with every other Monero, exactly like cash. Stealth addresses, ring signatures, and ring CT are what make this possible. Fungibility is not an abstract concern for criminals, as critics sometimes claim. It protects ordinary, honest users. It gives you certainty when receiving, so you never worry that coins paid to you are secretly poisoned and will be rejected later. No one can discriminate against your money based on where it has been. Your money is as good as anyone else's every time, and your financial history stays your own business. Notice how the ideas connect. Privacy by default creates fungibility. Fungibility makes Monero behave like true digital cash. And cash-like behavior is exactly the sound, neutral money we set out looking for in the first lessons. This is why Monero treats privacy as essential infrastructure, not just a feature. Strip it away and the money itself degrades. Monero is not owned by any corporation. It began in 2014 with a genuine fair launch. No premine, no founder reward, and no company controlling it. That means there is no entity that can be bought, pressured, sued into changing the protocol, or simply shut down to kill the project. Monero belongs to its users. This independence is a feature, not a gap. A privacy currency controlled by a company would always be vulnerable, because that company could be forced to weaken privacy or freeze the project. By having no central owner, Monero removes that single point of failure, following the same decentralization principle you saw earlier in the course. So if there is no company who pays for development, the answer is the community through the Community Crowdfunding System or CCS. A developer, researcher, or contributor posts a public proposal describing the work and the funding needed. The community reviews and discusses it, and if there is support, people donate. The work is then delivered transparently, with milestones visible to everyone. The CCS has funded core protocol development, security research, wallet improvements, documentation, and outreach. Because anyone can propose and anyone can contribute, funding stays aligned with what users actually value, rather than with shareholders or investors. It is grassroots, voluntary, and transparent, a fitting match for Monero's values. Emission is the schedule by which new Monero enter circulation. New coins are created as block rewards paid to miners who secure the network using proof of work. Monero's emission was designed to release coins steadily and predictably, with the reward gradually decreasing over time. There were no shortcuts, every coin was mined in the open, with no hidden allocations skimmed off first. Here is one of Monero's most thoughtful choices. After the main emission delivered most of the supply, Monero did not drop the block reward to zero. Instead, it transitions to a permanent tail emission of 0.6 XMR per block forever. Miners must be paid to keep the network secure, and relying on transaction fees alone is risky. A steady, modest reward guarantees there is always an incentive to mine. Because the tail emission is a small fixed amount per block while the total supply keeps growing, the percentage of new coins added each year keeps shrinking over time. It trends toward a low, mild inflation that approaches zero. So tail emission preserves long-term security without meaningfully diluting holders, a careful balance between sound money and a sustainable network. Step back and see how these parts reinforce one another. No company plus community funding keep Monero decentralized and aligned with users. Fair, predictable emission makes it honest, sound money. Tail emission keeps miners paid and the network secure forever. And CPU mining with RandomX keeps that security spread across ordinary people. None of this depends on trusting a central authority, which is exactly the point. Nothing has value just because we wish it did. Money tends to hold value for three connected reasons. Utility, meaning it does a useful job people want done. Scarcity, meaning there's a limited and predictable supply that can't be watered down. And trust, meaning enough people accept it and believe others will too. Gold scored well on all three for thousands of years, and Monero is engineered to score well on them as digital money. Monero's core utility is simple. It's private, fungible digital cash you can send to anyone anywhere without permission and without a bank. For people who need to move value privately, and that's a real global demand, nothing does the job as well. Value follows usefulness, and a working private money is genuinely useful. Because every Monero is private, every coin is interchangeable, and none can be tainted or blacklisted based on its history. On a transparent coin, a unit linked to something shady can be rejected by an exchange. A Monero can't be singled out that way. That's exactly what you want from money you might receive from a stranger. Monero had a fair launch in 2014 with no premine and no founder's reward, and its issuance follows a public schedule that ends in a small, fixed-tail emission. Nobody can secretly print a pile of new coins to enrich themselves or dilute your savings. That scarcity and predictability are a big part of why holders trust it to keep its value. Monero is secured by real proof-of-work mining, and its random X algorithm lets ordinary computers mine, keeping the network spread across many independent participants. No company controls it, no one can shut it down, and rewriting its history would cost more than it could ever be worth. A money that can't be debased, frozen, or switched off has value precisely because of that resilience. Money is partly a network effect. The more people and merchants accept Monero, the more useful and the more valuable it becomes. Exchanges list it, merchants take it, and a large committed community funds and defends it. Every new person who can send or receive it makes it a little more money-like. Maybe the deepest source of value is this. With Monero, you can hold and move wealth that no one can freeze, seize, or deny you. For anyone facing capital controls, surveillance, deplatforming, or an unstable currency, that isn't a luxury. It's worth real money and they bid for it. Be clear-eyed. Monero's price is volatile and set by supply and demand, like any asset, and short-term it's driven by speculation and sentiment. But price and value are not the same thing. The underlying value, a working private, fungible, censorship-resistant money with sound issuance, is what the price ultimately orbits around. The more that utility is used and needed, the more durable the value. The word wallet is a little misleading. A Monero wallet does not actually store your coins because those live on the blockchain. Instead, a wallet holds your secret keys, scans the blockchain for funds that belong to you, shows your balance, and signs the transactions you send. Wallets mainly differ in three ways: where they run, how private they are, and how much they hold your hand. None of these choices changes your actual coins. Because your keys come from a single backup phrase, you can move the same funds between wallets simply by restoring the same seed. The Monero project publishes two official desktop wallets. The Monero GUI is a friendly graphical wallet for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, perfect for beginners who want buttons and menus. The Monero CLI is a command-line version for advanced users, scripts, and servers. Both are fully featured and make an excellent default if you use a computer. There are also popular community wallets. Feather is a lightweight, fast desktop wallet loved for its simplicity. Cake Wallet is a polished mobile app, also on desktop with built-in swap features. Monero is a long-standing Android wallet. These connect to a remote node so your phone doesn't have to download the whole blockchain, which is a small privacy trade-off you can reduce later. A hardware wallet is a small dedicated device that keeps your secret spend key offline. It signs transactions internally, so the key never touches your internet-connected computer. Monero is supported by devices such as Ledger and Trezor, paired with a desktop wallet that acts as the viewer. They are the gold standard for protecting larger balances. One distinction matters more than any brand: who holds the keys. A non-custodial wallet gives you the seed phrase, so you and only you control the funds. A custodial wallet, like the balance on an exchange, means a company holds the keys for you. That is convenient, but in the self-custody sense, it isn't really your money. So which should you pick? On a computer, the official Monero GUI is a safe default. If you want something light and quick, try Feather. If you're mostly on your phone, reach for Cake Wallet or Monero. And if you're protecting significant savings, add a hardware wallet to the mix. Whatever you choose, always download from the official source for that wallet and verify it wherever you can. Fake wallet apps are a common scam, and a few minutes of care here protects everything you put inside. There is no single best wallet, only the best fit for how you use Monero. Let us start with the basics. A key is really just a very large secret number. In any cryptocurrency, a private key proves ownership and lets you spend, while a public key can be shared so that others can pay you or verify you. The golden rule never changes: guard the private side and share the public side. Here is where Monero is different. Instead of one key pair, it splits the job into two separate pairs, a spend pair and a view pair. Each pair has a private key and a public key. This separation does not exist in Bitcoin, and it is the foundation of Monero's privacy design. So what do these pairs do? The private spend key is the master key that authorizes spending your funds, so whoever holds it controls the money. The private view key can see incoming transactions destined for your wallet, but it cannot spend anything. Put simply, the spend key spends and the view key only watches. Because the private view key can read your incoming funds without being able to move them, you can safely hand it to someone or to a piece of software to watch your wallet without risking theft. This enables what is called a watch-only wallet, which can see your balance and confirm payments but can never spend. It is wonderful for accountants, donation transparency, auditing, or monitoring a cold wallet from an everyday device. Your shareable Monero address is built from your public spend key and your public view key bundled together, along with a checksum. A standard address is a long string that starts with the digit 4. When someone pays you, their wallet uses your public keys to create a brand new one-time stealth address on the blockchain, so your real address never appears publicly. That is why two people paying you cannot tell they paid the same person. You do not pick these enormous numbers yourself. When you create a wallet, it generates them for you and represents the master secret as a human-friendly 25-word seed phrase. From those words, your wallet can mathematically rebuild every key, spend and view, private and public, and therefore your entire wallet. That is why the seed is the only backup you truly need. Let us make this practical. Anyone with your private spend key or your seed can take your funds, so protect it like cash. Your private view key reveals your incoming history but cannot steal, so share it only deliberately. And your address and public keys are completely safe to post anywhere you like. A seed phrase is a single backup that can recreate every key and every coin in your wallet. Because the seed is the wallet, restoring it on a fresh device recreates the exact same wallet and balance. You are not copying coins since the coins live on the blockchain. You are restoring the keys that prove the coins are yours. A seed phrase is also called a mnemonic or recovery phrase. It is a human-readable representation of the master secret your wallet uses to generate all of your keys. Instead of asking you to back up an enormous unreadable number, the wallet encodes that number as ordinary words you can write on paper. Those words map back to your private spend key, and from it the wallet rebuilds the view key, public keys, and address. Monero's standard mnemonic is 25 words. The first 24 words encode your private spend key. The 25th word is a checksum, a built-in verification word derived from the other 24. If you write a word down wrong or swap two words, the wallet can usually detect the mistake when you try to restore, because that final word will no longer match. It does not catch every error, so careful copying still matters. It is worth knowing that Monero's 25-word format is its own standard. It is different from the 12 or 24-word phrases used by Bitcoin and many other coins. Do not expect them to be interchangeable, and do not try to import one into the other. This cannot be overstated: your seed phrase is your money. There is no password reset, no support line, and no company that can recover it for you. That is the trade-off of true ownership. Whoever holds the words holds the funds, which is exactly why the next two rules are absolute. The two rules are simple but absolute. First, never lose it. If your device dies and you have no seed backup, the funds are unrecoverable. Second, never let anyone see it. Whoever has the 25 words can drain the wallet from anywhere in the world. The seed should be recorded offline, away from any camera, cloud, or keyboard. Write it on paper by hand in order, double-checking spelling and word numbers. Never type it into a website, email, chat, photo, or cloud note, because legitimate wallets only ask for it when restoring locally on your device. For larger amounts, consider a metal backup for fire and water resistance, and keep it somewhere only you and perhaps a trusted heir can reach. A few quick reminders. The seed is shown to you only once when you create the wallet, so back it up then. If a wallet, app, or person ever asks you to verify your seed by entering it on a website, it is a scam. And test your backup by restoring it into a fresh wallet before you store any meaningful funds. Before you begin, make sure you have a few things in place. Download your wallet app only from its official source, never a random link. Have a pen and paper ready for your 25-word seed phrase. And find a quiet, private space with no cameras or onlookers, because your seed will appear on the screen. These steps are generic, so they work whether you chose the official GUI, Feather, Cake, or Monero. When you open a fresh wallet, it offers options like create a new wallet, restore from seed, or open existing. Choose Create New Wallet. The app then generates fresh, random keys just for you. If it asks you to name the wallet and pick a storage location, go ahead, since that name is only a local label. Next, you will set a password, sometimes called a PIN. Understand the difference clearly. The password encrypts the wallet file on this device so others cannot open the app, but it is local only. The seed phrase is the real backup. Choose a strong, unique password, but remember it cannot recover your funds if the device is lost. Now the wallet shows your 25 words, and this is the critical moment. Write all 25 words by hand, numbered in the exact order shown. Double-check your spelling and make sure the 25th checksum word is included. Do not screenshot it, photograph it, or paste it anywhere digital. Store the paper offline, and for larger amounts plan a sturdier backup. A backup you never test is a backup you cannot trust. Some wallets ask you to re-enter a few words right after setup, so do this honestly from your paper, not from memory. For full confidence, restore the seed into a second, empty wallet, and if it loads the same address, your backup is good. Always verify before you put any meaningful funds in. Your wallet must talk to the Monero network to know your balance. It can run its own node, which is more private, or connect to a remote node, which is faster with a slight privacy trade-off. A brand new wallet has no funds, so syncing is quick. Then open the Receive tab to see your primary address, a long string starting with the number 4, which is safe to share. A few mistakes trip up almost every newcomer. Don't skip the backup just because the wallet is empty, backup first and fund later. Don't confuse the password with the seed, since only the seed recovers funds. Never store your seed digitally, keep it offline and handwritten. And never download from an unofficial link, which is a key topic in its own right. Every wallet has one primary address, a long string that starts with the digit 4. It is built from your public spend and view keys, and it is completely safe to share. Handing it out cannot let anyone spend your funds. To receive a payment, you simply give the sender this address or a subaddress and they send to it. You will find your address under the Receive tab of your wallet. It is usually shown two ways at once, as plain text you can copy and as a scannable QR code. The sender can either paste the text or point their camera at the code, whichever is easier for them. Here is something that surprises newcomers. Even if you reuse the same address for 100 payments, an outside observer scanning the blockchain could not link those payments together or see your balance. That is because every payment generates a unique one-time stealth address on the chain, so your real address never appears publicly. This is core Monero magic, and unlike Bitcoin, reusing an address is not a privacy disaster here. A subaddress is an additional receiving address generated by your wallet, all controlled by the same seed. You can create as many as you like at no cost, and they typically start with the digit 8. Funds sent to any of them appear in the same wallet balance, so nothing gets split up or lost. Why bother with subaddresses? 2 reasons. For organization, you can give a different subaddress to each person, service, or purpose, and easily track who paid what. For privacy, handing each sender a unique address means none of them can tell they are paying the same wallet, even by comparing notes. A common habit is to generate a fresh subaddress for each new payment request. An integrated address is your address with a short payment ID baked in. The payment ID is a small tag that helps the receiver automatically match an incoming payment to a specific order or invoice. It was historically useful for merchants and exchanges handling many deposits to one address. For most personal use today, subaddresses are the recommended approach, since they achieve the same goal without exposing a payment ID. You will mostly meet integrated addresses when a service asks you to include a payment ID with your deposit. Receiving is a simple 3-step flow. Open the Receive tab and copy your primary address or generate a fresh subaddress. Share the address or its QR code with the sender, and you can even specify an amount to create a payment request. Then wait for the transaction to appear and confirm. One thing to expect, received funds are locked for 10 blocks, which is roughly 20 minutes before you can spend them. This is completely normal network behavior, not a problem. Your wallet will show the incoming amount as unconfirmed or locked until that time passes, and then the balance becomes spendable. A few good habits make receiving safe and smooth. Always copy-paste or scan an address and never retype it by hand. For separate payers or purposes, hand out subaddresses. Only use an integrated address or payment ID when a service specifically requests one. And confirm the sender used the correct address before you consider a payment complete. To send a payment, you need three things. First, the recipient's address, a long string starting with a 4 for a primary address, an 8 for a subaddress or an integrated address they gave you. Second, an amount in XMR. And third, enough spendable balance to cover that amount plus a small network fee. One thing to check first is your unlocked balance. Funds you recently received are locked for 10 blocks, roughly 20 minutes before you can spend them. Your wallet shows both a total balance and an unlocked or available balance, and you can only send from the unlocked portion. Open the Send tab and paste the recipient's address or scan their QR code. Always copy and paste or scan and never retype an address by hand. A good habit is to glance at the first and last few characters to confirm they match what the recipient gave you. Malware that swaps a copied address for an attacker's is a real threat. Next, type the amount of XMR you want to send. Monero is highly divisible, down to tiny fractions called piconero, so you can send very precise amounts. Many wallets let you toggle a local currency estimate, but the actual transaction is always denominated in XMR. Monero fees are small, and your wallet usually picks a sensible default. You can often choose a priority level. Higher priority pays a slightly larger fee, so miners include your transaction a little sooner, while the lower or default priority is cheaper and almost always fine when the network isn't busy. Monero's fees stay low thanks to its dynamic block size, which lets blocks grow when demand rises. Before sending, your wallet shows a summary of the recipient, amount, and fee. Pause and check it carefully. Does the address match the one you were given? Is the amount correct? Is the total amount plus fee within your unlocked balance? When you confirm, the wallet signs the transaction with your private spend key and broadcasts it. Monero transactions are irreversible, so this review step really matters. After broadcasting, the transaction appears in your history as pending, then confirms as it gets buried under new blocks, and the recipient's funds become spendable after the standard 10-block lock. Because Monero hides amounts and addresses on-chain, the recipient can't simply look it up the way they could with a transparent coin. If you ever need to prove you paid, Monero lets you generate cryptographic payment proofs from your wallet. Let's pull the safe habits together. Verify the address by scanning or pasting, then eyeball the ends to be sure. When paying a new or important recipient, send a tiny test amount first. Confirm you have enough unlocked balance for the amount plus the fee. And always double-check everything on the confirmation screen, because a Monero payment cannot be reversed. Your 25-word seed phrase is the master key to everything you own. There are 2 unbreakable rules. First, back it up offline, handwritten on paper or stamped in metal, and store it somewhere safe. Second, never enter it digitally on websites, in photos, cloud notes, emails, or chats. A real wallet only asks for your seed locally when you are restoring. If anyone ever asks you to confirm or validate your seed online, it is a scam. Fake wallet apps are one of the most common ways people lose funds. Always get software from its official site, and for the official wallets that means the Get Monero org downloads page. Where the project provides hashes or signatures, verify them. Be wary of search ad links, App Store clones, and support agents who send you download links out of nowhere. It is important to understand that a password and a seed do different jobs. Your wallet password encrypts the wallet file on your device, so someone using your computer cannot simply open the app. But the password does not back up your funds. Only the seed can recover a lost or broken wallet. So use a strong, unique password and keep your seed backup safe as well. When you send Monero, paste or scan the recipient's address and then glance at the first and last characters. Clipboard hijacking malware can silently swap an address for an attacker's. For a new or important recipient, send a small test amount first. Always remember that Monero transactions are irreversible, so a moment of checking can save you everything. Your wallet is only as safe as the device it runs on. Keep your operating system and wallet software updated, run reputable security tools, and avoid sketchy downloads and pirated software. Lock your devices with a strong screen password or PIN. And be cautious on shared or public computers, where you should never set up a funded wallet. How you store your XMR should reflect how much you hold. For small spending amounts, a phone or desktop hot wallet is fine and convenient. For larger savings, consider a hardware wallet that keeps your spend key offline. A common setup is a small phone wallet for daily use, plus a hardware-backed wallet for your long-term holdings. For extra protection, you can add a secret passphrase on top of your seed, which effectively creates a separate hidden wallet. This is powerful, but it is also unforgiving. If you forget the passphrase, the funds are gone for good. So learn the trade-offs carefully before you decide to use one. Most losses come from social attacks, not from broken cryptography. So slow down whenever something feels urgent. No legitimate person ever needs your seed, your password, or remote access to your computer. And giveaways that ask you to send coins first are always fake. Monero can be obtained in several very different ways. Each one comes with its own trade-offs in privacy, cost, speed, and effort. Before zooming in on any single method, it helps to see the full menu laid out side by side. The first route is a centralized exchange with KYC. You create an account, verify your identity, and buy XMR with a bank transfer or card. It is familiar and convenient, but your identity gets tied to your coins. A no KYC instant swap is different. It takes another cryptocurrency you already own and converts it to XMR, delivered straight to your wallet with no account at all. The next three routes skip the exchange entirely. Peer-to-peer means buying directly from another person, sometimes with cash and often with strong privacy. Earning means accepting XMR as payment for goods, services, or work, so coins arrive directly. And mining uses your computer's CPU to help secure the network and earn freshly minted XMR. Notice a recurring theme across every route. In each case, the goal is to end up with XMR sitting in a wallet whose keys you control. Whether you swap, buy, earn, or mine, coins should land in an address you generated yourself. If you have not set up a wallet yet, that is the place to start. The big difference between the routes is how much they connect your real-world identity to your coins. A KYC exchange records that a verified person bought a certain amount of XMR on a certain date. A no KYC swap or a cash P2P trade does not. Mining produces coins that were never owned by anyone before you. This is why getting Monero is not just a shopping decision, it is a privacy decision. No method is best for everyone. Exchanges are easiest for beginners with good liquidity, but bring maximum identity linkage and possible withdrawal limits. Instant swaps are fast and private, but you need some other crypto to start, and rates include a spread. P2P can be very private with cash but requires care. Earning has excellent privacy and zero cost if you have something to sell, and mining gives coins with a clean history if your hardware and electricity allow. You do not have to pick just one. Many people buy a small amount on a KYC exchange to get started, then switch to swaps, P2P, or mining as they grow more comfortable and more privacy conscious. Because Monero is fungible, coins from one source are indistinguishable from coins from another once they are in your wallet. A centralized exchange, often called a CEX, is a company that runs a marketplace for crypto. You deposit money, the exchange holds it, and you trade within their system. Crucially, while your coins sit on the exchange controls the keys, not you. This is much closer to a bank than to a wallet, which is why the golden rule is to withdraw your XMR to your own wallet promptly. KYC stands for Know Your Customer. It is the process where a regulated business collects and verifies your identity before letting you trade. Typically, you must provide your full legal name, address, and date of birth, a government-issued photo ID, sometimes a selfie or liveness check, and banking details. The exchange keeps these records, often for years. Here is the part that matters most for Monero users. When you buy XMR on a KYC exchange, the exchange records that a specific verified person purchased a specific amount of Monero and withdrew it to a specific address. That creates a starting point where your identity is firmly attached to your coins, and that record lives on the exchange's servers. Now, Monero is exceptionally good at breaking the chain after that point. Once XMR leaves the exchange into your wallet, stealth addresses and ring signatures make it genuinely difficult to follow where it goes. The privacy of your later activity is strong. But the record of purchase still exists, so the fact that you acquired Monero at all is known. Beyond the identity trail, KYC exchanges carry practical risks. There is custody risk because if the exchange is hacked, freezes accounts, or goes bankrupt, coins left on it can be lost. Some exchanges have delisted Monero to avoid regulatory pressure. You may face withdrawal friction like limits or holds, and your ID documents are only as safe as the exchange's security. None of this means exchanges are useless. For a beginner with no other crypto, a reputable KYC exchange is often the simplest on-ramp from regular money into the crypto world. A reasonable pattern is to buy a more liquid coin, then use a no KYC swap to convert it to XMR, or simply buy XMR directly and withdraw immediately. Just go in with eyes open about the identity trail you are creating. If you decide an exchange is right for you, a long-running and reputable option like Kraken supports buying Monero in many regions. First, check whether XMR is listed in your country, since availability changes with local regulation. Then create your account, complete KYC, and lock it down with two-factor authentication using an authenticator app rather than SMS. Deposit funds, start with a small test amount, buy your XMR, and withdraw it to your own wallet right away. An instant swap service is an automated exchange that does one job: take coin A from you and send back coin B. You do not deposit funds into an account you control on their site, and you do not create a login. Because there is no account, there is nothing to verify and nothing to log into. The whole interaction can be over in minutes once your incoming transaction confirms. The flow is a single self-contained trade. You choose what you are sending, say Bitcoin, and that you want XMR back. You paste your own Monero address as the destination. The service shows you a rate and a deposit address for your incoming coin. You send your coin to that address, and the service swaps it and sends XMR straight to your wallet. Unlike a KYC exchange, a no KYC swap does not ask for your name, ID, or banking details. There is no permanent profile linking a verified person to a Monero purchase. You start from crypto you already own and end with XMR in a wallet whose keys only you hold. It helps to be realistic about what is and is not hidden. The coin you send in may come from a transparent chain like Bitcoin, where the transaction is publicly visible. But once the swap delivers XMR to your wallet, stealth addresses and ring signatures take over and make your later activity private by default. The swap is the moment you cross from a transparent world into a private one. A few habits keep you out of trouble. Triple-check your receiving address because crypto payments are irreversible, and confirm the first and last characters. Understand that swaps earn money on the spread, so compare a couple of services first. And start small with a tiny test swap to learn the flow before moving a larger amount. Many services let you lock a rate for a short window or accept whatever the market gives when funds arrive. A fixed rate gives certainty, while a floating rate can turn out cheaper or more expensive. And for the strongest privacy, combine swaps with network-level tools by connecting over Tor. Because rates and supported coins vary, comparison sites exist that list many no KYC swap providers side by side, and community directories also list places that accept and exchange Monero. The one prerequisite is that you already hold some cryptocurrency to swap from. As always, treat any third-party service with healthy skepticism and verify the details yourself. In a P2P trade, you and a seller agree on a price and a payment method. You pay them, and they send XMR to your wallet. There is no central order book or custodian managing the whole thing. The marketplace might be a dedicated platform, a community forum, a chat group, or even a face-to-face meeting. The defining feature is that value moves directly between two individuals. Trades happen in a few common ways. Cash in person is extremely private because you meet a seller, hand over cash, and receive XMR on the spot with no bank or ID involved. Cash by mail is more convenient geographically but slower and requires trust. Bank transfers and payment apps are easier to arrange but tie your identity to the trade. The more anonymous the payment method, the more private the trade, but often the more effort it takes. The central challenge of P2P is trust, because someone has to send first. Reputable platforms solve this with escrow, where the seller's XMR is locked by the platform until you confirm payment, then released to you. If a dispute arises, a mediator can step in. When trading outside a platform, there is no escrow, so reputation matters enormously, though some advanced traders use Monero's multi-sig features to create trustless escrow without a middleman. P2P attracts scammers precisely because trades can be irreversible and private, so protect yourself with good habits. Favor sellers with long, positive track records, and use platform escrow whenever possible. The combination of a strong reputation and locked escrow removes most of the risk before you ever send a payment. Do not consider a trade complete until the XMR has the required block confirmations in your wallet, and beware anyone rushing you. Monero can generate cryptographic payment proofs to demonstrate that a transaction occurred, which is useful when a counterparty needs evidence. Patience here is one of your strongest protections. For cash trades, choose public places, consider bringing a friend, and trust your instincts, because personal safety comes before any deal. Watch for classic scams like reversible payments that get clawed back, fake proof screenshots, and pressure tactics. And never overshare, giving only the information a trade actually requires. Despite the extra carrot demands, P2P appeals to people for solid reasons. It can avoid KYC entirely, it supports cash, and it embodies the permissionless, person-to-person ideal that drew many to Monero in the first place. Because Monero is fungible, the coins you receive are indistinguishable from any others once they reach your wallet. The most natural way to get Monero is the same way you get any money: someone pays you in it. If you sell products, offer services, freelance, create content, or run a business, you can simply accept XMR as payment. The customer sends Monero to your address, and it lands in your wallet directly with no exchange, no swap, and no middleman. This route has real advantages. There is no purchase trail because you are not buying coins on a KYC platform, so no record ties a verified identity to an acquisition. You pay zero spread or trading fees, receiving the full value of what you sold. And there is built-in privacy because stealth addresses mean each payment arrives at a unique one-time address, so your public address is not exposed on a ledger. To accept payments smoothly, it helps to use subaddresses to keep different customers or income streams organized, and to understand payment proofs so you can confirm a payment was received. Community directories list merchants and services already in the Monero Academy, which is a great source of inspiration if you want to start accepting XMR yourself. The other way to get XMR without buying it is to mine it. Mining is the process by which new Monero is created and transactions are secured. What makes Monero special is its mining algorithm, RandomX, which is deliberately designed to run well on ordinary CPUs, the processor already in your laptop or desktop, while resisting the specialized ASIC machines that dominate Bitcoin mining. The practical consequence is profound. Anyone with a regular computer can participate, with no need for warehouses of custom hardware. When you mine, you contribute computing power to the network, and in return you have a chance to earn freshly minted XMR. Critically, mined coins go straight to your wallet and were never owned by anyone else, giving them an exceptionally clean history. You might wonder whether mining rewards eventually dry up. Monero is unusual here. After its main emission phase, it switched to a permanent tail emission of about 0.6 XMR per block, which continues forever. This small, steady reward means miners are always compensated for securing the network, so mining never becomes pointless. Earning and mining suit different people. Earning fits anyone who already sells goods, skills, or time, and requires no special hardware, just a willingness to accept XMR. Mining fits the technically curious who have a capable CPU and reasonable electricity costs. Solo mining a whole block can take a long time, which is why most people use approaches like a P2 pool for steadier payouts. The single biggest differentiator between methods is how much they link your identity to your coins. Before anything else, ask yourself how much that matters for your situation, a process called threat modeling. Be honest about what you are actually protecting against, because that answer shapes every other choice. If privacy is a top priority, favor no KYC instant swaps, cash P2P, earning, or mining, the methods that avoid attaching your verified identity to a purchase. If privacy is nice but convenience wins, a reputable KYC exchange may be acceptable, especially if you withdraw to your own wallet promptly. Remember that once XMR is in your wallet, Monero protects your onward activity automatically. The choice mainly affects whether the acquisition itself is recorded against your name. Your situation narrows the field quickly. If you only have regular money and no crypto yet, you likely need a KYC exchange or a cash P2P trade to get started. If you already hold other crypto, a no KYC instant swap is fast, private, and account-free, often the sweet spot. And if you have something to sell, accepting XMR as payment costs nothing and creates no purchase trail. There is one more starting point worth calling out. If you have a capable CPU and cheap electricity, mining can earn coins with a clean history while supporting the network. It is the only method where the coins were never owned by anyone before you, which is a meaningful privacy advantage on top of the contribution you make. Methods differ sharply in effort. A KYC exchange or instant swap is the lowest effort, taking minutes and being beginner-friendly. P2P trading is moderate effort, requiring you to find counterparties and exercise caution. Mining is ongoing effort with some setup and a running computer. If you are new, there is nothing wrong with choosing the easy path first and graduating to more private methods as your confidence grows. Consider 3 profiles. The cautious beginner buys a small amount on a KYC exchange, immediately withdraws to a self-custody wallet, and practices good wallet security. The privacy-focused holder already owns crypto and uses no KYC swaps over Tor or trades cash P2P to keep acquisitions off any verified record. And the builder earns XMR by accepting it for work and runs a CPU miner, accumulating coins with no counterparty at all. These are not lifelong commitments. Because Monero is fungible, coins from every source mix indistinguishably in your wallet, so you can use whatever method fits each moment. Many users blend several, using an exchange to bootstrap, swaps for top-ups, and mining quietly in the background. A swap is a crypto-to-crypto trade. There's no bank, no fiat money, and with the services we focus on, no sign-up at all. You don't deposit funds into an account you have to log into. Instead, it's a single self-contained transaction. Send coin A in, get coin B Monero back. The whole thing is usually over in minutes once your incoming payment confirms. This is different from a centralized exchange, where you create an account, pass identity checks, deposit, and trade inside their walled garden. A no KYC swap skips all of that. You take some cryptocurrency you already hold, Bitcoin, Litecoin, a stable coin, almost anything, and trade it for XMR that lands directly in your own wallet, with no account and no ID. The first reason swapping suits Monero so well is that there's no identity attached. There's no profile linking a verified you to a Monero purchase, unlike a KYC exchange that records exactly who bought XMR and when. Privacy starts right at the moment you acquire the coin, not afterwards. The second reason is that a swap goes straight to self-custody. The XMR is delivered to a wallet whose keys only you hold. You never leave coins sitting in someone's custody, waiting to be frozen or lost. From the very first moment, the Monero is genuinely yours. The third reason is that a swap is the privacy on-ramp. The coin you send in might come from a transparent chain like Bitcoin, where it's publicly visible. But the moment the swap delivers XMR, Monero's stealth addresses and ring signatures take over, and your activity becomes private by default. The swap is the doorway from the transparent world into the private one. So when would you swap? Maybe you already hold some crypto like Bitcoin from a past purchase and want to move into private money. Maybe you bought a liquid coin on a KYC exchange and want to swap it to XMR to get out of the surveilled system. Or maybe you want to convert XMR back to Bitcoin or a stable coin to spend somewhere that doesn't take Monero. Swaps work in both directions. The only prerequisites are some cryptocurrency to swap from and a Monero wallet to receive into. If you're starting from nothing but regular money, you may need to buy a liquid coin first, then swap that to XMR. And if you don't have a wallet yet, make one before you begin so your receiving address is ready. Let's walk through the anatomy of a swap. First, you choose the pair. I'm sending Bitcoin, I want XMR. The service shows a rate and the minimum and maximum it accepts. You give 2 addresses, then the service shows a deposit address for your incoming coin, often with a QR code and an exact amount. You send your coin to that address from your own wallet. Once your coin is on its way, the service waits for confirmations on your incoming coin, performs the trade, and sends XMR to your receiving address. That's it, you're done. The Monero arrives in your wallet, usually within minutes of your deposit confirming. The whole machine is that straightforward once you see it laid out. Here's the nuance most guides get wrong. The refund address is almost always optional. The swap will go through without it, because the trade only needs to know where to send your Monero. The service asks for a return address so that if something goes wrong, it has somewhere to send your coin back. It's a safety net, not a prerequisite. And things do go wrong. You send the wrong amount, the rate moves outside the allowed band, or your deposit arrives too late for a fixed-rate quote. In those cases, the service refunds your incoming coin, but only if you gave it an address to return to. Crypto is irreversible, so a failed swap without a refund address on file is painful or impossible to recover. So treat the field as if it weren't optional, always fill in an address you control. Most services offer two modes and the choice matters. A fixed rate is locked for a short window, often 5 to 20 minutes, so you know exactly how much XMR you'll get, as long as your deposit arrives in time. A floating rate is settled when your deposit actually confirms. It can be a little cheaper, but if the market moves while your transaction confirms, you get more or less than the quote. For beginners and volatile pairs, fixed rate is the safer default. A no KYC swap doesn't know your name, but it does handle your transaction. It sees the incoming coin's address, which is public on a transparent chain like Bitcoin anyway, and the XMR address it sends to. The best services keep as little as possible. 2 habits reduce exposure. Connect over Tor so the swap isn't tied to your IP, and remember that once XMR lands in your wallet, Monero's privacy protects everything you do next. Even on a no KYC service, behavior can trip automated flags. The big one is repetition. Swapping the same value again and again in quick succession, say 5 swaps of exactly the same amount back to back. That regular, identical pattern is exactly what anti-money laundering systems are tuned to notice, and it can get a swap held for review or trigger a request for ID. So vary your amounts, don't fire off a rapid string of identical swaps and spread larger sums out. The goal is to look like ordinary, irregular activity because that's what you are. Finally, the timing. The wait is mostly your incoming coin confirming. Bitcoin can take 10 to 60 minutes, faster chains less. Once the service sees enough confirmations, the XMR send is quick. So instant really means as fast as the slower of the two chains confirms. Before you start, get a few things ready. You'll need a Monero wallet you control with your receiving address ready to paste. You'll need some crypto to swap from, like a little Bitcoin or Litecoin, in a wallet you control. And ideally, have your wallet or browser connected over Tor for network privacy. Step 1. Pick a service. Choose a reputable no KYC swap or an aggregator that compares several at once, which we cover in the next lesson. Open it and select the pair. Send as your coin, for example Bitcoin, and receive as XMR. Step 2. Enter your addresses. Paste your Monero receiving address, then check that the first and last few characters match your wallet, because clipboard hijacking malware exists. Then paste a refund address you control for the coin you're sending. If the swap fails, this is where your coin comes back. Never skip it. Step 3. Choose fixed rate for now. Pick fixed rate for your first swap so you know exactly what you'll receive. Note the quote, the minimum amount, and the time window you have to send. That certainty is worth the small premium while you're learning. Step 4. Send your coin. The service shows a deposit address and an exact amount, often with a QR code. In your own wallet, send the exact amount requested, because underpaying or overpaying can trigger a refund or a manual review. Use an appropriate network fee so it confirms within the rate window, and double-check the deposit address by its first and last characters. Step 5. Wait for confirmations. The service waits for your incoming transaction to confirm, then automatically sends the XMR, and you can usually watch the status update on the swap page. Step 6. Receive XMR in your wallet. The Monero arrives at your receiving address. Let your wallet sync if needed, and you'll see it as an incoming transaction. Remember, it's locked for 10 blocks, about 20 minutes, before you can respend it. If something goes wrong, don't panic. If your deposit arrived late or the rate expired, the service refunds your coin to your refund address or requotes. This is exactly why the refund address matters. If you sent the wrong amount, most services flag it and either adjust or refund, so contact their support with your swap ID. And if nothing arrived after confirmations, keep the swap ID and transaction ID. Reputable services have support and a refund policy. Here's your safe first swap checklist. Test with a tiny amount first. Make sure the receiving address is yours, verified by its first and last characters. Fill in the refund address. Use a fixed rate and send within the time window. And send the exact amount requested. Tick all of those and you've removed nearly every way a first swap can go sideways. So what does a trustworthy swap look like? It's genuinely no KYC with no account, no ID, and crucially no surprise verification after you deposit. It has a clear refund policy and a refund address field, so your coin comes back if the swap can't complete. And it keeps minimal logging, ideally with a stated no logs policy and a working Tor onion address. Two more signs round out a trustworthy service. Look for a track record. It's been around, has real user reports, and offers reliable support with a swap ID system. And look for honest rates, a reasonable spread rather than a suspiciously good one used as bait. A rate that looks too generous is usually exactly that. You don't have to find these one by one. Two kinds of tools help. Swap aggregators compare many no KYC services at once and route your trade to the best rate, like Trocador or Swap Raven. And directories like Monero Catalog, Monero accepting exchanges and swap services that the community vets, a good place to find reputable options and avoid ones flagged as problematic. Cross-referencing a service against a curated directory is one of the simplest ways to avoid a bad actor. Now the nastiest pattern in this space, the surprise KYC trap. A service advertises no KYC takes your deposit, then holds your funds and demands ID, calling it enhanced verification before releasing them. To protect yourself, prefer services and aggregators with a stated policy and a reputation for not doing this. Trocador, for instance, exposes each provider's KYC and AML rating so you can pick low-risk ones. Two more defenses against that trap. Test small. A tiny first swap reveals this behavior before a large amount is at stake. And understand that the coin you send in can matter, because funds in exchange considers flagged are more likely to trigger a hold. Swapping from clean, self-custodied coins reduces this risk considerably. Let's talk about spotting fakes and scams. Scammers copy popular swap sites at lookalike domains, so reach services through the official link, a directory, a bookmark, or the project's verified onion, not a random search ad. Be wary of too good rates because a rate far better than everyone else's bait, so compare a couple of services first. And if there's no refund address field, no support, and no history, just walk away. Some privacy habits apply no matter which service you choose. Connect over Tor so no service ties the swap to your IP. Use a fresh refund address and your own Monero address, never an exchange deposit address. And for the strongest, no custodian option of all, consider an atomic swap, where no service ever holds your coins. A swap's price isn't a single fee, it's a few things stacked together. The spread or margin is the main cost. Services make money on the gap between the market rate and what they give you, and it varies, so comparing drives it down. Then there are network fees. You pay the mining fee to send your coin in, and the service's outgoing Monero fee is usually baked into the rate. And the fixed rate premium. Locking a rate costs a touch more than floating because you're paying for certainty. The single best way to get a good deal is to compare. Check 2 or 3 services, or use an aggregator that does it for you before committing. Since the spread is the main cost, and it varies between providers, a quick comparison is the easiest money you'll ever save on a swap. Mind the coin you send from. Swapping from a low-fee chain like Litecoin can be cheaper than from Bitcoin during congestion, for the same end result. The Monero you receive is identical either way, so when you have a choice of input coins, the cheaper, less congested chain often wins. 2 more ways to get the best deal. Bigger swaps amortize fixed costs. Network fees are roughly the same whether you swap a little or a lot, so many tiny swaps cost proportionally more than one larger one, balanced against the test small first rule. And watch the rate timer. On a fixed rate, send promptly because if the window lapses you'll be requoted, possibly worse. Every service has a minimum, and if you send less it may be lost or require manual recovery. Most also have a maximum per swap. Always check both before sending, and make sure your amount, after your own wallet's network fee is deducted, still lands above the minimum. It's an easy detail to overlook and a frustrating one to fix. Let's run through the common pitfalls. Underpayment. If your wallet deducts its fee and the deposit arrives below the quoted amount, the swap may pause or refund, so send the exact requested amount. A late deposit on a fixed rate means the window expires and you get refunded or requoted, so use a fee that confirms in time. A floating rate surprise means the market moved while your coin confirmed and you got less, so prefer fixed unless you accept that. And a wrong or mistyped address is irreversible, so verify first and last characters every time and beware clipboard malware. If a swap gets stuck, don't panic. Keep your swap ID and your deposit transaction ID. Check the swap status page because many stuck swaps are just waiting on confirmations. If it genuinely failed, the service refunds to your refund address, which is the reason that field is never optional. And contact support with your ID if needed, because reputable services resolve these routinely. Here's the bottom line. Compare for a fair spread, send the exact amount within the rate window, always set a refund address, and test small on anything new. Do that and swapping is cheap, fast, and reliable. These few habits cover almost everything that separates a smooth swap from a costly one. Ask what a Monero is, and the honest answer surprises most people. There is no coin sitting on your computer, no token in an account, no balance ticking up and down. What you actually own is a set of unspent transaction outputs, usually just called outputs. Once this clicks, almost everything else about how Monero works falls into place. A bank account is a single number that the bank edits up and down. Monero does not work like that. It works more like physical cash in your wallet, a collection of separate notes and coins of different denominations. You do not have $73 as a number. You have a 50, a 20, and 3 ones that add up to it. Monero outputs are those notes. Each output is a discrete chunk of Monero of some amount, created by a past transaction and addressed to you. Your wallet balance is simply the sum of all your unspent outputs. There is no separate balance stored anywhere. Your wallet calculates it by adding up the notes in your pocket. Every time someone sends you Monero, the transaction creates a brand new output that belongs to you. Thanks to stealth addresses, that output is written to a fresh one-time address on the blockchain, so it cannot be linked back to your public address. The output carries an amount, hidden from everyone else by ring CT but known to you, and a one-time public key that only your wallet can recognize and later unlock. Here is the part that trips people up. You cannot spend part of an output. Just like you cannot tear a $20 note in half, an output is consumed entirely when you spend it. So your wallet selects one or more unspent outputs that add up to at least what you are sending plus the fee, then consumes them completely. When you spend, your wallet creates new outputs, one to the recipient and one back to you as change. Say you have a single 1 Monero output and want to send 0.3. Your wallet spends the whole output, sends 0.3 to the recipient, and creates a roughly 0.7 change output back to you, minus the tiny fee. That change is a fresh output at a new stealth address, which is why your address never seems to hold a stable balance. Outputs are also the literal ingredients of Monero's privacy. To hide which output is really being spent, ring signatures blend each of your real outputs with decoy outputs pulled from the chain. And because your balance is made of discrete outputs, advanced users can choose which ones to spend to avoid linking funds. That is the whole basis of coin control. Fees also depend on outputs. The more outputs a transaction uses as inputs, the more data it contains, and more data means a slightly larger fee. So consolidating many tiny outputs into one can cost a bit more upfront. We explore this further in the lesson on fees and dynamic block size. On a transparent chain like Bitcoin, your address is written directly into every transaction that pays you. Reuse that address, and anyone can scroll a block explorer to see your full balance and history. Even with fresh addresses, the public ledger still records exactly which address received which coins. Monero refuses to make that trade-off. Your real address is that long string starting with the number 4 that you learned about in public and private keys. The remarkable thing about Monero is that this address never appears on the blockchain at all. Nothing an observer can read links a payment back to it. When someone pays you, their wallet does not write your address into the transaction. Instead, it uses your 2 public keys to mathematically derive a brand new one-time address that exists only for that single payment, and the funds are sent there. Because the math involves a random number the sender picks, every payment lands at a different one-time address. Even 2 payments from the same person to you look completely unrelated on the chain. If your address never appears on the chain, how does your wallet know which outputs belong to you? This is where your private view key earns its keep. Your wallet scans each transaction and uses the view key to test whether a given one-time address was derived for you. When it finds a match, it can see the output. Finding an output is only half the story. To actually spend it, you also need your private spend key. That split between viewing and spending is exactly why a watch-only wallet can detect incoming funds without being able to move them. You can hand someone the power to audit your wallet without handing them the power to drain it. It is important to be precise. Stealth addresses hide the receiver. They break the link between a payment and your published address. They are not what hides the sender, and they are not what hides the amount. Those jobs belong to two companion technologies. Ring signatures conceal who spent the coins, and Ring CT conceals the amount. Together, the three give Monero privacy on every transaction by default. Because of stealth addresses, you can publish a single Monero address on a website, a donation page, or a business card and use it forever. No observer can total up how much you have received or link separate payments to one another. This is a big reason Monero is genuinely fungible. Since no coin can be traced back to your visible address, no coin carries a public history that makes it worth less than another. This also means there is no public explorer that can show your balance. You verify your own funds with your wallet and your keys, a theme we return to in checking your transactions. Stealth addresses are the receiver-side layer of privacy, working automatically on every single payment you receive. On a transparent blockchain, a transaction openly says this specific coin moved from here to there. Anyone can follow the chain of ownership backward and forward forever. That traceability is exactly what destroys fungibility and lets coins be blacklisted by their history. Monero breaks the trail at the moment of spending. When your wallet spends an output, it does not point at that one output alone. Instead, it gathers a group called a ring. The ring contains your real output, the coin you are actually spending, plus decoys, which are other genuine pre-existing outputs pulled from the blockchain and chosen to look plausible. A ring signature then proves mathematically that the signer owns one of the outputs in the ring, without revealing which one. To an outside observer, every member of the ring is an equally possible source. Your real spend is hidden in the crowd. Modern Monero uses a fixed ring size for every transaction, so all transactions look uniform and no one stands out by being different. A fair question: if nobody can tell which output was really spent, what stops you from spending the same coin twice? The answer is the key image. Each output, when spent, produces one unique key image that the network records. The math guarantees a given output can only ever generate the same key image, and the network rejects any transaction whose key image has appeared before. This is the clever balance. Monero prevents double spending without revealing which ring member was real. The key image is unlinkable to the specific output as far as outside observers are concerned, yet it is still unique. So the system stays honest while your privacy stays intact. Ring signatures are one of Monero's three privacy pillars, and they specifically protect the sender. Stealth addresses hide the receiver, ring signatures hide the sender, and ring CT hides the amount while proving the book's balance. Because all three apply automatically to every transaction, you do not opt into privacy on Monero. It is the default and only mode. Let us clear up a few myths. First, decoys are not fake coins. They are real outputs that already exist on the chain, which is what makes them convincing. Second, bigger rings are not always better. Larger rings add ambiguity but also bloat transactions, so Monero uses a sensible fixed size network-wide. And third, ring signatures do not hide the amount. That is Ring CT's job. On a transparent ledger, every transaction shows its value in plain sight. Combined with traceable senders and receivers, that lets anyone build a detailed financial profile from salaries to balances to spending patterns. Even after Monero hid the receiver and the sender, early versions still exposed amounts. Ring CT, activated network-wide in 2017, fixed that and became mandatory for all transactions. The core idea comes from confidential transactions, which replace the visible amount with a cryptographic commitment. Think of a commitment as a sealed envelope. It locks in a specific number so it cannot be changed later, but no one can read the number through the envelope. The amount is fixed and hidden at the same time. Here is the clever property. These commitments can be added together. The network can check that the sealed inputs equal the sealed outputs plus the fee, proving the transaction balances without ever opening any envelope. So validators confirm one simple vital fact: money in equals money out. No inflation, no coins conjured from nowhere, even though the actual figures stay hidden. There is a subtle trap. Because amounts are hidden, a cheater might try to commit to a negative amount to magically inflate the supply. Monero prevents this with range proofs, which prove each hidden amount falls within a valid non-negative range, without revealing the amount itself. They quietly close a loophole that hidden numbers would otherwise open. Monero uses an efficient form of range proof called bullet proofs, later improved to bullet proofs plus. When introduced, they dramatically shrank transaction sizes and the fees that go with them. This is part of why Monero transactions stay compact and cheap, a topic we expand on in fees and dynamic block size. With Ring CT in place, all three of Monero's privacy guarantees are active on every single transaction. Stealth addresses hide the receiver, Ring signatures hide the sender, and Ring CT hides the amount while proving the transaction balances. None of these is optional. There is no transparent mode to forget to turn on, which is a key reason Monero achieves genuine fungibility. If amounts are hidden from the public, how do you know what you have? Your wallet holds the secret values behind your own commitments, so it can decode and total exactly what you own. And if you ever need to prove a specific payment's amount to someone, like a merchant, you can share a targeted payment proof without exposing your whole wallet. Privacy is the default, and disclosure is a deliberate choice you control. Two myths are worth clearing up. First, hidden amounts do not mean Monero's supply cannot be audited. The total emission is still verifiable, and range proofs guarantee no transaction creates extra coins. Second, Ring CT does not hide the sender. That is the job of Ring signatures. Ring CT is strictly about amounts. Monero's three core technologies protect the contents of a transaction. Stealth addresses hide the receiver, Ring signatures hide the sender, and Ring CT hides the amount. But none of them hides where the transaction physically entered the network. That is a different layer entirely, and it needs its own defense. Transactions flood across the peer-to-peer network from node to node. A well-funded observer running many nodes could watch where a transaction first appears and which node spread it most aggressively, then guess that this node is close to or is the sender. Linking a transaction to an IP address is a serious de-anonymization risk, even when the on-chain data is perfectly private. Normally, a node that learns of a new transaction shouts it to all its peers at once, who shout to all of theirs, and so on. This diffusion spreads transactions quickly, but the symmetric, fast burst of traffic makes the origin node statistically easier to pinpoint by an adversary triangulating the timing of first appearances. Dandelion++ breaks propagation into two phases, named after the parts of a dandelion plant. In the stem phase, the transaction is passed quietly along a single random chain of nodes, one hop to the next like a stem. During this phase, it is not broadcast widely, so it is hard to tell where it began. Then comes the fluff phase. At a random point, one node switches to normal diffusion, and the transaction blooms outward to the whole network at once. By the time it fluffs into the open, it has already traveled an unknown number of stem hops away from its true origin. An observer who first sees it during the fluff phase sees a node that is almost certainly not the real sender. Dandelion++ specifically protects the moment of broadcast. It does not replace the on-chain protections, and it is not a substitute for hiding your IP from the node you connect to in the first place. Two complementary defenses go further. Running your own node so your wallet does not reveal your transactions to someone else's server, and routing your traffic over Tor so your real IP is hidden end-to-end. Think of privacy as a stack. The chain hides what the transaction says, Dandelion++ hides where it entered, and Tor hides who you are at the network level. Each layer covers a gap the others cannot. We dig into the bigger picture in network privacy with Tor and I2P. The good news is that Dandelion++ works automatically and invisibly. You do not configure anything, and every transaction you send already benefits from it. Your job is to layer the protections you control on top. Choose your node wisely and consider Tor, especially if hiding your network identity matters for your threat model. When you broadcast a transaction, it first sits in the mempool, the waiting room of unconfirmed transactions. A miner then includes it in the next block. The moment your transaction is in a block, it has one confirmation. Each new block mined on top of that adds another confirmation. More confirmations mean the transaction is buried deeper and exponentially harder to reverse. Monero produces a new block roughly every 2 minutes, so confirmations accumulate at a steady, predictable pace, about one every 2 minutes. That regular rhythm makes it easy to estimate how long any given wait will take. When you receive Monero, your wallet shows the balance but marks it as locked until the transaction has 10 confirmations. At roughly 2 minutes per block, that is about 20 minutes. Only after those 10 blocks can you spend the new output. It is a fixed waiting period applied to every output you receive. Why the wait? The lock protects the network against problems caused by rare chain reorganizations, when two miners briefly find blocks at the same time and the network settles on one. If you could immediately spend a freshly received output and its block got reorganized away, it could create messy, invalid chains of dependent transactions. The 10-block lock gives the chain time to firmly settle. This is a consensus rule, the same for everyone and not something you can disable. Most wallets display two figures. Balance is everything the wallet can see, including funds still locked. Unlocked balance is the portion that has cleared the 10-block lock and is actually spendable right now. If you try to send and your wallet complains about insufficient funds even though the total looks fine, the usual cause is that some money is still locked. The fix is simply to wait for the next few blocks. How many confirmations are enough depends on what is at stake. For small, low-risk payments, many merchants accept a transaction once it has its first confirmation, since reversing even one block is impractical for a casual attacker. If you want to spend the funds yourself, you must wait the full 10 blocks regardless, because that is when the output unlocks. And for large or high-value transfers, waiting the full 10 gives strong finality and matches the unlock time anyway. On transparent chains, people often paste a transaction ID into a public explorer to watch confirmations. With Monero, the amounts and parties are hidden, so a public explorer cannot reveal your balance or decode your payment. Instead, your own wallet is the authority. It tracks your incoming outputs, counts their confirmations, and unlocks them at block 10. If you need to prove a payment to a third party, you use a targeted payment proof rather than exposing everything. Many blockchains cap how much data fits in each block. When more people want to transact than the cap allows, transactions pile up and users must outbid each other on fees to get included. The result is unpredictable, sometimes painfully high costs, and it punishes ordinary users the most. Monero's designers saw this as a threat to everyday usability and chose a fundamentally different approach. Monero has no fixed block size limit. Instead, the maximum size of each block can grow or shrink over time based on recent demand. The network looks at a rolling window of recent blocks to establish a reference size, the median. If sustained demand pushes blocks above that median, the allowable size gradually increases. If demand falls, it contracts again. This means Monero can absorb surges without a hard wall that triggers fee spikes. Letting blocks grow without limit could be abused, since a miner might bloat blocks endlessly. Monero prevents this with a penalty mechanism. A miner is always allowed to produce a block up to the current median size with no penalty. If a miner chooses to exceed that median to fit more transactions, they pay a penalty deducted from their block reward, and the penalty grows steeply the more they exceed it. So growing the block is possible, but only worthwhile when there is genuine demand and enough fees to justify the cost. Within the median is the normal, comfortable operating zone with no penalty. Above the median is allowed, but the miner forfeits part of the reward, rising sharply with size. This elegant balance lets capacity expand for real need while discouraging wasteful bloat. When you send Monero, your wallet lets you choose a priority level which sets the fee you pay. Low or normal is the cheapest option, suitable for most payments when you are not in a rush. High or higher pays a larger fee, so miners include your transactions sooner during busier periods. In practice, because Monero block space adapts to demand, even normal priority usually confirms in the next block or two. Higher priority mainly helps when you want extra assurance of fast inclusion. Either way, the fee also depends on the size of your transaction in bytes, which is influenced by how many outputs you combine. That is a topic explored in managing outputs, where consolidating many small outputs can affect what you pay. Two design choices keep Monero transactions cheap. First, adaptive block size means space is rarely scarce, so there is little reason for fees to spike. Second, efficient cryptography, including improvements like bulletproofs plus introduced with Ring CT, shrank transaction sizes dramatically, and smaller transactions cost less. Together, these make Monero practical for real spending, not just large transfers. It starts in your wallet. You enter a recipient's address and an amount, and your wallet quietly does a lot of work. It selects which of your existing outputs to spend, gathers decoys and builds a ring signature so the real source is hidden, derives a one-time stealth address for the recipient, hides the amounts with Ring CT commitments and range proofs, and sets the fee based on your chosen priority and the transaction size. All of this happens locally in seconds. The finished transaction is private by construction. Sender, receiver, and amount are all concealed before it ever leaves your device. There is no privacy setting to remember and nothing to opt into. Every transaction is built this way by default, which is exactly what makes Monero coins interchangeable. Your wallet hands the transaction to a node, which announces it to the peer-to-peer network. Here Dandelion++ kicks in. The transaction is passed quietly along a random stem of nodes before blooming out to everyone, obscuring which node it originated from. If you run your own node or connect over Tor, your network privacy is stronger still. Now the transaction sits in the mempool, the pool of valid but unconfirmed transactions that every node shares. Nodes verify it. They check the ring signature as valid, the key image has not been seen before to prevent double spends, and the ring CT math balances. Only valid transactions stay in the pool, waiting to be picked up by a miner. About every 2 minutes, a miner finds a new block and includes transactions from the mempool. Thanks to Monero's dynamic block size, there is usually plenty of room, so your transaction is typically included quickly without a fee war. The moment it lands in a block, it has its first confirmation. Each subsequent block adds another confirmation, burying the transaction deeper and making reversal practically impossible. For the recipient, the new output is locked for 10 blocks, about 20 minutes. Once those 10 confirmations pass, the funds unlock and become fully spendable. The recipient's wallet detected the payment the moment it appeared, using their private view key to recognize the stealth output. How does each side confirm success without a public explorer revealing balances? The recipient's wallet shows the incoming payment and counts confirmations. The sender can generate a payment proof to demonstrate they paid a specific amount without exposing their wallet. Disclosure is always opt-in and targeted, the opposite of a transparent chain where everything is exposed by default. Let us recap the whole journey. Build, the wallet assembles a private transaction. Broadcast, Dandelion++ spreads it while hiding the origin. Mempool, nodes verify validity and guard against double spends. Mined, a miner includes it, giving the first confirmation. Confirmed and unlocked, 10 blocks later the funds are spendable. And verified, each party confirms privately with their own keys and proofs. Because amounts and parties are hidden on the blockchain, only someone with the right keys can decode your transactions, and that someone is you. Your wallet holds those keys, scans the blockchain, and reconstructs your real financial picture. When you want to know whether a payment arrived, you simply open your wallet and watch the transaction appear, with no third-party website required. Your wallet is the everyday tool for all of this. It shows your balance and which portion is unlocked versus still locked. It lists incoming and outgoing transactions with their dates and amounts. And it shows the number of confirmations each transaction has accumulated, so you can watch a payment settle in real time. The same privacy that protects you also protects everyone else. Stealth addresses mean your address never appears on-chain. Ring signatures obscure senders and Ring CT hides amounts. Monero block explorers do exist, but they show only generic structure. Paste a transaction ID and you can see that it exists when it confirmed its fee and its ring size, but never who sent it, who received it, or how much. Sometimes you need more than just seeing a deposit. You want to verify a particular payment from a particular sender. When a sender creates a transaction, their wallet generates a one-time secret tied to it. The sender can share this transaction secret key along with the transaction ID and destination address, letting anyone confirm that this exact transaction paid that exact address that exact amount, without exposing either wallet. Your view key is the second precise tool. Because the private view key can see incoming funds, you can use it to prove and audit what your address has received. This is also exactly how a watch-only wallet works. These targeted methods are formalized as payment proofs, which we cover in their own lesson later in the course. When you look at our transaction, focus on a few key details. First, the direction, whether it was received or sent. Second, the amount, and for outgoing transactions, the fee you paid. Third, the confirmations, which show how settled it is. And finally, the transaction ID, a reference you can later pair with a TX key to prove the payment. Received funds unlock after 10 confirmations, which is roughly 20 minutes. So if a received amount shows up but you cannot spend it yet, it is simply still within that 10-block lock. Just wait a few blocks. Organizing many incoming payments becomes much easier with subaddresses and accounts, which let you label in separate streams of funds. A few habits make this smooth. Always verify in your own wallet, never on a website claiming to show Monero balances because it simply cannot. Keep the transaction ID for important payments so you can generate a proof later. Let confirmations build before treating a large payment as final. And choose your node consciously, since how you connect affects your privacy. Every Monero wallet starts with a primary address, the long one beginning with the digit 4. From the same seed, your wallet can generate any number of subaddresses, additional receiving addresses that all funnel into the same wallet. Subaddresses begin with the digit 8 instead, but from your side the money all lands in one place and one balance. Here is the crucial part. No outside observer can tell that two subaddresses belong to the same wallet, thanks to Monero's stealth address design. That unlinkability is a layer of privacy you get for free, simply by handing out a different address each time instead of reusing one. It costs nothing and asks nothing extra of you. There are two big reasons to use them: privacy and organization. For privacy, give a different subaddress to each person or purpose, so nobody can correlate your activity by reusing one public address. For bookkeeping, a unique subaddress per payer, invoice, or product makes it obvious where each payment came from, even though the funds pool into one balance. Best practice is a fresh subaddress for each new payment or contact. If subaddresses are like individual receiving slips, accounts are like folders that group them. Each account has its own set of subaddresses and its own sub-balance, all inside the same wallet and the same seed. For example, you might keep account 0 for personal spending, account 1 for side business or freelance income, and account 2 for donations or a shared project. Funds in different accounts are kept separate in the wallet's view, which helps you avoid accidentally mixing, say, business and personal money. But keep this in perspective. That separation is a convenience and organizational feature within your wallet. It is not a substitute for the deliberate privacy practices you will learn in the OPSEC material later on. When you send, your wallet draws on the available outputs in the relevant account. Spreading receipts across many subaddresses naturally creates multiple outputs, which connects to coin control and managing outputs. Combining many small outputs in one transaction can make it slightly larger and so cost a bit more in fees, but Monero's low fees keep this minor for everyday use. Keep it simple at first. Most people are fine using account 0 and generating a new subaddress for each person who pays them. Add accounts only when you actually need separation, like a side business where mixing funds is undesirable. Label everything, since wallets let you attach private labels that turn your transaction list into clear records. And do not over-engineer, because you cannot lose funds by using subaddresses. Subaddresses improve receiving privacy and tidiness, but they are not magic. They do not change the on-chain privacy you already get on every transaction, and they are not the right tool for hiding your network identity. That is what Tor and Node Choice handle, which we cover later. Think of subaddresses as the organizational layer sitting on top of Monero's built-in privacy. On a transparent chain, proof is trivial and total. Anyone can see everything all the time. Monero rejects that bargain. Because stealth addresses, ring signatures, and ring CT hide the parties and amounts, you need a deliberate mechanism to reveal just one fact to just one person. That is exactly what payment proofs provide: selective opt-in disclosure that you control. When your wallet builds a transaction, it generates a one-time transaction secret key, often called the TX key, tied to that specific transaction. To prove you sent a payment, you share three things: the transaction ID, the destination address you paid, and the transaction secret key. With these, any wallet can confirm that this exact transaction sent that exact amount to that exact address. The beauty of this is what stays hidden. The verifier confirms the payment without revealing your wallet, your balance, or any of your other transactions. This is the classic way a customer proves to a merchant that they really paid. One precise fact is disclosed, and the rest of your financial life remains completely private. Modern wallets streamline this into a few ready-made proof types you produce with a click. A TX proof proves a specific transaction paid a specific address a specific amount, ideal for showing a merchant you paid. A spend proof proves that you were the sender of a transaction without revealing the destination. And a reserve proof proves you control at least a certain amount of funds without revealing your full balance or moving anything. In practice, each proof is just a small text blob that you hand to the verifier. They paste it into their wallet's check function to validate it, and that is the whole process. Nothing about your wider wallet is exposed. It is a clean, self-contained way to settle a question without opening up the rest of your finances. For ongoing transparency rather than a one-off proof, you can share your private view key. It lets the holder see all incoming funds to your wallet but never spend them. This is the basis of a watch-only wallet, and it is perfect for accountants, charities proving donation receipts, or auditing. Just remember, it reveals your whole incoming history, so share it only deliberately. So how do you choose? If you need to prove you paid a merchant, use a TX proof with the transaction secret key, TX ID, and address. If you only need to prove you sent a transaction, use a spend proof. To show you hold at least a certain amount, use a reserve proof. And to audit all your incoming funds on an ongoing basis, share a view key, which is a bigger disclosure to choose carefully. One important warning: every proof is a disclosure. A TX key reveals one payment, while a view key reveals your whole incoming history. Share the minimum needed for the situation. And never hand over your spend key or seed phrase. Those are not proofs at all. They are total control of your funds, and giving them away means giving away your money. Before you can send anything, your wallet has to be synchronized, meaning caught up to the latest block so it knows your real spendable balance. Wallets show a status like synchronized along with the current block height when they are ready. Until then, let it catch up. Trying to pay before it is synced can show a stale balance or fail to build the transaction. How long syncing takes depends entirely on your setup. On an already synced node, it only scans for your transaction since you last opened it, usually seconds to a couple of minutes. A brand new wallet restored from your seed scans from its restore height to the tip, so set that height to roughly when the wallet was created. And running your own node for the first time can take several hours up to a day or two, but only once. The practical rule is simple. Open your wallet and let it finish syncing before you are standing at the checkout, not while the merchant waits. A minute of preparation at home saves an awkward delay at the register. Once your wallet shows it is synchronized, you have an accurate spendable balance, and you are ready to pay smoothly. Paying follows the same simple pattern almost everywhere. The merchant shows you a receiving address, usually as a QR code, often a fresh subaddress for the order. You scan it, enter or confirm the amount, and choose a priority. Your wallet builds and broadcasts the private transaction, and the merchant waits for the agreed confirmations before releasing the goods. Stealth addresses, ring signatures, and ring CT make it private automatically. Many online stores accept Monero directly or through a crypto payment processor. At checkout, you are typically shown an address and an amount, sometimes with a countdown timer reflecting the exchange rate. Pay the exact amount shown so the processor matches your payment to your order. Act before the timer expires since rate quotes are time-limited. And note, some integrations swap Monero to another currency for the merchant behind the scenes. In a physical shop, a Monero point-of-sale system displays a QR code on a screen or printout. You scan, send, and the terminal watches the network for your transaction. For small everyday purchases, many merchants accept a payment as soon as it appears with its first confirmation, since reversing even one block is impractical for a casual attacker. This keeps in-person payments fast, roughly the time to find the next block. How long to wait depends on the value and the merchant's risk tolerance. Low-value purchases are often accepted at the first confirmation, around 2 minutes. Higher-value items may have the merchant waiting for several confirmations for stronger finality. And remember, your own incoming outputs are locked for 10 blocks, about 20 minutes, before you can respend them, so do not try to pay with money that just arrived. A few habits keep payments effortless. Keep a little spendable balance ready so the 10-block lock never blocks you at checkout. Double-check the address after scanning by confirming the first and last characters match. Use a fresh subaddress per merchant where you can for cleaner records. And mind your network privacy by connecting over Tor or your own node, so your IP stays out of the picture. Low, predictable fees and built-in fungibility make spending pleasant. A node, the daemon called Monero D, does the heavy lifting your wallet depends on. It stores and validates the full blockchain, enforcing every consensus rule. It relays your transactions to the peer-to-peer network when you send. And it answers your wallet's queries about blocks so your wallet can find your funds. Your wallet stays separate, holding your keys and doing the private scanning itself. There are 2 ways to connect. With your own node, you run Monero D on your computer or a home server, download the full blockchain once, and your wallet talks only to your machine. With a remote node, your wallet connects to a node someone else operates, like a public community node or one bundled by a wallet app. Nothing to download, you are using their copy of the chain. This is the heart of the decision. When you use a remote node, that node sees your IP address unless you hide it, and the fact that your wallet is requesting data and broadcasting transactions. Importantly, it cannot see your balance, your keys, or decode your private transactions, because your wallet scans locally and stealth addresses and ring CT hide everything. But a malicious operator could still try to correlate your IP with what you broadcast. Running your own node removes that third party entirely. Nobody outside your machine learns your IP or sees your wallet's queries. This is the strongest option for network privacy because the sensitive network metadata never leaves your control. You verify the chain yourself and you leak nothing to anyone else, which is the cleanest privacy posture you can have. If you prefer the convenience of a remote node, you can sharply reduce the privacy downside. Connect over Tor so the node never learns your real IP. Use a node you trust, ideally one run by a reputable community member or yourself remotely. And remember, Dandelion++ already obscures which node a transaction originated from at the network level. These layers mean even remote node users keep strong privacy. Consider it based on your threat model and resources. If you want the best privacy and self-reliance, run your own node, verifying the chain yourself and leaking nothing. If you have limited storage or a phone-only setup, a remote node over Tor is reasonable and private enough for most people. For a middle ground, run your own node at home and connect your phone to it over Tor when away. Running a node also strengthens the whole network. Running a node sounds technical, but the official software does almost everything for you. Always download from the official site getmonero.org and verify the files against the published hashes. In the Monero GUI, choose Advanced Mode and pick Start a Local Node, and it launches Monero D and begins syncing for you. On a headless server, unpack the CLI download and run Monero D, optionally with Prune blockchain to keep a smaller copy that still validates everything. Plan for the disk and the wait. The initial sync downloads and verifies the entire history, so it can take several hours up to a couple of days, but this happens only once before the node keeps up automatically. A prune node needs roughly a third of the space of a full one. To point a separate wallet at your node, use 127.0.0.1 port 18081 on the same computer or the machine's local IP from another device. Your keys never leave the wallet. Monero's on-chain protections, the stealth addresses, ring signatures, and ring CT make the ledger private. But when your wallet connects to a node or broadcasts a transaction, the connection itself can reveal your IP address. An IP can point to your city, your internet provider, and with a subpoena, you. If someone links your IP to a transaction you broadcast, much of the on-chain privacy is undermined for that transaction. Tor, the Onion router, is a free network that bounces your traffic through several volunteer-run relays, encrypting it in layers like an onion. The destination, a Monero node for example, sees the connection coming from a Tor exit, not from your real IP. So the node never learns your real address, your provider sees only that you use Tor, and your queries are decoupled from your physical location. It is important to see Tor as one layer among several. Tor complements rather than replaces the on-chain protections and the Dandelion++ propagation that already obscures which node a transaction originated from. Together they form a layered defense, each one closing a different gap. No single layer does everything, which is exactly why combining them gives you genuinely strong privacy. There are several common setups, from simplest to most robust. The first is wallet over Tor to a remote node, where wallets like Feather and the official ones route their connection through Tor so your IP stays hidden. The second is connecting to an Onion node that publishes a .onion address, keeping your traffic inside Tor end-to-end. And the third is running your own node at home and reaching it over Tor when you are away. There are a few practical trade-offs. Tor is slower because bouncing through relays adds latency, so wallet sync and broadcasts take a bit longer, but for privacy that trade is usually worth it. Keep your software updated and use current wallet versions with built-in Tor support. And do not rely on Tor alone because it hides your IP but does not change your on-chain behavior, so combine it with good OPSEC habits. How far you go should follow your threat model. Casual users may be perfectly fine with wallet over Tor as a simple, meaningful step. High-risk users run their own node and route everything through Tor. The point is to match your effort to your actual need, rather than assuming everyone requires the maximum setup. Privacy is a spectrum and you choose where you sit on it. Tor is the most widely used option, but Monero also supports I2P through projects in the ecosystem, another anonymizing network with a similar goal of hiding your network identity. The broader landscape of these tools is covered in the Privacy Best Practices course. For most people starting out, simply enabling Tor in their wallet is the simplest meaningful step they can take. Think of Monero privacy as a stack of layers. On-chain stealth addresses, ring signatures, and ring CT hide the transaction's contents. At the propagation layer, Dandelion++ hides which node broadcasted. And at the network identity layer, Tor or I2P hides your IP from the node you use. Skip that last layer and a determined observer can still tie activity to your IP, which is why Tor is the natural finishing touch. Two separate things leak your network privacy, and this setup fixes both. Running your own node means no outside operator can see which outputs your wallet asks about or when you broadcast, because your wallet only ever talks to software on your own machine. Routing that node over Tor means the peer network sees a Tor circuit instead of your real address. Do only one and you solve half the problem. Do both and you are at the top of the privacy ladder. A node makes and receives connections, and Tor can cover both. The important direction is outbound. Your node dials out to other peers through Tor, so you sync and broadcast without exposing your address. This alone gives you the private setup. Optionally, you can also publish an onion address so other peers, or your own phone when you are away, can reach your node inside Tor, but that inbound part is not required for personal privacy. Conceptually, you do three things. First, install Tor, which gives you a local proxy. Second, start the Monero daemon so its outbound traffic goes through that Tor proxy, and add some onion peer nodes so it can sync entirely inside Tor. Third, point your wallet at your own node on localhost so it never contacts a remote server. The exact commands are in the official Monero user guides, and a good node appliance can automate much of this. Two quick checks save you from a false sense of privacy. Confirm your wallet is connected to your own node on localhost, not quietly falling back to a public node. And confirm the daemon is actually using Tor. Its peer connections should be onion addresses, and it should keep syncing even if you block the clear internet. BTC Pay Server is a self-hosted payment gateway, software you run on your own machine or a rented server. It generates invoices, shows customers a QR code to pay, watches the blockchain for the payment, and notifies your website when it confirms. Think of it as your own private Stripe for crypto, except you own every part of it. With the Monero integration, it accepts XMR straight into a wallet you control. Why self-host instead of using a processor? First, no middleman and no cut, because payments go directly to your wallet and nobody can withhold your money. Second, self-custody in the spirit of not your keys, not your coins, since a custodial processor can freeze or lose funds. Third, privacy, because no third party builds a profile of your sales. And fourth, censorship resistance, with no account that can be closed. You need three things. A server, either a small VPS or a home machine that is online whenever you want to accept payments. A Monero wallet for the store, where you typically supply the wallet's view key and primary address, so the server can watch for funds without holding spendability. And a Monero node, because BTC Pay runs Monero D so it can verify payments itself rather than trusting anyone. A deployment starts by installing BTC Pay Server. The common route is the official Docker deployment, which bundles BTC Pay and the Monero components together. You can self-host on your own server or use a one-click hosting option, but self-hosting keeps you fully in control. Once running, you enable Monero, and BTC Pay spins up a Monero node and wallet, downloading and syncing the blockchain, which takes a while the first time. Next, you connect your store wallet by adding your Monero view key and primary address. This lets BTC Pay detect payments without any ability to spend your funds. A nice benefit is that BTC Pay generates a fresh subaddress for each invoice it creates, which is great for privacy, since each order gets its own receiving address that nobody can link back to the others. Then you create a store and invoices. Plug BTC Pay into your website using its plugins for common platforms or its simple API, and it generates a Monero payment request for each order. Customers scan the QR code and pay in XMR, and once the payment hits the required confirmations, BTC Pay marks the invoice paid, with the funds going straight into your wallet. For the current steps, follow the official BTC Pay and Monero documentation. Security matters when you run a server. Keep spend keys off the server, giving BTC Pay only the view key it needs to watch for payments, so a compromised server cannot drain funds. Harden the server with a firewall, updates, and SSH keys, and ideally run the public-facing parts behind Tor. Back up your BTC Pay configuration and your store wallet seed, and sweep accumulated revenue to cold storage rather than leaving it on the hot wallet. Running BTC Pay server is the most sovereign way to accept Monero. Direct, private, censorship-resistant, and entirely yours. It takes more effort than a hosted processor, but you never give up custody or trust a middleman. If you are not ready to self-host yet, start by getting comfortable paying with Monero and running a node, then graduate to accepting it on your own server. A threat model is a structured answer to a few questions. What are you protecting, whether that's your balance, your history, or just your IP address? Who wants it, and what can that adversary actually do? And what happens if they succeed, and how much effort is it worth to stop them? The point is not paranoia, it's proportion. On a transparent chain like Bitcoin, anyone can read every amount and trace every coin forever. Monero flips the default, hiding senders, recipients, and amounts on-chain by design. That means many threats that dominate Bitcoin privacy planning simply do not apply. But Monero hides what happens on the chain, not what happens around it. Monero does not protect against everything. Your IP address when you broadcast a transaction, the KYC records an exchange holds, the metadata you leak in a chat with a seller, and malware on your device are all outside the protocol's reach. A good threat model is what tells you which of these matter for you. It helps to sort adversaries by capability, because each tier calls for different tools. The first tier is passive on-chain observers, anyone simply reading the blockchain. On a transparent chain they could learn a great deal, but Monero's base protocol already defeats most of what they could do. Network observers like your ISP or a node operator can see that an IP sent a transaction. You defeat them by hiding the network layer with Tor or I2P. Custodians and counterparties are different. Exchanges hold your KYC and sellers know your name, so you defeat them by limiting what you hand over in the first place. The most capable tier is endpoint attackers, meaning malware, phishing, or someone with physical access to your device. These don't break the cryptography at all, they go around it. You defeat them with good operational security and offline key storage, keeping your spend keys away from an internet-connected machine. Once you know your adversary, the tool selection almost writes itself. If you only fear casual on-chain snooping, default Monero use may be enough. If you fear network observation, you route through Tor. If you fear endpoint compromise of large holdings, you move to hardware and cold storage. The model also tells you what you can safely ignore. Refusing to defend against a nation-state when your real risk is a nosy roommate just wastes effort you could spend on the threat that's actually present. And your situation isn't fixed. Revisit your model whenever it changes, because a larger balance, a more sensitive use, or a new jurisdiction can all shift who you should worry about. Think of a Monero transaction as having two parts. The cryptographic part, with stealth addresses, ring signatures, and confidential amounts, is handled by the protocol and is genuinely strong. The delivery part is ordinary internet traffic. Your wallet connects to a node and hands it a signed transaction to relay, and that connection reveals your IP. This matters because an IP address is often a direct line to your identity through your ISP. An observer who sees that this IP submitted this transaction at this time has metadata. Monero's on-chain privacy was never designed to hide. Monero's own dandelion propagation helps obscure which node a transaction came from, but it complements hiding your IP rather than replacing it. Tor routes your traffic through a series of volunteer-run relays, each peeling away one layer of encryption, so the node you reach sees the address of a Tor exit, not your home IP. For Monero, this means you can submit and receive transactions without the node, which might be run by anyone learning where you are. There are two main approaches. Connecting your wallet over Tor lets you use a remote node without leaking your IP to it. Running your own node over Tor avoids trusting a third-party node at all while still hiding your network location. Monero ships with Tor-friendly tooling, and the official project documents recommended setups in its user guides. I2P, the Invisible Internet Project, is a peer-to-peer anonymizing network designed for traffic that stays inside the network rather than exiting to the regular internet. Monero supports it for node-to-node communication. In practice, Tor is the more common everyday choice because it is widely deployed and well documented, while I2P appeals to users wanting different design trade-offs. Both separate your real IP from your Monero activity. Using these tools is powerful but easy to get subtly wrong. You can leak around the tunnel if update checks go in the clear, so route the whole wallet's traffic. Tor hides your IP from a node, but a malicious node can still feed you bad data or log your transactions. And don't confuse the two layers, because Tor does nothing about the chain and Monero does nothing about your IP. Network privacy is one piece of a bigger picture. Even with your IP hidden, you can still give yourself away through timing, reused identifiers, and everyday habits. That's the metadata you leak, and it's the subject of an upcoming lesson. For now, remember that hiding the network layer fits into a broader threat model. If your threat model only includes casual on-chain observers, default Monero may suffice. But if you worry about your ISP, a hostile network, or anyone correlating your IP to your spending, hiding the network layer is one of the highest impact steps you can take, often more impactful than exotic on-chain maneuvers like churning. Metadata is everything that isn't the cryptographic core. On Monero, the data is hidden, so attackers shift to the context. There's network metadata like your IP and broadcast time, counterparty metadata like the name or address you gave a seller, identifier metadata like a reused address, and behavioral metadata, the patterns in timing and amounts that look like you. None of it appears in a block explorer, yet any of it can collapse your privacy. Monero generates a unique stealth address on-chain for every payment, so the addresses on the blockchain never repeat. The leak comes from your side. If you post one public address everywhere on a donation page, a forum signature, a dozen invoices, anyone who knows it's yours can link those payments. The fix is subaddresses, handing a fresh one to each contact so there's no shared label tying them together. Suppose you receive a swap, wait 2 minutes, and forward the exact same amount to a vendor. Even with hidden amounts, an observer who sees both ends of your activity may correlate them by timing alone. Adding deliberate variability, not draining a received output immediately, and using coin control to avoid suspicious combinations all reduce these tells. The goal is to make your behavior unremarkable rather than a fingerprint. The biggest metadata leak is often the conversation around the payment. A KYC exchange records your identity and links it to a withdrawal. A peer-to-peer seller learns whatever you tell them. A merchant gets a shipping address. None of this is fixed by better cryptography. Discipline means giving each counterparty the minimum they truly need, and treating every external party as a potential record keeper. Your tools leak too. A wallet that checks for updates in the clear, a clipboard manager that syncs to the cloud, screenshots of addresses, or browser history connecting your accounts can all reintroduce links. Keep your Monero activity on trusted software, route it through Tor or I2P, and be wary of anything that backs up or syncs your wallet data to a service you don't control. Let's gather the habits into a checklist. Use a fresh subaddress per contact instead of one public address everywhere. Hide your IP for every broadcast, not just some. And avoid forwarding a received amount instantly and unchanged, since that timing is one of the easiest correlations to spot. The checklist continues. Give counterparties the minimum identifying information they actually need. Remember that payment proofs reveal information to whoever you share them with, so don't share them more widely than necessary. And keep wallet software and backups off cloud services you don't control. Each item closes a channel the protocol never touched. Churning means spending an output back to your own wallet, creating a new transaction whose output you then control. Each such transaction draws decoys from the chain via ring signatures, so the new output is hidden in a fresh anonymity set. People do this hoping to add distance between a coin's origin and its eventual spend. The key word is hoping. Monero already hides the sender, receiver, and amount of every transaction. So the baseline privacy of a coin you simply hold and later spend is already very strong. Churning does not unlock a hidden tier of privacy that normal use lacks. It operates on the very same primitives everyone else's transactions use. Let's clear up the myths. The first is that you should churn everything, always, the more the better. In reality, extra self-transactions cost fees and, done carelessly, can create distinctive timing and behavior patterns that are themselves a fingerprint. More transactions is not automatically more privacy. A second myth says churning launders or cleans coins. But Monero coins are fungible to begin with no transparent history to scrub, so there is no cleanliness to change. A third myth claims churning hides your IP. It does nothing of the sort. Network exposure is a separate problem solved by Tor or I2P, not by self-spends. The last myth is that if you don't churn, you have no privacy. That simply false. Default Monero usage is private, and most users never need to churn at all. Churning is a situational tool, not a mandatory ritual you owe the network on every coin you touch. There are narrow, real scenarios where it adds value. If a specific observer knows the exact output you control, say a withdrawal, a KYC exchange logged against your identity, a self-spend moves you to a new output they can no longer point to. Patient, well-spaced churns also pull in fresh decoys over time, growing uncertainty about which output is yours and letting outputs age across the chain's history. Notice the pattern. Churning helps most when a specific adversary knows a specific output is yours. If your threat model justifies it, a few principles keep it from backfiring. Space transactions out rather than firing them back to back. Always route over the network privately and mind your outputs, because combining churned and unchurned ones can relink them. This is where coin control matters. And don't overthink it. There is no universal secure setup. The right precautions depend entirely on who you're defending against, which is why every OPSEC decision should trace back to your threat model. A hobbyist holding pocket money and an activist in a hostile jurisdiction need different discipline. Define the adversary first, then apply only the measures that address them, because over-securing against the wrong threat wastes effort and can create its own tells. The moment of acquisition is where identity most easily attaches to coins. Mind the source, because a KYC exchange permanently links your identity to what you withdraw, while a no KYC swap or cash trade does not. Give a unique subaddress to each sender so payments aren't trivially grouped. And hide your IP when receiving and syncing by connecting over Tor or I2P. Storage is where the largest, slowest-moving risk lives, so it deserves the strongest protection. Protect the seed above all, because your seed phrase is your money and anyone who reads it can spend everything. Store it offline and resist photographing or cloud syncing it. Adding a passphrase gives you an extra secret that isn't written with the words. For larger amounts, keep your holdings offline. A hardware wallet or cold storage workflow keeps spend keys away from an internet-connected machine. And you can audit without exposure. A watch-only wallet lets you check balances using only the view key, so a day-to-day device never has to touch the spend key at all. Spending is where on-chain privacy meets real-world metadata. Use coin control because combining outputs an observer can tie to different identities can relink them. Watch timing and amounts, since forwarding a received amount instantly and unchanged is a classic correlation tell. Limit what counterparties learn, give each only what they need, and verify payments with payment proofs rather than oversharing details. All of the above assumes the device itself is trustworthy. Malware, a keylogger, a malicious wallet download, or a phishing site can defeat every other precaution at once. Verify software you install, stay alert to phishing and scams, keep your system updated, and consider a dedicated machine for serious holdings. Physical security counts too, since a written seed in an unlocked drawer is a real attack surface. OPSEC fails when it relies on remembering to be careful in the moment. The fix is routine. A fixed way you receive, a fixed place your seed lives, a default of network privacy, and a habit of thinking about outputs before you spend. Consistency turns dozens of small decisions into muscle memory, which is exactly what holds up under pressure. Atomic means all or nothing. The swap is built so that the moment one party can claim their coins, the other party is mathematically able to claim theirs too. If anyone abandons the trade, built-in time-locked refunds return everyone's original coins. There is never a point where a stranger is simply holding your money and trusting you, or where you must trust them. This makes it the most private and trustless way to trade. There's no custodian, so no service can freeze your funds, demand enhanced verification, or get hacked with your coins inside. There's no account and no profile tying you to the trade. And refunds are built in, so if your counterparty disappears, the time lock gives your coins back. You lose a little time and network fees, not your funds. You don't need the math, but the shape helps. Using adapter signatures and time locks, the two sides each lock their coins on their own chains. One side locks Bitcoin, the other locks Monero. When you claim the Monero, the act of claiming reveals what the other side needs to claim the Bitcoin. If either side walks away before completing, after a timeout, both parties can refund. The trade completes fully or unwinds cleanly. An atomic swap network has two roles. Makers run software that holds liquidity and publicly advertises offers, saying, for example, "I'll give Monero for Bitcoin at this rate." Takers, that's you normally, browse those offers and take one. You don't need to run a maker to swap. You just take an existing offer. To do a swap as a taker, start with the software. The Monero Bitcoin Atomic Swap has a friendly desktop app called Unstoppable Swap, built on the open-source Comet project with a command line tool for advanced users. Download only from the official source and verify it. You'll need some Bitcoin to spend and your own Monero receive address. The app includes an internal Bitcoin wallet and routes over Tor for privacy. Next, pick an offer. The app shows a public list of makers with their rates, available liquidity, and reputation. So choose one with a fair rate, enough liquidity for your amount, and a good track record. Then fund the app's built-in Bitcoin wallet by sending in the Bitcoin you want to swap, wait for it to confirm, and enter your Monero receive address for the payout. Now start the swap and let it run. The protocol locks your Bitcoin and the maker's Monero, waits for confirmations on both sides, then redeems, with you claiming the Monero, which lets the maker claim the Bitcoin. This can take tens of minutes up to an hour, so keep the app running until it finishes. If anything goes wrong, after the time lock, the app lets you refund. Leaving a swap half-finished is the main way to get stuck. Be realistic about the trade-offs. It's slower and more technical than an instant swap. Your Bitcoin input is public on Bitcoin's chain, and you need a willing maker with liquidity for your amount. The privacy win is that no service handles or logs the trade, and your Monero side is private. Reach for an atomic swap when you want maximum sovereignty, and run it over Tor while verifying your software first. The first myth says Monero makes you completely anonymous. It hides senders, recipients, and amounts on the blockchain, and it does that very well. But anonymous on-chain is not anonymous everywhere. Your IP when broadcasting, the KYC records an exchange keeps, a shipping detail, and malware on your device all live outside the protocol. Real anonymity is the on-chain guarantees plus network privacy plus disciplined behavior. A second myth says you must churn constantly to be private. Because Monero is private by default, the coins sitting in your wallet are already protected by stealth addresses, ring signatures, and confidential amounts. Compulsive churning adds fees and can create distinctive timing patterns of its own. It has narrow, situational uses, mainly breaking a link an adversary specifically knows about, not a bonus you owe on every coin. A third myth claims dusting attacks can trace your Monero. On transparent chains, an attacker sends you a tiny dust amount and watches where it goes to cluster your addresses. But that attack relies on visible amounts and visible address links, neither of which Monero exposes. Because ownership and amounts are hidden, dust simply cannot be used to cluster your funds. A fourth myth says a watch-only wallet can be hacked to steal coins. A watch-only wallet holds only the view key, which can see incoming transactions but cannot spend anything, because spending requires the spend key. So a compromised watch-only setup leaks visibility, a real privacy concern, but it cannot move your funds. Confusing can see with can spend is one of the most common Monero misunderstandings. A fifth myth says Monero's privacy is the same as Bitcoin with a mixer. Bitcoin is transparent by default, so privacy there is opt-in, often expensive, and can stand out precisely because few people use it. Monero's privacy is mandatory and applies to every transaction, so there is no private subset to single out. Everyone shares the same protections, which strengthens fungibility. A sixth myth says using your own node hides your IP. Running your own node removes the need to trust a third-party node, which is genuinely valuable. But by itself, it does not hide your network location from peers. To conceal your IP, you still route over Tor or I2P. Node sovereignty and network privacy are two different benefits. The last myth says privacy tools mean you never have to think again. But no tool survives careless habits. Reusing one public address everywhere, forwarding amounts unchanged, oversharing with counterparties, or storing your seed in the cloud will leak information no matter how good the protocol is. Privacy is a practice, not a purchase, which is the whole point of operational security and avoiding metadata leaks. Notice the common thread. Most myths either treat Monero as omnipotent or treat it as helpless, and both ignore where the protocol's boundaries actually lie. Monero is extraordinarily strong inside the chain and silent outside it. Knowing exactly which is what separates effective privacy from cargo cult rituals. Every time you receive Monero, the network creates an output locked to your wallet, a specific amount you can later spend as a unit. Think of outputs like physical bills. If you hold a 20 and a 5, you have two separate notes, not a single blended blob. To pay someone 22, you hand over both notes and get change back. Your balance is simply the sum of all your unspent outputs. Coin control is the practice of deliberately choosing those outputs, rather than letting the wallet decide for you. A transaction consumes one or more of your outputs as inputs, sends the payment, and returns the remainder to you as a new change output. Each output keeps its own identity until you spend it, and that raw material is exactly what coin control operates on. Here is the privacy crux. When a transaction spends two or more of your outputs together as inputs, it reveals that those outputs share a common owner, namely you. Monero still hides the amounts and uses ring signatures to obscure which past output is really being spent. But the fact that several inputs were combined in one transaction does tell an observer they belong to the same wallet. Usually that linkage is harmless because nobody knows whose wallet it is. But suppose two of your outputs came from sources tied to different identities. Say one from a KYC exchange linked to your real name, and one you wanted to keep separate. Spend them together and you have just connected those two identities. Coin control is how you avoid linking things you meant to keep apart. Picture this. You receive an output from a KYC exchange linked to your name. Separately, you receive an output from a private no KYC swap. If you later make one payment that spends both outputs as inputs, the transaction shows they share an owner, quietly tying your private coins to your identified ones. With coin control, you spend from only one pocket at a time, keeping those worlds separate. Monero is private by default, so coin control is a refinement, not a rescue. Amounts are hidden by ring CT. Each incoming payment lands at a unique stealth address, and decoys cloud which output is genuinely spent. Coin control addresses the one thing those features do not, the linkage created by combining your own inputs. It matters most when specific outputs are tied to known identities. Coin control pairs naturally with how you organize a wallet using subaddresses and accounts, which keep different funds visually and logically distinct. It is also the foundation for several related practices, from managing your outputs to understanding dusting attacks and inspecting funds with a watch-only wallet. Each builds on the same idea of treating outputs as things you can choose between. Recall the one thing Monero's default privacy does not paper over. When a single transaction spends several of your outputs together as inputs, it reveals they share an owner. Everything in output management flows from minimizing the harm of that linkage. You are not fighting the protocol since amounts and recipients stay hidden. You are managing which of your own outputs end up associated with each other. The cleanest mental model is to treat distinct purposes as distinct pockets that you never casually mix. Separate by source, so KYC coins tied to your identity stay apart from privately acquired ones. Separate by purpose, giving savings, everyday spending, and business income their own pockets. And separate by counterparty, so funds from one relationship stay clear of another. Monero gives you a natural tool for this through accounts and subaddresses. Different accounts within one wallet act as separate balances, which makes it far easier to spend from a single pocket without reaching across into another. Decide your pockets before you receive funds, not after, and give each source or counterparty its own subaddress. The moment of real consequence is when a payment needs more than one output to cover the amount. If a vendor wants 30 XMR and your largest single output is 25, the wallet must combine outputs, and that combination is the link. So plan output sizes, holding useful amounts rather than many tiny fragments. And when you must combine outputs that already belong to the same identity or purpose, so you do not create a new cross-identity link. Every spend that does not use an output exactly produces a change output that returns to you. Change inherits the lineage of whatever you spent, so it stays within the same pocket, which is usually what you want. The thing to watch is that change accumulates. Over time, you can end up with many small change outputs. Consolidating them is convenient, but consolidation is the act of declaring they share an owner, so consolidate only outputs you are comfortable linking. Sometimes an output arrives that you would rather not entangle with your main funds, for instance a tiny unsolicited amount. The instinct to sweep it away can backfire if you bundle it with good outputs. Monero's hidden amounts in ownership already blunt the worst version of this, since stray outputs cannot cluster your funds the way they would on a transparent chain. The general rule is simple. When in doubt, isolate rather than merge. Here is a routine you can actually follow. Decide your pockets in advance and give each source its own subaddress. When spending, prefer a single output from one pocket, and if you must combine, stay within that pocket. Let change settle back into its own pocket and consolidate only on purpose. Finally, audit your outputs periodically using a watch-only wallet so you can review without any spend risk. On transparent blockchains, a dusting attack is a real and well-documented technique. An attacker sends tiny amounts of cryptocurrency, the dust, to thousands of addresses, then watches how that dust moves to cluster addresses together and unmask their owners. It is one of the clever ways analysts de-anonymize users of chains like Bitcoin. The attack exploits two properties of transparent ledgers. First, visible amounts, so the attacker can see the exact tiny amount they sent and recognize it later. Second, visible linkage, so when you spend, the chain shows which outputs were combined as inputs, revealing they share an owner. The attacker dusts your address, waits for you to spend that dust alongside your real coins, and concludes all those addresses belong to one person. Dust is essentially a tracking beacon. Dusting depends entirely on those two visibilities, and Monero hides both. Thanks to Ring CT, the value of any output is concealed, so an attacker cannot pick their distinctive dust amount back out of the chain. Every payment lands at a unique stealth address, so there is no reusable public address to dust or cluster. And Ring signatures mix your real input with decoys, so even spending does not cleanly reveal which prior output moved. Put it together, dust cannot cluster your funds on Monero the way it does on transparent chains, because the very signals the attack reads, recognizable amounts and reusable linkable addresses, simply are not exposed. This is a direct consequence of Monero's fungibility. If no coin can be visibly tracked, then no coin can be tagged, which is exactly what defangs the dusting technique. Resists is not the same as irrelevant, so be precise about the residual concerns. The linkage from combining inputs still exists. If you deliberately spend an unwanted output together with your other outputs, that transaction still reveals they share an owner, though without visible amounts the attacker learns far less. Unsolicited outputs are also a nuisance that can clutter your wallet. And dust is a reminder that surveillance shifts to metadata and the network layer. Here is the practical, low-stress guidance. Do not panic, because receiving a tiny unexpected output on Monero is not the tracing event it would be on a transparent chain. Isolate rather than merge, simply leaving a stray output alone instead of sweeping it into a payment. Use coin control to choose your inputs deliberately, and keep your pockets separate so a questionable output never sits with funds you want shielded. Multisig is described as M of n. There are n total keys, and any m of them must cooperate to authorize a spend. A 2 of 2 means both parties must agree and neither can spend alone. A 2 of 3 lets any 2 of 3 keys spend, which is popular because it survives the loss of one key while still preventing any single holder from acting alone. Larger setups like 3 of 5 suit boards and distributed custody. The appeal is that you eliminate the single point of failure. A thief who compromises one key still cannot spend. A keyholder who turns malicious still cannot act alone. And in fault-tolerant setups like 2 of 3, losing one key does not lock you out forever. You are trading a single fragile secret for shared, resilient control. Setting up multisig requires the participants to exchange information so their wallets can jointly derive a shared multisig address. Because Monero's privacy features are more involved than a transparent chains, this setup is an interactive multi-round process. Each participant generates and shares specific multisig data, and the wallets combine it to produce the single address everyone will fund. Spending is also collaborative. A transaction is constructed and then partially signed, with the partially signed data passed between the required signers until enough signatures have been collected. Only then is the fully signed transaction broadcast. Throughout, Monero's usual protections still apply, including stealth addresses, ring signatures, and hidden amounts, so multisig adds shared control without sacrificing on-chain privacy. Multisig shines in specific situations. Shared treasuries, where a project or group fund means no one person should control the money. High-value cold storage with redundancy, where a 2 of 3 keeps keys in different locations to protect against both theft and loss. Escrow-like arrangements, where a neutral third key can break ties between two trading parties. And inheritance structures, where distributing keys among trusted parties forms part of a plan. Multisig is powerful, but it is not free, and choosing it should follow from your threat model. Setup and signing involve coordination and extra steps, so more moving parts means more ways to make a mistake. Every key needs its own secure backup, and you must preserve the multi-sig wallet information, not just a single seed. In a 2 of 2, losing either key can lock the funds permanently, and coordination friction always slows you down. For an individual holding everyday amounts, a well-protected single-key wallet plus a passphrase is usually enough. For serious solo storage, a hardware or cold storage setup often delivers more security per unit of effort. Multisig shines specifically when control must be shared, or when you need redundancy against losing a single key. Match the tool to the problem rather than adopting it for its own sake. Recall that spending requires the spend key, while the view key only lets you see incoming funds. Cold storage is built on a simple insight. If the spend key never exists on an online device, an online attacker can never steal it. You move the sensitive operation, signing a transaction, to an isolated environment, and only the finished signed transaction ever touches the internet. A hardware wallet is a small dedicated device whose entire job is to hold your keys and sign transactions internally, never exposing the secret material to the computer it is plugged into. When you want to spend, the connected computer prepares the transaction, the device signs it on board, often with you confirming on its own screen, and only the signature comes back out. Keys are generated and stored on the device and do not leave it, so connecting to a malware-infected PC does not reveal them. You still hold a seed phrase for the device, which remains your ultimate backup, so protect it carefully. Monero supports hardware wallets through its official tooling. The result is a strong middle ground, convenient enough for regular use, yet the spend key stays sealed in dedicated hardware. Cold storage more broadly means keeping spend capability on a device that is never online. A common pattern pairs a cold offline wallet with a watch-only wallet online. The watch-only side holds only the view key, so you can monitor incoming payments and balances without any ability to spend. The cold wallet on an offline device holds the spend key. You create an unsigned transaction online, sign it offline, and bring the signed transaction back to broadcast. The key point of this air-gapped approach is that nothing secret crosses the gap. Only an unsigned transaction goes in and a signed one comes out, so the spend key stays offline the entire time. This gives you bank vault-style security for serious holdings, while still letting you watch the account day-to-day through the online watch-only wallet. Cold storage is a cost-benefit decision driven by your threat model and how much is at stake. For small, everyday spending money, a well-secured software wallet with a passphrase may be proportionate. For significant savings, a hardware wallet keeps keys offline with manageable friction. For large or long-term holdings, a full air-gapped workflow, possibly combined with multisig for redundancy, offers the strongest protection. Watch out for a few pitfalls. Never neglect the seed backup, since hardware fails and your offline seed is what actually recovers funds. Source devices from trustworthy channels and verify them on setup to avoid tampering. Remember that cold storage protects keys, not network privacy, so still broadcast over Tor or I2P when it matters. And do not over-engineer small amounts, which only adds risk of self-lockout without real benefit. A Monero wallet has 2 private keys with very different powers. The view key can detect and display incoming transactions to the wallet, letting you see funds arriving and read the balance. The spend key is what authorizes outgoing transactions, letting you move funds. The crucial point is that these are separate. Possessing the view key gives you visibility and nothing more, and that separation is what makes safe auditing possible. A watch-only wallet is created from your public address and your view key only, with the spend key deliberately left out. The result can scan the blockchain, recognize the payments meant for you since incoming funds land at stealth addresses the view key can identify, and report your balance and history. But because it has no spend key, it physically cannot send anything. Even if fully compromised, an attacker gains insight, not access to your coins. This is useful in several ways. You can monitor cold storage by pairing a watch-only wallet with an offline cold wallet, watching incoming funds online while the spend key never leaves the air-gapped device. You can hand the view key to an auditor or bookkeeper to verify income, confident they can never spend a thing. An organization can prove its receipts to a specific party, and day-to-day balance checks never expose the spend key. Here is the important nuance. The view key is a privacy credential, not just a convenience. Anyone you give it to can see all incoming transactions to that wallet, indefinitely. So while sharing it is safe for your funds, it is a meaningful disclosure of your financial activity. Treat handing out a view key as a deliberate privacy decision, not a casual one. So share a view key carefully. Give it only to parties you intend to grant full incoming visibility. Consider using a dedicated wallet or account for funds you may need audited, so you do not expose unrelated activity. And remember that view key disclosure cannot be undone for past transactions once someone has it. For proving a single payment rather than your whole history, a targeted payment proof is usually the better, more surgical tool. A subtle point: a view key reliably reveals incoming funds, but determining the precise spent or outgoing state of a wallet from the view key alone can be incomplete, since spending involves the spend key's activity. In practice, watch-only wallets are excellent for tracking what came in and the current balance. For full outgoing detail, you generally rely on the complete wallet, but for everyday monitoring, this limitation rarely matters. Putting it together, use a watch-only wallet to monitor cold storage without risk. Share a view key only when you intend to grant full incoming visibility, ideally on a dedicated account. Prefer a payment proof when you only need to demonstrate one transaction. And keep the core rule in mind: the view key sees and the spend key spends. They are never the same power. A private node only ever answers your own wallet. A public node accepts RPC connections from anyone, so other wallets can use it to broadcast transactions and read the blockchain. Public nodes are what let someone on a phone or a newcomer who has not synced yet use Monero at all. Why volunteer for this? More independent public nodes means fewer people funnel through a handful of big ones, which strengthens decentralization. Light and mobile wallets and brand new users rely on remote nodes until they can run their own. And a diverse, global set of nodes is much harder to block than just a few. Crucially, a node only ever sees public network data. Even as a public node operator, you cannot see users' balances, keys, or decode their private transactions. Stealth addresses and ring CT keep all of that hidden. What a public node can see is the IP address of whoever connects, which is exactly why offering a Tor endpoint matters. The key is to bind the RPC port to all interfaces and confirm the external bind, so your node listens for connections from outside, not just localhost. Always use restricted RPC, which exposes only the safe public subset of methods with no admin commands. The public node flag then advertises your restricted port to peers so wallets can discover it. Port 18089 is the community convention for a restricted public RPC port. Open your firewall for the P2P port 18080 so you relay for the network, and for your public RPC port 18089. Keep your private, unrestricted port 18081 bound to localhost only and closed to the internet. Exposing your node only on a ClearNet IP means every connecting wallet reveals its address to you, and your server's address is public. Adding a Tor onion endpoint fixes both. You add a hidden service in your Tor RC, restart Tor, and read your onion hostname to share it. You can also let your node make outbound connections over Tor and accept anonymous inbound, so it relays transactions privately. Run your node on hardware that is always on, like a home server or a VPS, and keep it synced. A systemd service restarts it automatically. A busy public node moves real data, so set the out-peers and in-peers limits if you need to cap bandwidth. And stay current by updating Monero D around network upgrades. To deliver maximum public utility, advertise your node. Submit both your ClearNet and Onion addresses to community node lists like monero.fail so wallets can find it. This is the step where your node actually starts helping people reach the network. Monero fees are dynamic and charged per byte of transaction data, not as a percentage of the amount you send. The network publishes a baseline fee per byte that adjusts with block space, and wallets pick a priority tier on top of it. The practical result is fees of a few cents in normal conditions, whether you send a tiny amount or 1,000 XMR. To read the current fee estimate directly from your node, you call the getFeeEstimate method over RPC. The response gives the fee per byte in atomic units, where 1 XMR equals 1 trillion atomic units. Your wallet does this math for you and shows the fee before you confirm, but now you know exactly where that number comes from. Every block pays a reward to the miner who finds it, and difficulty adjusts each block to keep block times near 2 minutes. You can read both by calling getInfo and getLastBlockHeader. The block header includes the reward and the difficulty, so you can watch the network adjust in real time. The block reward eventually settled at a permanent tail emission of 0.6 XMR per block. This keeps miners paid forever, long after the main emission curve tapered off. It also means the supply keeps growing, but only mildly and predictably, by a fixed amount every block. There is no fixed max supply number to look up like some coins have, because Monero's supply grows by 0.6 XMR every block. To see the current circulating supply, you query your node to some all Coinbase, or newly minted, outputs up to the current height. That total is the amount of XMR ever emitted. The supply is fully auditable from the chain itself, so you never have to take anyone's word for it. You don't need the command line for everyday checks. Your wallet shows the fee for any transaction before you send, and tells you the current block height as it syncs. Block explorers show live fees, block reward, difficulty, hash rate, and circulating supply at a glance, all in one place. Community explorers are listed in Monero's Blockchain Explorers directory. They include XMR Chain, the explorer the Kraken exchange points its users to, along with Explore Monero and XMR Scan. Where privacy matters most, you can host your own explorer with XMR blocks running against your own node. Most of the Monero blockchain size is old transaction data, specifically the ring signature data of historical transactions. A node needs that data to serve the full history to others, but it does not need all of it to verify that the chain is valid going forward. Pruning takes advantage of exactly that distinction. A prune node keeps all block headers, the full transaction graph, key images, and output data needed to validate new blocks and let your wallet find and spend funds. It discards roughly 7/8 of the bulky ring data for old transactions, keeping only the slice your node is responsible for. The net effect is a node about a third the size of a full one that still fully validates every block. It is important to be clear that a prune node is not a light or trust the server mode. Your prune node verifies the rules itself, enforcing full consensus just like an archival node. You get full validation and full privacy on a fraction of the disk space. A prune node is the right default for most people. Choose it if you want to run a personal node on limited disk and still get full validation and privacy, or to back a wallet, including over Tor, since wallets work perfectly against a prune node. It is also ideal if you just want a relay and help the network on a smaller machine. Choose a full archival node instead if you need to serve the complete blockchain to other nodes doing their initial sync, or to run a block explorer that displays full historical transaction detail. Some public node tools also expect all the data. You can still run a prune public node, just know that it serves prune data. For a new node from scratch, the easiest path is to add the prune blockchain flag and sync once, so you never download the data you do not need. In the Monero GUI, the same option appears as a prune blockchain checkbox, where you choose to run a local node. If you already have a full node, the bundled prune tool rewrites your existing database down to prune size with no resync required. A few things to keep in mind. Validation is unchanged, since a prune node enforces every consensus rule. Your money is unaffected because pruning only touches old, unrelated data, never your keys or outputs, which live in your wallet and not the node. Initial sync is faster too, since there is less to download and write. There is one catch worth knowing. You cannot unprune without resyncing. Going back to a full node means downloading the dropped data all over again. So decide based on your role before you commit, rather than switching back and forth. There are three broad kinds of Monero hardware. Node appliances are pre-built boxes that run a full node out of the box, often bundled with extras. Single-board computers, like a Raspberry Pi with an SSD, are set up by you to run a node around the clock. And hardware wallets are small signing devices that keep your private keys offline. Node appliances are pre-built boxes, such as Monero Nodo, that run a full Monero node the moment you switch them on. They often come bundled with a block explorer, a wallet, and even a point of sale for accepting payments. You plug it in, let it sync, and you are done. A single-board computer is the do-it-yourself route. Take a Raspberry Pi or a small mini PC, add an SSD, and set it up to run Monero D around the clock. It makes a cheap, low-power node that you control completely, and you learn how everything works along the way. Hardware wallets are small signing devices, such as a ledger or a Trezor, that keep your private keys offline. They sign transactions internally, so your keys never touch an internet-connected computer. Importantly, a hardware wallet does not store the blockchain, it only guards your keys. It is worth being clear that a node and a wallet do completely different things, so try not to confuse them. A node, whether an appliance or a Pi, holds the blockchain and talks to the network. It only ever handles public data and never touches your keys. A hardware wallet holds your keys and signs transactions and does not store the blockchain. Although they do different jobs, a node and a hardware wallet complement each other beautifully. A hardware wallet can connect through your own node. That way you protect your keys on the signing device, and at the same time you avoid trusting anyone else's node for your blockchain queries. So what do you actually need? For most people, nothing extra at first. A wallet app pointed at a node works fine. If you want full privacy and self-reliance, run your own node so no third party sees your wallet's queries. And if you are holding meaningful value, add a hardware wallet to keep your keys offline. If you want the turnkey experience, a node appliance gives you a working node, and often a merchant point of sale and Explorer with almost no setup at all. You pay a little more for that convenience, but you skip the assembly and configuration entirely. It is a popular choice for shops and for anyone who values their time. A node appliance is a small, self-contained computer, often a mini PC or a single-board computer in a case with a screen and storage. It ships preloaded with Monero software. Instead of installing an operating system, downloading Monero D and configuring it all, you simply power it on, let it sync the blockchain once, and you have a working full node on your network. The best-known example in the Monero community is Monero Nodo, an open-source node appliance. Beyond just running a full node, devices like it typically bundle several tools into one box. Because the design is open source, you can verify exactly what it runs. So what comes bundled in? You get a full Monero node that your own wallets can connect to. There is a built-in block explorer, so you can inspect the chain locally without leaking queries to a third party. And there is usually a wallet plus a small touchscreen for status and management. Many appliances add features aimed at merchants. There is often a point of sale for accepting Monero in a shop, and sometimes built-in atomic swaps that let you trade between Monero and Bitcoin. These extras turn the box into a small business hub, not just a node. The real point of an appliance is convenience without custody. It is your node and your data, just with the fiddly setup already done for you. And because the design is open source, you are not asked to trust a black box. You can verify what it runs for yourself. How does an appliance compare to building it yourself? An appliance like Monero Nodo is the fastest path to a real node, with polished extras like the Explorer, point of sale, and swaps. A do-it-yourself Raspberry Pi is cheaper and more flexible, and you learn how everything works but you do the setup. Both end up in the same place, a full node you control. A node appliance makes the most sense if you want a no-fuss, always-on node, if you run a business that accepts Monero and wants a tidy point of sale, or if you simply value your time over saving money on hardware. If you enjoy tinkering or want the cheapest route, building your own is the better fit. Let us start with the parts. You will want a Raspberry Pi 4 or 5 with at least 4 GB of RAM, though a mini PC works just as well. You need an SSD with room to spare, a reliable power supply, a case ideally with a fan or heatsink, and an Ethernet connection for stability. A micro SD card just for the operating system rounds things out. Here is the one rule people get wrong. The Monero blockchain is large and extremely write-heavy during sync. A micro SD card is far too slow for that and will wear out and fail. Always put the blockchain on an SSD, and you can boot the operating system from the SSD too. If you are tight on space, plan to run a prune node, which cuts the storage need to roughly a third while still fully validating. Step 1 is installing the operating system. Flash Raspberry Pi OS, the 64-bit version using the Raspberry Pi Imager. Enable SSH, set a strong password, boot it up, and then run a full system update so everything is current before you go further. Step 2 is installing Monero D itself. Download the official ARM64 Monero command line tools from getmonero.org and verify the hashes before you trust them. Unpack it and point the data directory at your SSD. It will then begin the initial sync, which can take a while the first time on a Pi. After that, it simply keeps up with new blocks. Step 3 makes the node reliable. Create a small systemd service for Monero D so it starts automatically on boot and restarts itself if it ever crashes. The official Monero user guides include a ready-made unit file you can adapt. Set it to run as a non-root user with the data directory on your SSD. Step 4 lets your other devices use the node. Bind the wallet RPC so your local network can reach it, using the restricted RPC option for safety. Note the Pi's local IP address, something like 192.168.150 and its port 18,081 because you will point your wallets there next lesson. Keep it on your own network and only expose it to the internet if you intend to run a public node. And that is it. For the price of a Pi and an SSD, you now have a private, always-on, fully validating Monero node. There are no monthly fees, and no third party sees your wallet's queries. You built it so you know exactly what it is doing. Every Monero wallet lets you choose which node it uses. To use your own, first find the node's local IP address and its wallet RPC port, which is 18,081. Then in your wallet settings, switch from the automatic or remote node over to a custom node and enter that address. Save it, let the wallet connect, and it now scans against your node so no third party sees its queries. This works the same way across wallets. The official desktop GUI, the command line wallet, and mobile wallets that allow a custom node all support it. The one requirement for your phone is that it sits on the same Wi-Fi network as the node, so they can reach each other. What about when you leave the house? Whatever you do, do not expose your node's port to the open internet. Instead, give it a Tor onion address and connect through Tor. Your wallet then reaches the node privately from anywhere, and your home IP address stays hidden. Setting this up is straightforward. Add a hidden service for the RPC port in your node's torrc configuration file, which maps an onion address to the local port. Then set your mobile wallet to use that .onion address over Tor, using something like Orbot. It is the same technique used to run a public node, just kept private to you. For the strongest setup, connect a hardware wallet through your own node. Your keys stay offline on the signing device, and your blockchain queries stay private on your own hardware. That gives you the best of both worlds, protecting both your keys and your privacy at once. A little maintenance keeps your node happy. Leave it on because a node that is always running stays synced and is ready whenever you are. Update Monero D around Monero's scheduled network upgrades so it keeps validating correctly. And watch your storage because the chain keeps growing. If disk space gets tight, you can switch to a prune node. It is worth checking the status occasionally. An appliance shows it right on the screen, while on a Pi you can run the Monero D status command. A quick glance confirms it is synced and connected, which is reassuring before you rely on it for a payment. Here is how a hardware wallet works. Your private keys are generated and kept on the device, and they never leave it. When you want to send Monero, your computer or phone builds the transaction and passes it to the device. The device shows the details on its own screen, you approve with a physical button, and it signs inside the device. The signed transaction comes back out, but the keys never do. This design is what makes a hardware wallet safer. Because the keys never touch an internet-connected computer, they stay protected even if that computer is compromised. It defeats malware that would otherwise quietly steal keys from a hot wallet sitting on your everyday machine. Several devices work with Monero. Ledger with the Nano S Plus and Nano X, and Trezor with the Model T and Safe series both support it. You use them through the official Monero GUI or command line wallet, and some third-party wallets too. The wallet talks to the device for signing while it scans the chain. A word of caution on buying one. Always buy direct from the manufacturer or an authorized reseller, and initialize the device yourself. Never use a device that arrives already set up, or one with a pre-filled seed, because that is a classic way for a thief to drain your funds later. Setup is short. Initialize the device and write down its recovery seed offline, because that seed is your ultimate backup and must be treated with great care. Enable the Monero app on the device. Then, in the Monero GUI, create a new wallet from a hardware device and follow the prompts. The wallet scans the blockchain while the device holds the keys. The two pieces of hardware solve different problems, and together they are powerful. Point your hardware wallet back to Monero wallet at your own node. Now your keys stay offline on the signing device, and your blockchain queries stay private on hardware you control. No third party sees either. This is the strongest practical self-custody setup for everyday Monero. A few things to keep in mind. A hardware wallet is not magic. The recovery seed still rules, so protect it as carefully as the device itself. Scanning the Monero chain on a hardware wallet can be slower than on a hot wallet, so be patient on the first sync. And for small spending amounts, a normal software wallet is fine. Reserve the hardware wallet for savings you want to keep offline. Mining serves two jobs at once. First, it processes transactions by bundling them into blocks and adding them to the blockchain. Second, it secures the network by making it extremely expensive to cheat or rewrite history. Miners compete to solve a hard puzzle, and whoever solves it first adds the next block and is rewarded with newly created XMR. The puzzle is essentially guesswork at enormous scale, with computers trying trillions of possibilities looking for a valid answer. This is called proof of work, because finding the answer proves that real computing effort was spent. That spent effort is exactly what makes attacking the network impractical, since rewriting the ledger would require outcomputing everyone else combined. Here is what sets Monero apart. Its mining algorithm is called RandomX, and it is deliberately designed to run efficiently on the general-purpose CPUs in laptops and desktops. It resists specialized ASIC machines in two ways at once. It executes random code inside a virtual machine, and it is memory hard, leaning on a large dataset of around 2 gigabytes that favors ordinary processors. Why does this matter? On many networks, mining became the domain of a few companies who could afford warehouses of custom hardware, concentrating power in few hands. By optimizing for the CPUs that billions of people already have, RandomX keeps mining accessible to ordinary individuals. The more independent miners there are, the harder the network is to capture or coerce. When you mine and a block reward is yours, the freshly minted XMR is paid directly to your own wallet address. There is no exchange, no swap, and no previous owner. This gives mined coins an exceptionally clean history and excellent privacy, because they enter circulation through you. Just make sure you have a wallet ready before you start. Each new block comes with a reward of new XMR. Monero's emission was designed so that, after the high emission early years, it settles into a permanent tail emission of about 0.6 XMR per block that continues forever. This is unusual and intentional. It guarantees that miners are always paid for securing the network, so security never depends solely on transaction fees. A few myths are worth clearing up. Mining is not free money because it consumes electricity and wears on hardware, so whether it pays off depends on your costs. It is not instant riches either, since a single computer rarely finds whole blocks quickly on its own. And it does not require special gear. Unlike Bitcoin, your CPU alone is enough to participate. Solo mining means your computer races against the entire network on its own to find a block. If your machine solves the puzzle first, you keep the whole block reward with no sharing. It is the purest form of mining and the best for decentralization, because you alone validate and add the block. The catch is probability. The combined power of the network is enormous, so a single CPU might go a very long time between blocks, with a long stretch of nothing and then a full block. The expected total over time can be fine, but the variance is high, and the payouts are lumpy and unpredictable. Solo mining rewards patience and suits those with serious hashing power or strong ideals. A mining pool combines the hash power of many miners, so the group finds blocks far more often. When the pool finds one, the reward is split among participants in proportion to the work each contributed. Instead of waiting ages for a rare big payout, you receive small, steady payments that smooth out the luck. The trade-off historically has been centralization. In a traditional pool, a central operator coordinates the work and often holds funds before distributing them. That concentrates some power and trust in the operator. And if a few large pools come to dominate, it can undermine the very decentralization that makes Monero strong. Monero has a remarkable option that blends steady payouts with decentralization, P2 pool. It is a decentralized pool with no central operator. Miners get the regular smooth payouts of pooled mining, but rewards are paid out directly, with no company in the middle holding your coins or dictating terms. For most home miners who care about Monero's principles, this is often the ideal middle ground. Let us compare. Solo gives the full reward when you win and maximum decentralization, but rare and unpredictable payouts. A traditional pool is steady and beginner-friendly, but introduces a central operator and some trust. P2 pool offers steady payouts and decentralization together, with coins going straight to your wallet and no operator in the middle, a great default for principled home miners. A few simple guidelines. If you have a single CPU and want results without waiting months, lean toward pooled mining, ideally P2 pool. If you command serious hash power, or you value contributing to decentralization above smooth income, solo mining is viable and admirable. Whatever you pick, your earnings should always flow to a wallet whose keys you control. Monero uses the random X algorithm, which is designed to run on ordinary computer processors rather than expensive specialized machines. That means yes, a normal laptop or desktop can mine, and any modern CPU works. More cores and more cache mine faster. A laptop is viable, though it earns less and runs harder than a desktop. You need three things: a computer with a CPU, electricity since mining uses power and makes heat, and your own Monero wallet address to receive the rewards. If you do not have a wallet yet, make one first. And be realistic, because one laptop earns a very small amount of XMR. People mine to support the network, to learn, or to slowly accumulate, not to get rich. How do you find out what you would earn? Start a miner and note its hash rate, for example 2000 hashes per second, which is how fast your CPU solves the puzzle. Then plug that number into a Monero mining calculator to estimate your daily XMR. Subtract your electricity cost to see whether it is worth it for you. There are two paths and both end the same way, with rewards arriving in your wallet. The official way uses the standard tools the Monero project documents, namely the Miner XM rig, which gives the most control with a little more setup. The easy way is a free app called Gupax that bundles everything and points you at P2 pool, paying you directly with no middleman. For the official route, always follow the authoritative guide on getmonero.org. The shape of it is this. Copy your primary wallet address and double-check it, then download the official Miner XM rig from its verified source and verify it, since antivirus may flag mining software. Choose solo or pool, configure XM rig with your address and pool details, then start it and watch the hash rate, leaving a thread or two free. If the official setup feels fiddly, Gupax is a free open-source app that does it for you, available from gupax.io. It bundles the Miner XM rig and P2 pool behind a simple click-to-start interface. As a beginner, you download and open Gupax, paste your Monero primary address, which starts with the number 4 and is not a sub-address, provide a node, then click Start on P2 pool and start on XM rig. P2 pool is great for beginners because it is a decentralized pool. You get steady pool-like payouts, but there is no pool operator taking a cut or holding your coins. Payouts go straight to your own wallet from the network, with a very low minimum. It is the most private, self-sovereign way to mine, and with Gupax there is no pool account to withdraw from. In both methods, the address you configure is where the XMR goes, so always use an address from a wallet you control, never an exchange deposit address. Mined coins arrive straight from the network with no prior owner, so they start with a clean history. For a long-running setup, consider a dedicated mining wallet and good habits for securing your seed. Recall the dilemma from the solo versus pool lesson. Solo mining is maximally decentralized, but pays out rarely and unpredictably. Traditional pools pay steadily but introduce a central operator who coordinates miners, often holds funds and concentrates power. If a handful of big pools dominate, they gain outsized influence over the network, the opposite of what Monero stands for. P2 pool was created to escape this trade-off. It offers steady payouts like a pool, but with no central operator and no custody of your coins. You enjoy the smooth, regular income of pooled mining while keeping the independence that solo miners value, all without trusting a company in the middle. P2 pool is, in effect, a decentralized pool built on its own peer-to-peer network of miners. Instead of a company running a server that everyone trusts, the participating miners coordinate among themselves to share work and rewards. There is no business in the middle to trust, to take a cut, or to shut down. When the pool earns a reward, your share is paid directly to your address by the network itself, so the pool never holds your coins. Because many miners combine effort, blocks are found regularly, smoothing the lumpy luck of solo mining into a steadier stream. And running P2 pool typically means running your own node, so you help validate and strengthen the network. P2 pool generally involves a few moving parts working together. You need a Monero node so you can validate the blockchain yourself, the P2 pool software that connects to the P2 pool peer network, and a CPU miner such as XM rig pointed at your local P2 pool instead of a traditional pool. You also need your own wallet address to receive the direct payouts. Running a node in P2 pool takes a bit more effort than joining a hosted pool, but it rewards you with self-reliance and stronger privacy. Always follow current official documentation, since setup details evolve over time. The extra work buys you genuine independence from any third party. P2 Pool is more than a convenience, it is a defense of Monero's core values. Every miner who chooses a decentralized pool over a dominant central one helps keep mining power spread out, making the network harder to censor, capture, or coerce. And since payouts arrive directly with no prior owner, your mined coins keep the clean history and fungibility that make Monero special. Profitability is simply your earnings minus your costs. On the earnings side sits the XMR you mine, which depends on your CPU's hash rate and the network's total mining power. On the cost side sits mainly electricity plus hardware wear. For most people, the single biggest variable is the price they pay per unit of electricity. Cheap electricity can make CPU mining worthwhile, sometimes even on hardware you already own. Expensive electricity can mean you spend more on power than the XMR is worth at current prices. Because the XMR price and network difficulty both change over time, profitability is never guaranteed. Many people mine for reasons beyond profit, so decide what success means for you before judging the numbers. Mining runs your CPU at full effort for long periods, which has physical effects. Your processor will run hot, so ensure good ventilation, keep dust down, and monitor temperatures. Sustained full load and heat can shorten hardware lifespan over time, though modern CPUs are built to handle heavy use. Cooling fans also spin up under load, which may matter in a living or working space. A sensible approach is to leave a thread or two free so your machine stays usable, keep an eye on temperatures, and avoid pushing aging hardware past what it can comfortably handle. These small habits protect your computer while still letting it contribute meaningful hash power to the network. Think about the practical setup. Will the computer run continuously or only when you are not using it? Continuous mining maximizes earnings but maximizes power use too. Some miners run only during off-peak hours or cold months when the extra heat is welcome. There is no single right answer, so match it to your space, budget, and tolerance for noise and warmth. Mining has a genuine privacy upside. Mined XMR arrives directly from the network with no prior owner and no purchase record, giving it an excellent history compared to KYC exchange buying. Running your own node, especially with P2 Pool, avoids leaking information to third-party servers. And like any internet activity, mining connections can reveal that you participate, so privacy-minded miners may route their traffic carefully. Here is one reassuring factor. Monero's tail emission of about 0.6 XMR per block continues forever, so block rewards never vanish. Mining will always offer some reward for securing the network, which underpins its long-term health. You are never mining toward a cliff where the incentive simply disappears. To custody something is to hold it and keep it safe. With self-custody, you hold the keys to your Monero, not a bank, not an exchange, not any company. Whoever controls the private keys controls the funds. So when your wallet holds your seed phrase and nobody else does, you have genuine, unmediated ownership. There is a phrase you will hear again and again here: not your keys, not your coins. When you leave Monero on an exchange, you do not actually hold any Monero. You hold a promise from that company to give it to you on request. The exchange controls the keys, while you control only an account balance in their database. That arrangement is called custodial. Custodial risk has nothing to do with Monero's technology. The company can be hacked and customer funds stolen. It can freeze or close your account or block a withdrawal. It can become insolvent and collapse, taking your balance with it. History is full of exchanges that failed and took users' funds down with them. Self-custody removes that entire category of risk. Self-custody is freedom, but freedom comes with responsibility. There is no forgot password link for a Monero wallet and no support desk that can reverse a mistake. If you lose your seed in your device, the funds are gone permanently. If someone steals your seed, they can drain your wallet from anywhere. And a transaction sent to the wrong address cannot be undone. This is not meant to scare you. Millions of people self-custody safely. It simply means you become your own bank, and a good bank takes security seriously. The right habits exist precisely to make this responsibility manageable, turning what sounds intimidating into a set of simple, repeatable routines. Monero exists to give people financial privacy and autonomy, money that works like cash and that no one can surveil or censor. Handing your Monero to a custodian undercuts much of that purpose, because the custodian sees your balance, your withdrawals, and your identity. Self-custody is what lets Monero's privacy properties actually protect you. Think of it as a spectrum. Custodial means an exchange or app holds the keys, convenient and recoverable by them, but you trust a third party and expose your activity. Non-custodial means you hold the keys, full control and privacy with no third-party risk, but you alone are responsible for backups. Many people acquire Monero on an exchange, then withdraw to self-custody for holding. Using a custodian briefly is fine, treating it as long-term storage is the risky part. Self-custody is a skill, and like any skill it gets easier with good habits. Back up your seed offline and verify it. Match your storage to the amount you hold. Stay skeptical of anyone asking for your keys or pressuring you with urgency. And plan ahead so a single accident cannot wipe you out. A good backup defends against 3 threats at once. Loss is when you misplace, discard, or forget where your only copy is. Theft is when someone finds your words and drains the wallet. And disaster is fire, flood, or simple decay destroying your backup. Many people defend against one and ignore the others, so the real goal is a plan that covers all 3. A handwritten paper backup is simple and effective when done carefully. Write all 25 words by hand, numbered and in order in clear handwriting, and double-check the spelling. Make sure the 25th checksum word is included. Use durable paper and ink and never type it, photograph it, or store it in the cloud. Paper's weakness is the physical world. It burns, soaks, and fades. That is why, for meaningful amounts, many people upgrade to metal. A metal backup stamps or engraves your words into steel or another fire and water-resistant material, surviving house fires and floods that would destroy paper. Whatever you make, verify the words are readable and correct once you finish. Storage location balances theft resistance against your own access. Choose somewhere private and secure, like a home safe, a hidden spot, or a safe deposit box. Consider geographic separation, since keeping a backup at a second trusted location protects against a single fire or burglary taking everything. Avoid obvious places and remember that each full copy can recover the wallet, so each one must be protected. One copy risks loss, but too many copies risk theft. A balanced approach is 2 well-protected copies kept in separate places. The more copies that exist, the more places an attacker might find one, so every copy must be genuinely secure. Quality of protection matters more than quantity. A few common mistakes catch people out. Going digital is the big one, because screenshots, password managers, cloud notes, and emails are all exposed to remote attackers, so keep the seed offline. Never store it alongside the device that runs your wallet, and never trust memory alone, since human memory is unreliable for 25 ordered words. Telling others puts you at risk too, and before you fund the wallet, restore the seed into a fresh wallet once to prove the backup actually works. If you worry that a discovered backup could be used immediately, you can add an optional secret passphrase, so the words alone are not enough to open the wallet. And because a backup only you can find dies with you, think about how loved ones could recover it responsibly. Both of these build on the idea that with self-custody, the responsibility and the control rests with you. A passphrase is an additional secret word or phrase you combine with your 25-word seed when restoring or opening a wallet. The crucial idea is that the seed plus a passphrase produces a completely different wallet, with a different set of keys and a different address than the seed alone. So your words no longer point to just one wallet. In other words, your 25 words now point to many possible wallets. There is one wallet with no passphrase, a different wallet with one phrase, another wallet with a different phrase, and so on. Each passphrase unlocks its own distinct wallet, all derived from the very same words. Because the passphrase is never written with the seed, an attacker who finds your seed backup still cannot reach your real funds. The words alone open an empty or decoy wallet, not your savings. You can keep a small amount in the seed-only wallet and your real balance behind a passphrase, so someone who pressures you sees only the small wallet. It adds something you know on top of something you have. The passphrase is unforgiving in a way the seed is not. There is no checksum and no recovery for it. Forget the passphrase, and even with the correct 25 words, the wrong or missing passphrase simply opens a different, empty wallet. Unlike the 25th checksum word in the seed, a mistyped passphrase gives no warning. Every space, capital, and symbol matters exactly. This means a passphrase doubles your responsibility. Now you must safeguard 2 secrets and ensure that both of them survive. Many beginners are better served by first mastering plain seed security before adding this extra layer on top. If you decide a passphrase is right for you, choose something memorable but strong, not a single common word, and not something a stranger could guess from knowing you. Back it up separately from the seed with the same offline care, so the two are not found together but neither is lost. Test the full restore seed plus passphrase into a fresh wallet before funding it. And be consistent, recording the precise spelling, spacing, and capitalization. Consider a passphrase if you hold larger amounts, worry about a backup being physically discovered, or want deniability. It pairs naturally with a hardware wallet. You may prefer to skip it if you are new, hold modest amounts, or worry about forgetting it. In that case, focus your energy on excellent seed storage and a clear recovery plan. One note of caution: a passphrase you alone know also complicates inheritance, since your heirs would need both the seed and the passphrase to recover anything at all. If no one else can reproduce both secrets, the funds are unreachable. Be sure to factor that into your inheritance planning. Here's the important framing. Because Monero's cryptography is so hard to break, attackers don't bother attacking it. They attack you instead. Almost every real-world loss comes from a scam rather than a hack, which means the most common threats are fake wallets, seed phishing, and support impersonation. Before the details, memorize one rule that stops most attacks. Never reveal your seed phrase, and never type it anywhere except your own wallet when you're restoring. No legitimate person, company, app, or support agent will ever need your 25 words. Anyone who asks is trying to rob you, and that single rule blocks the majority of scams instantly. A widespread scam is software that looks like a real Monero wallet but is built to steal. It might generate a seed the attacker already knows, quietly send your seed to them, or swap addresses when you send. To stay safe, download only from official sources like the Get Monero org downloads page and verify hashes or signatures when they are provided. Be wary of search engine ads and lookalike domains, and watch for App Store clones with slightly wrong names or very few reviews. Seed phishing tries to get you to enter your 25 words somewhere the attacker can read them, and it comes in many costumes. It might be a fake website claiming to validate, sync, or verify your wallet, a pop-up or email warning of a problem, or a fake migration or airdrop that asks you to import your seed to claim something. All of these are theft. Restoring a wallet happens locally in the app you installed, never on a web page, and never to prove ownership. Scammers also pose as helpful support staff, often appearing exactly when you're frustrated. They reach out first in comments, DM, forums, or chat groups after you mention a problem, which real support rarely does. Then they ask for your seed, your password, or remote access to fix your wallet. Treat unsolicited help with deep suspicion, find support yourself through official channels, and never share secrets or screen share your wallet with a stranger. A few other scams are worth recognizing. Fake giveaways promise to double whatever you send, but money sent is gone because Monero transactions are irreversible. Address swapping malware hijacks your clipboard and replaces a copied address with the attacker's, so always check the first and last characters before sending. Watch too for romance and investment opportunities that steer you toward sending crypto, and fake exchanges or swap sites that simply take your funds and vanish. It helps to keep a short checklist in mind and pause whenever you notice any of these. Anyone asking for your seed or password is always a scam. Urgency or fear, the act now or lose your funds pressure, is a manipulation tactic. Be suspicious of unsolicited help offering to fix, upgrade, or reward you, of returns that sound too good to be true, and of slightly wrong URLs, app names, or sender addresses. Most defenses really are just slowing down and staying skeptical. Keep your software updated, bookmark the official sites so you always reach the real one, and verify your downloads. Above all, never let urgency rush you into revealing a secret or sending funds. Scammers rely on haste, fear, and trust, not on breaking Monero. In Monero, your 25-word seed phrase is the complete backup of your wallet. From it, any compatible wallet can regenerate all your keys and rediscover your funds on the blockchain. You're not backing up coins or a file, you're backing up the seed that proves the coins are yours. That's why the seed, not the wallet app or its password, is what truly matters. A few things are not backups of your funds. Your wallet password only encrypts the local file, so it cannot recover anything. The wallet app itself does nothing on its own, because reinstalling it is useless without the seed. And a watch-only copy can see your funds but cannot spend them, so it cannot fully recover them either. Good backup practice comes down to a few habits. Record the 25 words by hand, numbered and in order offline. Keep at least 2 copies in separate, secure locations so they survive loss or disaster, and consider a metal backup for fire and water resistance. If you use a passphrase, back it up separately and record it exactly. And never store the seed digitally or in the cloud. Here's the step most people skip. An untested backup is really just a guess. The only way to know your backup works is to restore from it. Open a second, empty wallet and choose Restore from Seed. Enter your 25 words exactly as written, plus your passphrase if you use one, and confirm it produces the same primary address as your original. Do this before you store meaningful funds, because finding a copying error while the wallet is empty costs nothing. When you restore, the wallet rebuilds your keys from the seed, and then scans the blockchain to find the outputs that belong to you. This scan can take time, especially for older wallets. Setting a restore height, the block where your wallet first received funds, speeds things up by skipping earlier history. Recovery also needs a connection to the network, either your own node or a remote one. Once syncing completes, your full balance reappears because the funds were never in the app, they were always on the chain. There are several moments you might need to recover. Your phone or computer could be lost, stolen, or broken. A device might be wiped, or the wallet file could become corrupted. You may want to move to a different wallet app or set up a new device and have your funds available there. In every case, the seed plus your passphrase if you use one is all you need. That's the quiet power of self-custody. Restoring is also a moment that scammers exploit. Only ever enter your seed into a genuine wallet that you installed from an official source. Never type it into a website, and never into a so-called recovery tool that someone sends you. If you're about to restore somewhere unfamiliar, review the warning signs of phishing and scams first. With a traditional bank account, heirs can present a death certificate and the institution releases the funds. Monero has no such institution. Whoever holds the seed phrase controls the money, and no one else can recover it. On top of that, Monero is private by design, so your balance is not visible on the blockchain. Heirs may not even know how much exists or where to look. A good plan, therefore, has 2 jobs. First, it must make the funds recoverable by the right people, so they actually have the keys. Second, it must make the funds discoverable, so the right people even know the Monero is there. If your seed dies with you, then so does your Monero. Every inheritance plan walks a tightrope. Make access too easy, and you create a security hole today, because anyone who finds your instructions could steal your funds right now. Make access too hard, and your heirs may never recover anything. The goal is a plan that stays secure while you are alive, but becomes usable by trusted people when needed. And remember, none of this is legal advice. For significant amounts, consult a professional about your local laws. Good inheritance plans tend to share 3 elements. The first is a clear instruction document, explaining that you hold Monero, which wallet you use, and the steps to restore it. Assume the reader is a complete beginner. The second is access to the seed, and the passphrase if you use one, because these are the keys to everything. The third is a trusted person or legal process that delivers the materials at the right time. And keep it current. If you switch wallets or add a passphrase, update the document. If you use an optional passphrase, your heirs need both the seed and the passphrase. The words alone open a different, empty wallet. A passphrase you never recorded for inheritance is a common way that funds are accidentally lost forever. So decide deliberately how that second secret will reach your heirs. There are a few approaches worth weighing. You could keep sealed instructions with your estate documents, perhaps in a safe deposit box or with a lawyer released through your will. Just remember that wills can become public, so reference where the seed is rather than writing the seed into the will itself. You could split the secret, giving different trusted people different parts, so no one can act alone but together they can recover. Or you could prepare a guided in case of emergency packet. Whatever you choose, keep materials offline and away from cameras in the cloud. An inheritance plan must not become an attack surface while you are alive. Don't leave full, ready-to-use instructions somewhere easily found. Choose heirs and helpers you genuinely trust, and consider keeping the actual secret separate from the instructions until it is needed. And stay alert for scams aimed at helping with crypto inheritance. The same caution you would use against phishing applies here too. Finally, test the plan without risk. Ask yourself honestly, if you were gone tomorrow, could your chosen person find the materials and follow the steps? Where possible, walk a trusted heir through the process on an empty test wallet, without revealing your real seed, so they understand restoring before they ever need to. Monero's cryptography lives on the twisted Edwards curve ED 25519, the same curve used for ED DSA signatures. It is defined over a prime field whose modulus is 2 to the 255th power minus 19. We work inside its prime order subgroup, whose size is a fixed large prime that we call the group order L. Keeping that one group in mind is the key to everything that follows. Two kinds of objects matter, and keeping them straight is everything. Scalars are integers taken modulo the group order, and private keys are scalars. Points are elements of the curve group, and public keys are points. There is one fixed base point called G that generates the whole subgroup. Almost every formula in this course is just scalars and points being combined. You really only need two operations: adding 2 points together and scalar multiplication, which means adding a point to itself a scalar number of times, written x times g. Scalar multiplication is a one-way trapdoor. Given the scalar and the base point, you can compute the result easily, but recovering the scalar from the result is the elliptic curve discrete log problem, believed to be infeasible. That asymmetry is exactly what makes public key cryptography work. Monero, inheriting from CryptoNote, uses Kekkak, the original SHA-3 submission, to build two helpers you will see everywhere. The first is hash to scalar, written HS. It hashes some bytes and reduces the result modulo the group order to produce a scalar. The second is hash to point, written HP. It deterministically maps bytes or a point to a curve point whose discrete log nobody knows. That second helper is used later for key images and for a second commitment generator. A Monero account is built from two private scalars and their matching public points. The private spend key B gives the public spend key B by multiplying it with the base point. The private view key A gives the public view key the same way. By default, the view key is just the hash to scalar of the spend key, which is why your seed, which encodes the spend key, is enough to derive your entire account. This split of two keys is the source of Monero's view-only superpower. If you hand someone your private view key together with your public spend key, they can detect and decode your incoming funds, but they cannot spend them. Spending always requires the private spend key which you keep. That clean separation between watching and spending will matter again and again as we build up the privacy features. A standard address is not random text. It is a structured blob encoded in a CryptoNote variant of base 58, which packs 8-byte blocks into 11 characters each. The bytes are simply the network byte, then the public spend key, then the public view key, then a 4-byte Kekkak checksum. The network byte is why mainnet addresses begin with a 4, and the checksum catches typos. Decode an address and you can read both public points straight out of it. Your mnemonic encodes the 256-bit spend key as 24 words, where each word carries about 11 bits drawn from a list of 1626 words. The 25th word is a checksum derived from the first 24, so a mistyped seed is caught. From that one spend key, the wallet derives the view key, then both public points, recovering your whole identity from a single scalar. You publish your public view and spend keys. To pay you, the sender first generates a random transaction private key, a scalar called R, and publishes its public counterpart, R, which is R times the base point, stored in the transaction's extra field. The sender then computes a shared secret by hashing R times your public view key together with the output index. This is the Diffie-Hellman trick that both parties can reproduce, but nobody else can. The sender then forms the one-time output public key by taking the shared secret as a scalar, multiplying it by the base point, and adding your public spend key. That sum, called P, is what actually goes on the blockchain as the destination. It is unique to this single payment, it looks completely random, and an observer cannot link it back to your real public spend key. The reason this works is a small piece of algebra. The sender computes R times your public view key, and you compute your private view key times the published R. Because both equal the same product of two scalars times the base point, you arrive at the identical shared secret from opposite directions. Anyone watching has only the public points and cannot reconstruct it. That symmetry is the whole engine of stealth addresses. On your side, you scan each output's on-chain key together with the transaction's R, using your private view key. You recompute the same candidate key, and if it matches the output you are looking at, that output belongs to you. Notice that you found it using only the view key, with no spend key involved. This is exactly what a view-only wallet does when it detects incoming funds. To actually spend the output, you need its one-time private key, and that requires your private spend key. You compute it by taking the shared secret as a scalar and adding your private spend key, and the result is precisely the discrete log of the on-chain key P. So you and only you hold the private key behind that output. The view key cannot produce it because it lacks the spend key, which is why detection and spending stay cleanly separated. Subaddresses, the ones starting with 8, let you hand out unlimited unlinkable addresses from a single account. For a given account and index, the wallet derives a per subaddress spend key by adding a hashed offset to your public spend key, and a matching view key by multiplying that by your private view key. The sender then computes the published R against the subaddress spend key rather than the base point, so the math still closes. The wallet recognizes these outputs by pre-computing a table of its subaddress keys. Scanning once required the full one-time key computation for every output on the chain, which is a lot of expensive scalar multiplication. Since the version 15 upgrade in August 2022, each output also carries a 1-byte view tag, derived from the cheap shared secret. The wallet checks that single byte first and discards roughly 99.6% of non-matching outputs before doing any point arithmetic, dramatically cutting sync time. It leaks essentially nothing, since 1 byte collides for 1 in 256 outputs by design. To spend, your wallet picks your real output plus a set of decoys, which are other genuine outputs taken from the chain to form a ring. Monero fixes the ring size at 16 since the version 15 upgrade. Each ring member is a one-time public key, and exactly one of them at a secret position we call pi is yours, with a private key you derived from the stealth address math. A verifier must be convinced the signer knows some member's key while learning nothing about which one. A ring signature on its own would let you spend the same output again and again with different rings. The fix is the key image, which is your private key multiplied by the hashed point of your own output key. It is computed from the one secret only you hold, so it acts as a unique fingerprint for that output without revealing which output produced it. 3 properties make the key image work. It is deterministic and unique, since each output has exactly one valid key image. It is unlinkable, meaning the image itself reveals nothing about which output it came from. And it is one-time. Every node keeps a set of already spent key images, and any transaction whose key image is already in that set is rejected. That is the entire double spend defense, and it is why Monero needs no visible marker saying an output has been spent. The design evolved in stages. LSAG, the linkable spontaneous anonymous group signature, was the original crypto node idea. A ring signature made linkable through a key image so reuse is detectable, signing one key per ring. MLSAG, the multi-layer version, generalized ring members to vectors of keys, so a single signature could prove ownership of both the output key and the amount commitment at once. That became necessary when Ring CT arrived, and Monero used MLSAG from 2017. CLSAG, the concise version, has been live since October 2020. It proves the same 2 things as MLSAG, namely knowledge of the output private key and of the commitment's blinding factor, but it collapses them into a single ring instead of MLSAG 2-key matrix. The result is signatures about 25% smaller and about 20% faster to verify, with the same security. CLSAG is a Schnorr-style ring, and intuitively it forms a loop of challenges that must close on itself. You start at your secret index with a random non-C and compute a challenge that commits to the message. For every decoy index you pick a random response and derive the next challenge from it, the ring key and the key image walking around the ring. When you arrive back at your own index, you use your real private key to solve for your response so the final challenge matches the one you began with, and the ring closes. A verifier takes the published challenge seed, the responses, and the key image, recomputes the entire loop and checks that it closes. It closes only if the signer genuinely knew one real key, yet every response looks identically random, so the secret index stays completely hidden. The message being signed includes the transaction itself, binding the signature to this particular spend and to its key image. Because the decoys are indistinguishable from the real spend, and the signature reveals only that one member signed, an observer sees 16 equally likely candidates for every input. Combine that with hidden amounts and stealth addresses, and there is no sender, no receiver, and no amount left for anyone to follow. That is what makes the plausible deniability real rather than rhetorical. An amount is committed by forming a Pedersen commitment. You take the amount times a second generator called H, and add a random blinding factor times the usual base point. Here h is the hash to point of the base point, and crucially its discrete log with respect to the base point is unknown to everyone. The commitment called C packages the amount and a secret mask into a single curve point. Two properties make this commitment useful. Hiding means the random blinding factor makes the commitment reveal nothing about the amount, since any amount is equally consistent with a given commitment. Binding means that because nobody knows the discrete log relating the two generators, you cannot find a second amount and mask that open to the same commitment. Once you publish it, you are locked to one value. Pedersen commitments are additively homomorphic, meaning if you add two commitments you get a commitment to the sum of the amounts and the sum of the masks. So the network can check that a transaction balances without ever seeing an amount. The signer arranges the output masks so that the H components which carry the amounts exactly cancel between inputs, outputs, and the fee. What is left is just a known multiple of the base point. Proving that the leftover multiple of the base point opens to a zero amount is folded directly into the CLSAG signature. This is the second layer that CLSAG proves. If the amounts did not actually balance, the amount-bearing term would not vanish and verification would fail. The fee is published in the clear precisely so it can be included in the balance equation. So the books are checked in full while every amount stays hidden. The balance check has a fatal gap. All the arithmetic happens modulo the group order. A cheater could output a negative amount, which is really a huge value that wraps around, so the books still appear to balance while new coins are minted. To stop this, every output amount must be proven to lie in a sane range, between 0 and 2 to the 64th power, and it must be proven without revealing the amount. That is a zero-knowledge range proof. The original ring CT used Borromean range proofs, which were correct but huge, kilobytes per output. Bullet proofs introduced in October 2018 replaced them with a logarithmic size proof based on an inner product argument. It expresses the statement that an amount is in range as a claim about the bit decomposition of that amount, and proves it with a proof that grows only with the logarithm of the bit length. It also aggregates all of a transaction's outputs into a single object, cutting proof sizes by roughly 80% and fees with them. Bulletproofs Plus, part of the version 15 upgrade in August 2022, is a refinement that uses a weighted inner product argument. It produces slightly smaller proofs, and more importantly, meaningfully faster verification, which is exactly what nodes spend their time on. It keeps the same security model and, like the original, needs no trusted setup, which is a key advantage over snark-style systems. A modern Monero output therefore carries the one-time key, the amount commitment, an 8-byte encrypted amount that only the receiver can decrypt, and a view tag. The transaction carries one aggregated bulletproof plus covering all outputs, plus a CLSAG signature per input binding each key image. Verification means checking that each ring closes, that the commitments balance, and that the range proof holds. No amount, sender, or receiver is ever exposed, yet inflation is impossible. A transaction splits into two halves. The prefix is the part that gets hashed to form the transaction ID, and it holds the version, the unlocked time, the inputs, the outputs, and the extra field. The second half is the ring CT signatures and proofs. The version is 2 in the ring CT era, and the unlocked time is usually 0. Everything privacy-related lives in those two halves working together. Each input carries two things. First, the key image, which nodes check against their spent set to block double spends. Second, a list of key offsets, which are the ring members stored as compressed differences between global output indices, so 16 decoys cost only a few bytes. Notice what is absent: there is no from address and no amount. An input is literally just a key image and a ring of candidate outputs, with the real spend hidden among them. Each output is a tagged key carrying the one-time public key, derived from the stealth address math as the shared secret times the base point plus the recipient's public spend key, together with a 1-byte view tag for fast scanning. Notice the amount is not stored here either. It lives hidden over in the ring CT section as a commitment. The extra field is a free-form, length prefixed blob. Most importantly, it holds the transaction public key, or a vector of them for subaddress sends, so receivers can run their Diffie-Hellman scan. Historically, it could also carry an encrypted payment ID, but modern wallets use integrated or subaddresses instead, and dummy encrypted IDs are added so transactions look uniform. Anything unusual stuffed into the extra field is a fingerprinting risk, because here uniformity is a privacy feature. The ring CT section begins with a type telling you which variant is in use, which today means CL-SAG with bulletproofs plus, and the fee, which is published in the clear because the balance equation needs it. Then come the encrypted amounts, one 8-byte blob per output that the receiver decrypts with the shared secret, since the mask is derived deterministically and need not be stored. Then the output commitments themselves, the points that hide each amount. The section finishes with the proofs. There is one aggregated bulletproof plus covering every output's range, and one CL-SAG ring signature per input, each binding its key image and proving the commitment opening. Finally, there are pseudo-outputs, per input commitments that re-randomize the input amounts, so the balance equation can close cleanly across all inputs and outputs at once. Most transactions have exactly two outputs, and there is a reason. Spending consumes whole outputs, so there is almost always change coming back to yourself. The payee plus the change makes two. Wallets deliberately standardize on two outputs, so a payment and its change look like every other transaction. That uniformity, the same ring size, the same proof type, the same output count, is exactly what keeps the anonymity set strong. The transaction ID is a Kekak hash taken over the transaction, combining the prefix and proof hashes. It identifies the transaction publicly, so you can look it up on an explorer and see its structure, its ring size, its fee, and its timing. But you will never see an amount, a sender, or a receiver. That is the whole design landing at once in a single object. Since November 2019, Monero's proof of work is RandomX. Instead of hashing fixed data the way SHA-256 does, RandomX generates a random program and runs it inside a virtual machine, then hashes the result. The virtual machine uses integer and floating point instructions, branches, and a large memory buffer, which are exactly the things general-purpose CPUs are good at. Its resistance to specialized mining chips rests on two pillars that reinforce each other. First, random code execution. To compute the hash, you must run arbitrary random programs, which demands a flexible general-purpose execution unit, essentially a CPU, because a fixed function circuit cannot specialize for code it cannot predict. Second, memory hardness. Execution randomly accesses a roughly 2 GB dataset, so performance is bound by memory latency and bandwidth rather than raw compute. Neither pillar alone would be enough, but together they erase the efficiency edge a custom chip would normally have. RandomX derives a roughly 2 GB dataset, regenerated each epoch from a key tied to a recent block, for fast mode miners, or a smaller cache of about 256 megabytes for light mode verifiers. That large, frequently accessed memory makes the whole workload memory and latency bound. The asymmetry is deliberate. Verifying a share is cheap in light mode, while mining is expensive in fast mode, so nodes can validate blocks without holding the full dataset. A fixed function chip simply cannot meaningfully beat a CPU when the function it must compute is execute arbitrary random programs against gigabytes of RAM. Because beating a CPU would require integrating gigabytes of equally fast memory, the very constraint a CPU already lives with, the economic incentive to build a custom miner collapses. That is why anyone can mine on a laptop, and why hash power stays spread across everyday machines rather than concentrated in industrial farms. Monero targets a 2-minute block time and retargets its difficulty every single block, using a moving window of recent block times with the outliers discarded. Because the adjustment happens continuously and smooths out anomalies, sudden swings in hash rate are absorbed quickly, without the multi-week lurches in confirmation time that some other chains suffer. Monero has no fixed block size cap. Instead, each block has a weight, and the protocol tracks the median block weight over recent windows, a short-term window of 100 blocks and a long-term window of 100,000. Blocks may exceed the median, but doing so costs the miner a penalty that grows with the square of how far the weight overshoots the median. Small overflows are cheap and large ones are brutally expensive, so the block can grow to meet real demand but cannot be cheaply spammed enormous, and the long-term median caps how fast the typical size ratchets up. Because capacity is elastic, fees are computed per byte from network conditions rather than bid in a blind auction. The reference wallet derives a base fee per byte from the block reward and the median weight, then multiplies it by a priority tier from low up to highest. In normal conditions, this lands at a few cents regardless of the amount sent, and when demand spikes, the blocks grow within the penalty rules instead of fees exploding. The block reward followed a smooth emission curve until May 2022, when the main emission ended and a permanent tail emission of 0.6 Monero per block began. That tail started at roughly 0.9% annual inflation and trends towards zero as a percentage forever, guaranteeing miners are always paid to secure the chain even after fees alone would be too thin. It is a deliberate security choice, and the exact circulating supply remains auditable from the chain at any time. The full ED 25519 curve has an order equal to 8 times L, where L is the order of the large prime subgroup. That factor of 8 is the cofactor. Because of it, the group is not of prime order. It contains a small torsion subgroup of order 8 sitting alongside the part we actually want to use. A valid-looking, correctly encoded point can be one of three things. It can be a clean point in the prime order subgroup, which is what we want. It can be a prime order point with a torsion component added on. Or it can be a pure small order point. Encoding and decoding by themselves do not guarantee subgroup membership, so any protocol that assumes a decoded point must be prime order is potentially broken. The double-spend defense relies on each output having exactly one valid key image, computed as the private key times the hash to point of the output public key, with nodes keeping a set of spent images. The whole argument depends on uniqueness, but if you can add a torsion point of order dividing 8 to a key image and still pass verification, you get a different image the network has never seen, letting you spend the same output again. This is not hypothetical, it is exactly the class of bug Monero has had to patch. The fix is to reject any key image that is not in the prime order subgroup. A node multiplies the key image by L and checks that the result is the identity, which is equivalent to confirming it has no torsion component. Anyone touching transaction validation must preserve this check. The hash-to-point map is not just a hash that you reinterpret as a point, because most byte strings are not valid points. Monero uses a constant-time map, historically an alligator and Chalu van de Woestany-style construction, that takes a field element and deterministically produces a curve point on the curve. Two properties matter for contributors. First, the discrete log of the output with respect to the base point G must remain unknown, otherwise key images become linkable. Second, the map can land on a point that carries a torsion component, so downstream code must clear the cofactor by multiplying by 8 or validating subgroup membership wherever the protocol requires a prime order point. The cofactor bites in several places. Equality and linkability comparisons that should mean equal in the prime order group can be fooled by torsion, unless you reduce first. Multiplying by 8 is the standard way to clear a point into the prime order subgroup, but it also multiplies any intended value by 8, so you cannot sprinkle it blindly. You reduce only where the spec says to. Ristretto is a modern abstraction that removes the cofactor problem entirely by construction. Monero predates it and instead handles the cofactor explicitly in consensus code, which is exactly why these checks are load-bearing rather than optional. Here is the core problem. Empirically, people spend recently received outputs far more often than ancient ones. So the age of a real input follows a characteristic distribution that is heavily weighted toward recent outputs, not flat across all of history. Now suppose your wallet picked decoys uniformly at random over all outputs ever created. In most rings, the real input would be the only recent member sitting among 15 old decoys, a glaring outlier. An analyst who simply guesses the newest member would be right a large fraction of the time. Uniform decoys are a privacy disaster. The fix is to select decoys whose ages follow the same distribution as real spends, so the real output blends in. Monero models this with a gamma distribution fitted to observed spending behavior. It samples an age from that distribution, and then maps that age onto an actual output using the chain timeline of when outputs were created. Because output density varies over time, the algorithm cannot just pick an index directly. It converts a sampled age into a concrete output index using the distribution of outputs per block. The result is that picks are uniform within a given time bucket, but weighted across buckets by the gamma distribution, which is what makes the real spend statistically ordinary. Contributors must respect the spend lock. Outputs younger than the 10-block lock cannot be spent, and they must not be selected as decoys either. If decoys could be too young while the real one had to be old enough to spend, the real input would once again be distinguishable by its age. Determinism against fingerprinting also matters. The selector must match what other wallets do. A wallet with a different decoy distribution is itself fingerprintable, and that shrinks the effective anonymity set for everyone using the odd wallet, not just the user who runs it. Just using a bigger ring is not the whole answer. Ring size, currently 16, sets the maximum theoretical anonymity, but a bias selector collapses the effective set well below that. The protocol fixes ring size at consensus so every transaction looks identical, since uniformity is itself privacy, and the quality of the decoys then determines how close real privacy gets to the theoretical maximum. A contributor must defend against several heuristics. Newest output bias is the big one we covered. Common input heuristics mostly do not apply to Monero because inputs are not linkable, but timing and amount metadata around a transaction can still leak, and the selector cannot fix careless wallet behavior elsewhere. Finally, a key image or decoy correlated across a chain split can de-anonymize, which is historically relevant whenever a coin forks from Monero. For each input over a ring of n members at a secret index, CLSAG proves knowledge of two secrets at once. First, the output private key x, where the ring member public key equals x times the base point g, proving you own the output. Second, the blinding factor z of the difference between the output amount commitment and the input pseudo-out commitment, which proves the amounts balance and you can open them. MLSAG proved these two statements as a two-row matrix, essentially two parallel rings that shared one challenge. CLSAG contribution is to aggregate them into a single ring. That is what makes it roughly 25% smaller and about 20% faster to verify, with no loss of what is proven. CLSAG forms two per-ring aggregation coefficients, call them mu for the keys and mu for the commitments, by hashing the ring data with domain-separated prefixes. The hash inputs include all the public keys, all the commitments, the key image I, and auxiliary commitment key image D, and the pseudo-out. Here I is the private key times the hash-to point of the signing member, and D is the blinding factor times that same hash-to point. The signer then works in an aggregated key for each ring member, formed as the key coefficient times that member public key plus the commitment coefficient times its commitment difference. At the real index, the matching aggregated secret is the key coefficient times x plus the commitment coefficient times z. A single ring over these aggregated keys now binds both statements at once. The distinct prefixes, one ending in 0 and 1 in 1, are domain separation. They prevent an attacker from making the two coefficients collide, and they stop a hash from somewhere else in the protocol from being cross-used here. Reusing a hash across contexts is a classic way that signature schemes break. CLSAG is a Schnorr-style ring built on a per-round challenge hash with its own domain prefix. To sign at the secret index, you pick a random non-C alpha and compute the first challenge from commitments to alpha, namely alpha times g and alpha times the hash-to point of your member. That challenge is the one you hand to the next member around the ring. For every decoy index walking forward around the ring, you choose a random response and derive the next challenge from points reconstructed using that response: the current challenge, the aggregated key, and the key images. Concretely, the reconstructed points are the response times g minus the challenge times the aggregated key, and the response times the hash-to point minus the challenge times the aggregated key images. Each decoy looks just like a real signer because its response is random. Arriving back at the real index, you solve the single unknown response so the loop is consistent. The response equals alpha plus the real challenge times the aggregated secret, reduced modulo L. This is the only step that needs a private key, and it makes the ring close. The published signature is the starting challenge, all the responses, and the key images I and D. A verifier recomputes the whole loop and accepts only if it closes, while every response stays uniformly random so the real index is hidden. For each output commitment, which is the amount times one generator plus a blinding factor times another, we prove the amount lies in the range from 0 up to 2 to the 64, without revealing it. The trick is to express that range claim as statements about the bit decomposition of the amount. Each bit is 0 or 1, and the bits reconstruct the value. Those statements are then proven with an inner product relation whose proof size is logarithmic in the bit length, and multiple outputs are aggregated into one proof. The proof uses two scalar generators with an unknown relative discrete log, where one is the same generator used in the commitments, plus vectors of generators for the inner product argument. All of them are derived deterministically in a nothing-up-my-sleeve way, so there is no trusted setup anywhere in the system. The proof is made non-interactive with the Fiat-Shamir transform. Every verifier challenge is a hash of the transcript so far, meaning the statement and all prior prover messages. Contributors must hash exactly the right transcript. A missing element is a soundness hole that can let false proofs through, while an extra element silently breaks interoperability with everyone else. Original bullet proofs used an inner product argument that proves a plain inner product of two committed vectors, recursively having the vector length each round, which is what gives logarithmic size. Bullet proofs plus replaces this with a weighted inner product argument that proves a y-weighted inner product and folds the range proof blinding into the same recursion, removing a separate aggregation and commitment step. The net effect at the same security level and still with no trusted setup is smaller proofs with fewer group elements and faster verification. Faster verification is the dominant win because nodes verify far more proofs than they ever produce themselves. The big performance lever is batch verification. A node verifying many proofs does not check them one at a time. It takes a random linear combination of all the proof's verification equations, each weighted by a fresh random scalar, and checks the single combined multi-scalar multiplication. If any individual proof were invalid, the combined check fails with overwhelming probability, which turns many expensive checks into roughly one big multi-exponentiation, and is why initial block sync is feasible. Monero prices transactions by weight rather than raw bytes to reflect verification cost. Bullet proofs aggregate sublinearly, so a 2-output proof is not twice a 1-output proof. If weight were charged purely by serialized size, large aggregated proofs would be underpriced relative to the CPU they cost, so Monero applies a clawback. For transactions with many outputs, it adds back a weight term so the fee tracks actual verification cost. The audit checklist is short but load-bearing. Confirm the Fiat-Chamir transcript is exact and complete with no missing or extra terms. Confirm generators are derived deterministically and that malformed or non-canonical inputs are rejected. Confirm batch verification uses fresh randomness per proof because a fixed weight breaks soundness. And confirm the weight and clawback accounting matches real verification cost, or you risk a denial of service vector from cheap to make, expensive to verify transactions. Monero supports MAVEN multisig built on the same ring signature machinery by splitting and aggregating keys rather than bolting on a separate scheme. Each participant holds a key share, and the group effective spend key is an aggregation of those shares, arranged so the one-time output private key can only be reconstructed when M-signers cooperate. Setup needs multiple rounds of exchanging public key data. The NAVEN case needs one exchange round, while a general MAVEN needs more rounds to distribute the right combinations of shares. Contributors must get the round count and the exact data exchanged right, or the wallet silently produces a setup that is either unspendable or insecure. Signing is interactive. Partial signatures and the shared nonces are combined to produce a valid CL-SAG. Non-C handling is critical here. Reused or predictable nonces across signers leak key material, which is the same failure mode as single signature signing, except now there are more parties to coordinate and more ways to get it wrong. Because it reuses the on-chain format, a multisig transaction is indistinguishable from any other, so privacy is not reduced by using it. Subaddresses are supposed to be unlinkable. An observer or a payer should not be able to tell that two of your subaddresses belong to the same wallet. A Janus attack tries to break exactly that. An attacker who suspects two subaddresses are yours crafts a payment that mixes data from both, for example using one subaddress component while directing the transaction public key from the other. If your wallet recognizes the funds, that recognition confirms the two subaddresses share a wallet. The mitigation is a consistency check on receipt. Before treating an output as received, the wallet verifies that the transaction public key is consistent with the specific subaddress the output was sent to, an extra check tying the transaction key R to the receiving subaddress. If that check fails, the wallet does not acknowledge the funds, which denies the attacker the signal they were fishing for. Anyone implementing receive logic must include this check. The double spend defense is one output, one key image. The burning bug is the dual problem, two different on-chain outputs that share the same one-time public key. Because the key image depends only on that one-time key and your private key, both outputs produce the same key image. So once you spend one, the other becomes permanently unspendable or burned, even though the chain shows you received both amounts. How can two outputs share a one-time key? If someone sends multiple payments such that the one-time key collides, for instance by reusing the transaction key against your address, or by you receiving to the same derivation twice, The wallet might credit both amounts while only one is ever spendable. An attacker could exploit this to make you believe you received more than you can actually spend, which is dangerous against a merchant. The mitigation is for wallets to detect duplicate one-time keys and key images among received outputs, refuse to count the duplicates as independently spendable, and surface a warning. Contributors handling output scanning and balance computation must dedupe by one-time key rather than assuming uniqueness. Today's privacy rests on ring signatures with a fixed small ring, currently 16. That caps the anonymity set per input at 16 and forces the fragile decoy selection problem we covered earlier. The end game is to make the anonymity set the entire chain while keeping proofs small and verification fast. Full chain membership proofs change the claim. Instead of proving the real input is one of these 16, FCMP++ proves the real input is one of all outputs that have ever existed, without revealing which one. That eliminates decoy selection and the ring size debates in a single stroke, because the anonymity set becomes the whole chain. The mechanism is a curved tree, a Merkle tree-like structure whose nodes are elliptic curve commitments, built over the set of all outputs. A spender proves in zero knowledge a membership path from a leaf, which is their own output re-randomized up to a public root. Alongside the path they prove the usual spend authorization and a key image analog for linkability, which is what prevents double spends. Curved trees need a cycle of curves, meaning a second curve whose scalar field matches the base field of the first. That matching is what makes the recursive proofs efficient, since the arithmetic at one layer lines up cleanly with the next. There is still no trusted setup, and the proofs are designed to stay compact and batch verifiable. This is arguably the biggest privacy upgrade since Ring CT, which is why so much current cryptography and review effort goes into making it sound and performant. Seraphis is a redesigned transaction protocol, an abstraction layer for spend authorization and membership that is compatible with full-chain membership proofs. Its key structural improvement is a cleaner separation between membership, meaning which output is being spent hidden in a large set, and ownership or authorization, meaning that you are allowed to spend it. That separation makes it much easier to swap in FCMP-style proofs. Seraphis improves several things at once beyond membership. It offers much better multisig ergonomics and security than today's MLSAG and CLSAG-based scheme, addressing exactly the coordination and non-C fragility we saw earlier. And it provides better support for advanced key structures, which sets up the JAMTIS addressing scheme. JAMTIS is a new address and key hierarchy designed for Seraphis. It introduces more key tiers than today's simple view and spend split. For example, distinct keys for finding outputs, generating addresses, and spending. That structure enables safer delegation, because a third party can be given the ability to scan without any ability to link or spend. JAMTIS also targets faster scanning and stronger resistance to address linking attacks, which is a structural answer to issues like the Janus attack rather than a patched-on check. It supports payment-style identifiers and anonymous payments done right, and it enables light wallet scanning that does not hand over spend authority, which is a meaningful improvement for everyday usability and safety. The official software ships several programs that share a common foundation. The daemon, called Monero D, downloads and validates the whole blockchain and exposes the daemon RPC. The headless wallet service, Monero Wallet RPC, is the main integration tool for servers. There are also the command line wallet and the graphical wallet, which are great for testing and managing keys by hand, but they are not what you automate against in production. Underneath the wallet sits Wallet 2, the C++ wallet library inside the official software. Every wallet program is built on it. The headless wallet service, the command line wallet, and the graphical wallet are all thin layers over Wallet 2. It handles key management, scanning the chain for your outputs, and constructing transactions. A normal wallet scans the whole blockchain looking for outputs that belong to it, which is expensive for a phone. A light wallet server solves this. The user hands the server their view key, the server scans the chain on their behalf, and it returns just the outputs that belong to that wallet. The trade-off is privacy because the server can see your incoming transactions, but it can never spend since the spend key never leaves the client. Almost every real Monero product takes one of three shapes. The first is a full node paired with the headless wallet service, driven over JSON RPC, which is what merchants, payment processors, and exchanges use. The second is an embedded Wallet 2 compiled directly into your application. the way mobile wallets like Cake Wallet keep keys on the user's device. The third is a light wallet server with a view key, the lightweight option for mobile clients that should not scan the whole chain. Here is the detail that makes Monero approachable. Both the daemon RPC and the wallet RPC expose JSON RPC over HTTP. That means your integration code can be written in any language, whether that is Python, JavaScript, Go, or Rust. You send an HTTP request with a method name and parameters, and you get JSON back. You call methods like getBalance or transfer and react to the results, gluing components together rather than implementing a blockchain. To make this concrete, here is how well-known software lines up. The BTC Pay Monero plugin runs a full node plus the wallet service, watching for invoice payments. An exchange runs a daemon plus a hot wallet service for deposits and withdrawals, usually with cold storage behind it. Cake Wallet and Monero.com embed Wallet 2 in the mobile app, while my Monero uses a light wallet server and a view key so the phone never scans the full chain. The big takeaway is that the cryptography, the output scanning, and the ring signature construction all stay in the C++ core where they belong. Your job is simply to call methods and handle the responses. When you run the components yourself, you control the whole payment flow on infrastructure you trust, which is exactly what the rest of this course builds toward. The daemon has 3 jobs. First, it downloads and validates the blockchain, checking every block and transaction against consensus rules so it can independently confirm what is true. Second, it participates in the peer-to-peer network, gossiping new blocks and transactions with other nodes. Third, it exposes the daemon RPC, the HTTP interface your code calls to query chain state and detect payments. The first sync is the part that surprises people. The daemon must validate the entire chain from the very beginning, which takes anywhere from several hours to a couple of days depending on your disk and processor, and it consumes a large amount of space. A fast solid-state drive makes an enormous difference. As we will see, pruning cuts the storage requirement dramatically while keeping full validation intact. You can point a wallet at a public remote node for casual use, but for an integration that handles money, this is a mistake. A node you do not control can lie to you. It can report a fake block height or claim a transaction has more confirmations than it really does, which can be turned into a double spend against your service. The whole value of Monero is do not trust, verify, so for any integration, run your own node. The daemon RPC comes in 2 flavors. Unrestricted RPC is the admin interface on port 18081, and it exposes the full method set, including commands that can reconfigure the node. This is what your integration talks to, and you must bind it to localhost only. Restricted RPC on port 18089 exposes only a safe subset and is what you would offer to other people's wallets if you ran a public node. A typical integration node is launched with a handful of options. You bind the RPC to 127.0.0.1 on port 18081. The RPC login flag adds HTTP digest authentication, a sensible extra layer even on localhost. The ZMQ pub flag publishes new blocks and transactions over 0MQ, so your app can subscribe instead of polling. Other flags cap outgoing peers, disable UPnP on a server, and route traffic through Tor for privacy. Routing the daemon through Tor with the proxy flag hides your node's traffic and address from the peers it talks to. For an integration that must stay up, do not launch the daemon by hand. Run it as a systemd service so it starts on boot, restarts on crash, and logs cleanly. A small unit file with restart on failure and a dedicated Monero user is the standard production setup. Your application needs to know when something changes on chain, and there are 2 ways to find out. The simple way is polling, calling getInfo on a timer and looking for new blocks. It works but wastes cycles and adds latency. The better way is 0MQ. With the ZMQ pub flag enabled, the daemon pushes a notification the instant a new block or transaction appears, so your app can react immediately. For responsive payment detection, prefer ZMQ. This is critical. Do not credit any payment until your node is fully synced, because a half-synced node has not seen recent blocks. Call getInfo and compare height against target height. Once synced, target height reads 0 and height equals the network tip. Finally, a prune node discards roughly 2/3 of the old block data while still fully validating the chain, which saves a great deal of disk and is the right default for most integrations. The daemon exposes its functionality in 2 distinct ways, and this trips up newcomers constantly. The first is JSON RPC, a single endpoint where you send a body containing a method field naming the call you want. The second is the older set of other endpoints, each living at its own path, like getTransactions or sendRawTransaction. When you see a bare path, it is an other endpoint, and when you see a method name, it is JSON RPC. The single most useful JSON RPC call is getInfo. It returns the current height, the target height, the difficulty, the size of the transaction pool, the status, and whether the node is synchronized. You poll it to know whether your node is caught up and what the chain tip is. It is the first call most integrations make and the backbone of sync monitoring. Beyond getInfo, there are several workhorse methods. The block methods fetch a full block or just a header by height or for the current tip. The fee estimate method returns a per byte fee that you multiply by a transaction's weight, so payments are neither under nor overpriced. The output methods return public keys and the distribution of outputs, which feed ring and decoy selection when a wallet builds a transaction. There are also lighter calls like getHeight and syncInfo. A few other endpoints matter most for integrations. The getTransactions endpoint fetches one or more transactions by hash and optionally decodes them. The sendRawTransaction endpoint broadcasts a signed transaction blob to the network and is the broadcast step of any payment flow. The transaction pool endpoint shows the mempool, transactions that have been broadcast but not yet mined, which is useful for spotting incoming payments before confirmation. Another useful endpoint checks whether given key images have already been spent. Because Monero outputs are hidden, key images are how the network prevents double spends. This call lets you test whether something has been spent without revealing any amounts, which is exactly the kind of privacy-preserving check the protocol is built around. Here is the single most important mental model. The daemon RPC layer is for reading the chain and broadcasting already signed transactions. You do not build and sign transactions here by hand. Selecting decoys, computing ring signatures, building range proofs, and signing with your spend key is all the wallet's job, covered in the next lesson. The daemon never sees your private keys, which is exactly why it is safe to point a wallet at a node you do not personally run. Picture a service that accepts Monero. Its daemon interaction is small and well-defined. It polls getInfo on a timer to track sync status and chain height, so it knows how many confirmations a payment has. When it needs to send a payout, it calls getFeeEstimate to price the transaction correctly. After its wallet builds and signs that payout, the service broadcasts it. That is the whole daemon side story for most apps. Watch the chain estimate fees broadcast. Not every node will answer every call. A node in restricted mode, the default for public RPC, exposes only a safe subset of methods, enough to sync and broadcast but not enough to abuse the node. Your own unrestricted node, bound to localhost, exposes everything including administrative calls. Decide early which you rely on because it determines which methods are available. And keep the official daemon RPC documentation open, since field names change between releases. The wallet service is a wallet program that runs as a long-lived JSON RPC service instead of an interactive command line. You point at a daemon which holds the blockchain, and it manages one or more wallet files on disk, scanning for your transactions, tracking balances, and building and signing outgoing transactions. Your application speaks HTTP to it, and it speaks to the daemon. This separation means your business logic never has to understand Monero's cryptography. A typical invocation sets a few flags. The daemon address points at your node. The RPC bind port is where your app reaches the wallet, with 18083 being conventional. The wallet directory tells it where wallet files live, so methods like open wallet and create wallet resolve names relative to it. Always set an RPC login for digest authentication, and only disable it when the port is firewalled to localhost. Every method is a post to the single JSON RPC endpoint. One rule before any balances or transfers. All amounts in the API are in atomic units, also called piconero. 1 Monero equals 1 trillion atomic units, so half a Monero is 500 billion. Never pass a decimal Monero value to the API. Convert to atomic units first, and convert back only for display. Getting this wrong by a factor of a trillion is the classic integration bug. You manage wallet files through a small set of methods. The create method makes a brand new wallet, the open method loads an existing one, and the close method unloads it. To recover from a seed, you use the restore deterministic wallet method. To build a wallet from raw key material, such as a watch-only wallet from an address plus its view key, you use generate from keys and simply omit the spend key. Call the store method to flush state to disk, and the refresh method to scan for new blocks. A Monero wallet is organized into accounts, indexed by a major index, and each account contains subaddresses indexed by a minor index. This two-level structure is how exchanges segregate users and invoices. You assign each customer an account or each invoice a fresh subaddress, and payments are automatically bucketed by where they landed. You create accounts and addresses with the matching methods, list them, and attach human-readable labels. Because every subaddress is unlinkable on-chain, a fresh one per invoice is both good accounting and good privacy. The getBalance method returns two figures: the total balance the wallet has seen and the unlocked balance you can actually spend right now. The difference matters because incoming outputs are subject to the standard 10-block lock, so fresh funds sit in the balance but not the unlocked balance until they mature. Credit a deposit only when it is unlocked. For history, getTransfers returns lists keyed by category, including incoming, outgoing, pending, failed, and pool, while getTransfer by TZ inspects one transaction. To send, you call the transfer method with a destination's array of address and amount objects, plus a priority, and usually you request a transaction key so you have it for later proofs. If a transfer is too large to fit in one transaction, transfer split breaks it across several. A successful transfer returns the transaction hash, the fee, the amount, and the transaction key. To empty a wallet or account, you use sweep all, and the wallet computes fees automatically based on priority and size. A few helpers are worth knowing. The validate address method checks an address before you accept a withdrawal. The check transaction key method verifies a payment proof from a hash, address, and key. To detect new funds, the wallet auto refreshes on an interval, and you can force a scan with the refresh method. Most integrations simply poll getTransfers or getBalance on a schedule, while the daemon's ZMQ notifications give you lower latency. Either way, act only once funds are confirmed and unlocked. When a customer starts checkout, you generate a brand new subaddress for that invoice by calling createAddress on the wallet service. The call returns an address string and an address index. You store that index against the order in your database, then show the customer the subaddress as text and as a QR code. Every invoice gets its own unique receiving address. The point is that when funds later land on a subaddress, you know exactly which invoice was paid simply by looking at which subaddress received them. The address index maps straight back to your order. There is no ambiguity and no shared address. Before subaddresses, processors reused one integrated address with a distinct payment ID per customer, which was fragile and leaked metadata. Today, you just mint a fresh subaddress per invoice. The secure merchant model is to run a watch-only wallet on your payment server. A Monero wallet is controlled by two private keys. The view key lets you see incoming transactions and amounts, while the spend key lets you spend. A watch-only wallet is built from the primary address plus the view key only. You create one with generate from keys, supplying the address and view key but no spend key, so it can see everything and spend nothing. The security win here is enormous. Your internet-facing payment server holds only the view key. The spend key stays offline in cold storage or on a hardware device. If an attacker breaches your server, they can see your incoming payments, which is a minor privacy loss, but they cannot move a single coin. Compare this to a hot wallet with spendability, which a breach would drain instantly. With the watch-only wallet synced against a node, you detect payments by polling the wallet RPC. The workhorse is getTransfers with the incoming flag set to true, which returns all incoming transfers. For each one, you check the subaddress index to find the matching order, then compare the amount against what is owed. You can also call getTransfer by TZ if you already know a transaction hash. A payment first appears with 0 confirmations, meaning it is in the mempool broadcast but not yet mined. You decide how many confirmations to require before crediting an order, scaling with value. A coffee might be fine at 0, while a large order should wait several confirmations to be safe against reorgs. Separately, received funds are locked for 10 blocks, roughly 20 minutes, by consensus before they become spendable. That lock is about when you could spend, not when you should credit. All Monero amounts are expressed in atomic units, where 1 Monero equals 1 trillion of them. Always do your math in integers, never in floating point, to avoid rounding errors. When a transfer arrives, verify the exact amount against the invoice total and handle the edge cases. For an underpayment, you might credit partially or hold the invoice open for top-up. And for an overpayment, you credit the order and flag the excess for a refund or account credit. Because amounts are hidden on-chain by ring confidential transactions, only a wallet holding your view key can decrypt how much arrived. There is no public Explorer lookup that tells you an invoice was paid. The network just sees an output to a stealth address with a concealed value. This is precisely why the View Key Watch-only wallet is essential infrastructure, not an optional convenience. It is the only component that can confirm a payment. The workhorse method is transfer. You hand it a destinations array, where each entry is an object with an address and an amount given in atomic units. Always work in atomic units to avoid floating point errors, and note that a single call can pay many destinations at once, which is how you batch a whole round of withdrawals. Two parameters matter most. Priority ranges from default up to high, where a higher priority pays a higher fee, so miners include your transaction sooner. And setting get transaction key to true returns the transaction secret key, which you should store, because you will need it to generate a payment proof if a recipient ever disputes whether you paid. A successful call returns the transaction hash, the fee, and the amount sent. When a payout has so many destinations or input outputs that it will not fit in a single transaction, the call fails with the message that the transaction would be too large. The answer is to use the transfer split method instead. It takes the same parameters but automatically splits the payment across multiple transactions, returning arrays of hashes, fees, and keys rather than single values. Sometimes you do not want to send a specific amount, you want to move everything. The sweep all method sends the entire balance of an account or subaddress to a single destination address. This is the tool for consolidating scattered deposits, sweeping incoming funds to cold storage, and processing full balance withdrawals where a customer asks for all of it. There is also sweep dust, which gathers up tiny leftover outputs too small to be useful on their own. Monero spends whole outputs, the equivalent of Bitcoin's unspent transaction outputs, and you cannot spend half of one. When you send a payment, the wallet selects one or more input outputs whose combined value covers the amount plus the fee, and the remainder comes back to you as a brand new change output. You never manage this by hand, but it matters because your balance is made of discrete chunks, and a change output you just created is itself locked before you can spend it again. This is the single most common source of payout bugs. The getBalance method returns both a total balance and an unlocked balance, and only unlocked funds can be spent. Every newly received output, including the change from your own transactions, is locked for 10 blocks, roughly 20 minutes, before it becomes spendable. If you try to pay out using locked funds, the wallet says there is not enough unlocked money, even though the total looks sufficient. The fix is to maintain a float of already unlocked funds, so withdrawals can be served immediately. You do not set the fee directly. The wallet computes it from the daemon's fee estimate and the chosen priority. Critically, Monero fees are based on the transaction's weight and size, not a percentage of the amount sent. A transaction with many inputs costs more than one with few inputs, regardless of how much Monero moves. This is why consolidating outputs periodically keeps future payouts cheap, and why batching many withdrawals into one transaction is more efficient. Never keep an entire reserve in an online wallet. The standard architecture splits funds. A hot wallet runs on Monero Wallet RPC, holds only a limited float, and signs automatic payouts. The bulk of funds lives in cold storage, offline and out of reach of your servers. You periodically sweep accumulated deposits to a cold address and refill the hot wallet only as needed. If the hot wallet server is ever compromised, the attacker can only steal the small float, not the whole treasury. Real money is unforgiving, so engineer for failure. Record everything, persisting the transaction hash and key for every payout for both your audit trail and your proofs. Make payouts idempotent by tying each withdrawal to a unique internal ID and checking for a recorded hash before sending, so a retry after a timeout never double pays. Handle the known errors by waiting, switching to transfer split, or backing off. And remember that a returned hash means broadcast, not finality, so track confirmations before treating a payout as settled. On Monero, there is no public ledger of your balance. Outputs are sent to one-time stealth addresses, so the only way to discover which outputs are yours is to scan transactions with your private view key and test each one. That scan is cheap per output, but there are hundreds of millions of outputs on chain. A server does this comfortably, but a battery-powered phone does not. There are two real approaches to making it work on mobile. The first approach is to compile the official Monero C++ wallet library, called Wallet 2, directly into the app and let the phone do real scanning and validation on the device. Cake Wallet does exactly this, shipping bindings to the underlying Monero library, so the cryptography running on your phone is the same code the reference wallet uses. Monero.com, its sibling app, works the same way. Crucially, the app still does not store the blockchain. It syncs against a remote node, either one the user runs or a public one, pulling down blocks and scanning them locally with the view key. The node is just a data source. It cannot see your keys, cannot spend, and cannot lie to you about transactions, because your own wallet validates what it receives. This is trustless on the wallet side. The cost is the first sync, which is heavier on bandwidth, processor, and battery, especially when restoring an old seed. The second approach offloads the scanning entirely. A light wallet server holds the user's private view key and scans the chain on their behalf, then hands back just that user's outputs. Monero pioneered this model, and the open-source reference implementation is called Monero Light Wallet Server. The key insight is the split between viewing and spending. The server can find your incoming money because the view key is enough to scan, but it never receives your spend key. When you want to send funds, the client downloads the necessary outputs and decoys, builds and signs the transaction locally, and only the finished signed transaction goes back to the server to broadcast. The server sees your incoming amounts, but it cannot spend a cent. Both approaches rely on the same trick, the only difference is where it runs. Each transaction publishes a public key. You combine your private view key with it to derive a shared secret, then reconstruct the one-time public key the sender would have used if the output were yours. If it matches the output on chain, it is yours, and the same secret recovers the amount. Doing that full check on every output is expensive, so view tags help. A view tag is a 1-byte hint that lets a scanner skip an output that cannot be yours. And since a random output matches only about one time in 256, scanners discard the vast majority almost for free. A Monero-style server exposes a small, predictable set of endpoints. Login registers the account so the server begins scanning. GetAddress info returns balances and scan height, and GetAddress transactions returns history. GetUnspent outputs supplies the spendable outputs the client needs as inputs, while GetRandom outputs provides decoys to hide the real input. Import request kicks off a full rescan from an earlier height, and submit raw transaction relays the client's locally signed transaction. Notice that nothing in the API can move funds, because signing never happens on the server. So how do they compare? The embedded approach gives full validation and maximum trustlessness, since the phone verifies everything itself, at the cost of more bandwidth, processor use, and sync time, especially on a first restore. The light wallet server is fast and light because the server does the heavy scanning, but the trade-off is privacy, since it holds your view key and can see your incoming transactions and amounts. It still cannot spend and cannot steal because it never holds the spend key. Many wallets offer both, letting the user choose per their threat model. Whichever architecture you pick, the wallet app owns the same responsibilities. It generates or restores the 25-word mnemonic seed, derives the view and spend keys from it, and stores those keys in the platform's secure storage, the iOS keychain or the Android key store, ideally behind a PIN or biometric. It should let the user pick which node or server to connect to, so privacy-conscious users can point at their own infrastructure. Above all, the spend key must never leave the device. The single most important architectural decision is that your online payment server should run a watch-only wallet. A watch-only wallet holds the view key only, so it can see incoming payments and generate subaddresses, but it cannot spend. If your internet-facing server is breached, the attacker learns who paid you, but there is nothing to steal. Keep the spend key offline on a separate, locked-down signer, and sweep deposits to cold storage regularly so the online side never accumulates a tempting balance. Run your own daemon. A remote node you do not control can lie to you about how many confirmations a transaction has, about the chain height, or about whether it is even synced. For a payment processor, those lies translate directly into stolen goods, while your own node verifies everything itself. Bind Monero Wallet RPC to localhost and firewall it so nothing on the public internet can reach it. Require authentication so even local processes must present credentials. Run any exposed daemon port in restricted mode, and consider Tor for peer traffic to hide your server's address. Never credit an order until its payment has enough confirmations for the value at stake. A few dollars might need one or two, a large invoice considerably more. Crucially, a chain reorganization can drop a transaction you already saw, so a payment can unconfirm. Design your credit logic to handle this and be prepared to reverse provisional state if a transaction disappears. And remember the 10-block lock. Funds you receive are not spendable for roughly 20 minutes, so even if you credit a customer quickly, you cannot turn around and spend those exact outputs right away. Networks retry, processes restart, and webhooks fire twice, so your money handling code must be idempotent. Store the transaction hash for every deposit you credit and every withdrawal you send, and check whether you have already processed that hash before acting, so you never double credit or double send. Verify exact amounts in atomic units, comparing integers and never floating point, and confirm the received amount matches what the invoice expects. Handle underpayment and overpayment explicitly, deciding whether to hold, refund, or partially fulfill, rather than letting edge cases fall through. An integration is only as reliable as the daemon behind it, so build in monitoring and graceful degradation. Poll the getInfo method and compare the current height against the target height, and alert if your node falls behind, because a lagging node will miss or mistime payments. Expect busy responses and handle them by backing off and retrying rather than crashing. Call the store method to flush wallet state to disk so a restart does not lose track of what you have seen, and rate limit your RPC calls so you never overwhelm your own daemon. Treat keys as the crown jewels. Encrypt wallet files at rest, and protect and back up your seeds and spend keys offline. Never log secrets. View keys, spend keys, seeds, and RPC passwords should never end up in application logs or error reports. And rotate your RPC credentials periodically and immediately after any suspected exposure. The discipline here is simple, but it is what stands between you and a catastrophic loss. An integration naturally sees view key data and the mapping of subaddresses to users. That is a sensitive dataset that undermines the privacy your users came to Monero for if it leaks. Minimize what you store and how long you keep it, retaining only what you genuinely need to reconcile payments and pruning the rest. Avoid storing IP addresses alongside payment data, since correlating the two reconstructs exactly the surveillance Monero is meant to prevent. Keeping your users private is part of running the integration responsibly. Never debug payment logic with real money. Test on StageNet or testnet first, where the coins are free. The software is identical, and you can exercise confirmations, reorg edge cases, retries, and failure paths without risk. Only point your integration at mainnet once it behaves correctly against the test networks. This single habit will save you from the most expensive mistakes an integration can make. A payment processor turns a customer owing you Monero into you detecting that payment and notifying your store. Run your own node so you verify payments yourself, and start the wallet RPC with a view-only wallet that can see incoming funds but never move them. When a buyer checks out, call create address to mint a fresh subaddress for that invoice, so you can attribute each payment without reuse. Then poll get transfers to detect the payment, compare the amount in atomic units, and mark the invoice paid only after enough confirmations clear so a reorg cannot reverse the sale. The payment processor keeps its spend key entirely offline. On a schedule, the offline side of the operation signs a sweep all that moves accumulated revenue to a cold wallet, so the spend key never touches the internet-facing server. For crediting invoices, 10 confirmations is a common conservative threshold. This is the same hot and cold discipline you saw earlier, applied to an automated processor that can run unattended. An instant swap lets someone trade one coin for another with no account. Behind the simple send coin A, receive coin B experience sit three subsystems. A rate engine quotes a price, locks it for a short window, and decides the exact output amount. Deposit detection generates a fresh subaddress per order on the Monero leg and runs the equivalent watcher on the other chain. And payout uses transfer from a hot wallet to send Monero when the user is buying it, or releases the other coin once their Monero deposit lands. The hard parts of a swap are operational, not cryptographic. You need hot wallet liquidity management so the wallet you pay out from never runs dry, a hot and cold split that keeps most reserves offline, and sane confirmation thresholds before you release the other side. Always collect a refund address up front so an underpaid or expired order can be returned, and keep your payout idempotent so each order pays out exactly once, even if your detection loop sees the deposit twice. For the Monero to Bitcoin pair specifically, there is a trustless alternative that removes your custody risk entirely, called atomic swaps. They let two parties trade directly without either holding the other's funds, so there is no hot wallet and no liquidity desk to manage. The catch is that they only work for that one pair today, but where they apply, they sidestep the whole custody problem. A cake-style mobile wallet flips the perspective. Now you are the one giving users self-custody, and the defining constraint is that keys live on the device and never leave it. Most mobile wallets embed Monero's Wallet 2 library so the phone can build and verify transactions itself, or pair an on-device key store with a light wallet server that scans using only the view key. Generate the 25-word mnemonic on device and store the keys in secure platform storage. Let the user choose their own node, and build, sign, and broadcast every transaction locally. Notice how much these three products share. Every one of them rests on the same recurring pieces. Your own node so you verify rather than trust, a wallet engine that is the Wallet RPC for servers or embedded Wallet 2 for apps, and subaddresses for routing and attributing payments without reuse. They all rely on watch-only wallets plus hot and cold separation, on confirmations and reorg handling before treating money as final, on idempotency so detection and payout each happen exactly once, and on atomic units in all arithmetic. The authoritative references are the developer guides and the full RPC reference on the official Monero website, along with the source itself on GitHub, including the daemon and wallet code and the light wallet server project. Whatever you build, prototype on StageNet or testnet first, because you get the exact same RPC and behavior with coins that cost nothing, so you can break things freely before a single real Monero is at stake. Cryptography never uses unbounded integers. It works modulo a fixed prime, so values wrap around like a clock. This is called a finite field. Bitcoin's curve lives over a field of about 2 to the 256, Monero's over 2 to the 255 minus 19. Different primes, same idea, a closed world where arithmetic never overflows. Stack a field into a group with a generator G, and you get the engine of public key cryptography. Your private key is a secret number X. Your public key is X times G. Computing that is fast, but recovering X from it is the discrete logarithm problem, believed infeasible. That one-way asymmetry is the whole trick, and every elliptic curve coin stakes its security on it. A cryptographic hash shreds any input into a fixed fingerprint you cannot run backwards, and cannot force into a collision. Hashes are the connective tissue of every blockchain. They chain blocks, compress data into Merkle roots, derive keys, and crucially let you commit to a value without revealing it. Bitcoin uses SHA-256, while Ethereum and Monero use Kekkak. Combine the group and the hash and you can sign. Prove you know the private scalar behind a public point, bound to a specific transaction without revealing the scalar. Bitcoin and Ethereum use EXA. Monero uses an Edwards-style signature generalized into a ring. Same primitive, profoundly different privacy. Three properties make a function cryptographic. Preimage resistance means you cannot find the input from the output. Collision resistance means you cannot find any two inputs that hash equal. Because of the birthday bound, a 256-bit hash gives about 128 bits of collision security, which is why 256-bit outputs are standard. Bitcoin uses SHA-256 almost everywhere, usually applied twice to blunt length extension attacks. It hashes block headers for proof of work, builds the transaction Merkle root, and helps form addresses. Because SHA-256 is also the mining function, and it is simple and hardware-friendly, Bitcoin mining became in a sick arms race. Ethereum and Monero both use Kekkak, the sponge winner of the SHA-3 competition, but the original submission, not the slightly repadded final standard. People call it SHA-3, yet Kekkak 256 differs from SHA-3 256 for the same input. That padding distinction has tripped up many integrators. Monero's math lives on a curve, so plain hashing is not enough. It builds two maps on top of Kekkak. Hash to scalar reduces a digest modulo, the group order, to get a valid private scalar. Hash to point deterministically maps bytes to a curve point whose discrete log nobody knows. That second map is the secret behind key images and the second commitment generator, and a transparent chain never needs it. The deepest use of a hash is not integrity, it is commitment. Lock in a value now, reveal it later, prove you did not change it. A naive commitment is just the hash of the value with some randomness. Monero needs one you can also add together, so it upgrades to a Pedersen commitment on the curve, but the seed of the idea is exactly this hash commitment. An elliptic curve is the set of points satisfying an equation, plus a point at infinity that acts as zero. It has an addition law, and repeating addition gives scalar multiplication, x times g. Computing it is easy, reversing it is hard. A curve gives that hardness with much smaller keys than RSA, which is why blockchains adopted it. Both Bitcoin and Ethereum use SEC 256k1, a short Weierstrass curve y squared equals x cubed plus 7, over a 256-bit prime field. It is a Koblitz curve chosen partly for implementation speedups, and its parameters came from the SEC rather than NIST, giving it a clean reputation. That one curve underpins the two largest crypto ecosystems. Monero builds on ED 25519, the twisted Edwards form of curve 25519. It was engineered for different goals. A complete addition law that works for all points with no special cases, natural constant time implementation, and rigid, explainable constants. The trade-off it accepts is a cofactor of 8, so points can carry a small torsion component that Monero must validate against. The choice is not arbitrary. Monero needs more than signatures. It needs ring signatures, key images, and clean hash-to-point maps, all in constant time so they do not leak which ring member is real. ED 25519 complete addition law makes those privacy primitives far safer to build. Bitcoin picked a curve great for ordinary signatures. Monero picked one great for privacy. Zcash is a useful contrast because it needs two kinds of curves. Its transparent side uses SEC 256k1 like Bitcoin, but its shielded zero-knowledge proofs need pairing-friendly curves like BLS 12381 plus an in-circuit curve called jub-jub. Pairings enable its ZK snark but rest on extra assumptions. Monero pointedly avoids pairings in trusted setup. Every elliptic curve signature descends from the Schnorr protocol. The signer picks a random non-CK, publishes a commitment R equals K times G, derives a challenge by hashing R with the message, and answers S equals K plus E times X. A verifier checks an equation that only balances if the signer knew X, yet X never appears. Making the challenge a hash is the Fiat-Shamir transform. Bitcoin and Ethereum sign with EXA. It reaches the same goal as Schnorr but by a more convoluted route. It is fragile around the non-C. Reuse it or bias it and the private key can be solved for algebraically, which has drained real wallets. And it is inherently linkable, checked against one specific public key, so the whole network learns exactly which key signed. Monero's curve comes with ED-DSA, a clean Schnorr-style signature. It is deterministic, so no catastrophic non-C reuse, and it is fast in constant time. But plain ED-DSA has the same privacy problem. It proves the holder of public key P signed, naming P. If Monero stopped here, it would be as transparent as Bitcoin. Here is the pivotal idea. A ring signature proves I know the private key for one of these N public keys, but I will not tell you which. The signer weaves the real key in with decoys pulled from the chain, and the equation closes for the whole ring without singling anyone out. Monero's production version, CL-SAG, proves both key ownership and amount commitment ownership in one ring. Hiding which key sign creates a danger. If nobody knows which output you spent, what stops you spending it twice? The key image solves it. For your key P with private key X, the key image is X times hash-to-point of P. It is unique to that output, unforgeable and unlinkable to P. The network records every image and rejects repeats. On Bitcoin or Ethereum, a transaction is an open record. Anyone can read three things directly: the sender, because the input names a prior output's key, the receiver, whose address is in the clear, and the amount, a plain integer. None of this is a bug. It is the design. A transparent ledger is auditable because everyone can recompute balances. Bitcoiners note that addresses are just random-looking strings, not names. True, but the ledger is a permanent public graph of who paid whom how much. Chain analysis firms cluster addresses, link them to exchange records, and de-anonymize users at scale. Because every amount is visible, even payment sizes are fingerprints. The transparency is structural. So a private chain's job is precise. To break the public graph, it must conceal exactly three facts: which prior output is being spent, which address received, and the amount. And it must do all three without a trusted referee, because a blockchain has none. Every node must verify the transaction is valid using only public data and zero knowledge of the hidden facts. The industry split into two approaches. Zcash wraps the whole transaction in a zero-knowledge snark, powerful and compact but historically needing a trusted setup and heavier assumptions, and it is opt-in. Monero instead stitches together ring signatures, stealth addresses, and commitments with range proofs, each built from ordinary discrete log math with no trusted setup and privacy mandatory. To hide the receiver, Monero generates a fresh one-time output key for every payment. Your account has a public view key A and spend key B. The sender picks a random scalar R, publishes the transaction key R equals R times G, computes a shared secret by hashing R times A, and sets the output key to that secret times G plus B. The P that appears on-chain is unlinkable to your address. You scan with your view key. Because a times R equals R times A, you recompute the same shared secret the sender used, without ever knowing R. You test whether P minus that secret times G equals your spend key B. If so, the payment is yours. To spend, the one-time private key works out to the secret plus B, and only you know B. View key detects spend key moves. Scanning every output with a full curve operation is expensive. Monero adds a view tag, 1 byte from the same shared secret stored with the output. A wallet checks the cheap tag first and discards about 99% of outputs before the full derivation. It speeds the scan without weakening the math. Stealth addresses hide the receiver, the ring signature hides the sender. Monero forms a ring of your real output plus decoys sampled from the chain's history, and proves one member's key authorized the spend without revealing which. An observer sees equally plausible candidates. The current scheme CLSAG proves you own the output key and the matching amount commitment in one structure. Anonymity creates a problem. If no one knows which output you spent, what stops you spending it twice? The key image is x times hashed a point of p. It is deterministic, so one output gives exactly one image, unforgeable without x, and unlinkable because nobody knows the discrete log of hashed a point of p. The network records every image and rejects repeats. Bitcoin's double spend protection without naming the coin. Monero needs a commitment that is additively homomorphic. Adding commitments adds the hidden values. The Pedersen commitment delivers it. Take two generators G and H, where H is hashed a point of G so nobody knows its log relative to G. Commit to amount with random blinding X as C equals X times G plus A times H. The blinding hides A, the unknown log binds it, and C1 plus C2 commits to A1 plus A2. This homomorphism lets a node verify a transaction balances. Every amount is a commitment. For validity, ignoring the visible fee, the input commitments must equal the output commitments. If the blinding factors are arranged to cancel, the difference is the identity point only when the amounts balance. The node checks one curve equation and learns inputs equal outputs while never seeing an amount. There is a catch. Curve arithmetic is modular, so a cunning spender could commit to a negative amount, really a huge number that wraps around, and make the balance equation hold while secretly minting coins. The commitment hides the amount, so the node cannot just check that it is sane. We need to prove each hidden amount is in range without revealing it. Monero uses bulletproofs plus, a zero-knowledge proof that each amount lies in 0 to 2 to the 64, a real value with no overflow. It needs no trusted setup. Its generators come from public hash-to-point maps. The proofs are only a few hundred bytes, shrink logarithmically, aggregate across outputs, and verify in batches. The amount is fully hidden yet fully verified. Both Monero and Zcash hide amounts but bet differently. Zcash wraps validity in one snark, compact and expressive but historically dependent on a trusted setup and pairing assumptions. Monero composes a commitment with a bulletproof plus, somewhat larger transactions but only the plain discrete log assumption, no trusted setup, and privacy on by default. Monero's choice favors not having to trust anyone's setup. Strip each chain to its math and the overlap is enormous. All four rely on finite field arithmetic, the elliptic curve discrete log problem, cryptographic hashing, and Schnorr family signatures made non-interactive by Fiat-Shamir. Understand those four, and you understand the load-bearing math of the entire industry. The rest is configuration. Read the chains as design statements. Bitcoin and Ethereum use SEC 256K1 and EXA and publish sender, receiver, and amount, choosing auditability. Zcash and Monero hide all three but reach privacy by different roads. Zcash through snark, Monero through composed classical primitives. The sharpest contrast is Zcash versus Monero. Zcash's snark give tiny, flexible proofs but lean on pairings, and historically a trusted setup whose leaked secret would allow undetectable counterfeiting. Monero needs only the discrete log assumption, no trusted setup, and makes privacy mandatory. More powerful proofs and fewer things to trust pull in opposite directions. No single Monero primitive is unique. Ring signatures, ECT addresses, and Pedersen commitments all predate it. What is distinctive is the insistence. Combine all three with conservative assumptions with no trusted setup and turn them on for every transaction. Privacy is a crowd phenomenon, and Monero optimizes for the crowd. It is a thesis as much as a protocol. None of this is frozen. Monero's roadmap, Seraphis, Jamties, and full-chain membership proofs aims to replace the fixed ring with a proof that your output is one of the entire set of chain outputs, making the anonymity set the whole blockchain still without trusted setup. The foundation stays the same, the arrangement keeps getting sharper. A confirmed Monero payment is final. Once it is in a block with enough confirmations, it cannot be clawed back or disputed weeks later the way a card payment can. For businesses that suffer chargeback fraud, this alone can be decisive. The flip side is that if you need to refund a customer, you must send a new payment yourself. Card processors take a percentage of every sale plus fees, and cross-border surcharges pile on top. Monero's network fee is paid by the sender, is usually a few cents, and does not scale with the size of the sale. There is also no payment processor sitting between you and your customer who can freeze funds or decide your industry is too high risk and drop you. Anyone with a wallet and an internet connection can pay you, whether next door or on another continent, with no correspondent banks and no waiting days for settlement. Monero is also private by default. Your customers do not expose their financial history to buy, and competitors cannot read your revenue off a public ledger the way they can with transparent chains. Accepting Monero also puts you on the map, literally. Merchant directories such as Monerica and similar community lists exist specifically to help people spend their XMR. Being listed sends motivated, ready-to-pay customers your way at no cost. A small business can pick up genuinely new sales simply by being one of the places that says yes to Monero. None of this is free of downsides. The value of XMR against your local currency moves, so what you hold can rise or fall. Many customers have never used Monero and may need guidance, so it is an addition to your payment options, rarely a replacement. You also hold your own keys, which means backups and security are on you, and turning XMR into fiat takes a little setup. There are really only two models. In the first, you price in fiat and convert at checkout, so a product stays listed at a stable figure and the system shows the equivalent XMR amount to send. In the second, you price in Monero directly, which is simpler and very native, but the fiat value of the sale rises and falls with the market. Most payment tools default to fiat pricing because it shields both sides from surprises. To convert accurately, you need a current price. Payment processors pull this from market data sources like exchanges or aggregators and refresh it frequently. Rates differ slightly between sources, so pick a feed you trust, ideally one that averages several markets to avoid an outlier. A good setup also falls back to a recent cached rate if a feed briefly goes stale, rather than showing a broken checkout. Between the moment a customer sees a price and the moment their payment confirms, the rate can move. The standard fix is a quote window. When the invoice is created, you lock in the XMR amount for a fixed period, commonly 10 to 15 minutes. If they pay within that window, you honor the quoted amount, and if it expires, the invoice is requoted at the new rate. This bounds your exposure to a few minutes. Currency conversion is never perfectly free. When you eventually swap XMR for fiat, you will pay some spread, and the rate can drift during a short quote window. Many merchants absorb a small buffer added to the exchange rate at checkout, much as a currency exchange does, to cover those costs. Keep it reasonable and transparent, so a fair buffer protects your margin without punishing customers who pay with Monero. Once payments arrive, how you handle them determines your real exposure. You can instant convert, automatically swapping incoming XMR to fiat or a stablecoin soon after it confirms, which removes almost all volatility risk. You can hold a deliberate float for refunds and Monero accepting suppliers and convert only the surplus. Or you can split the difference and convert a fixed percentage of every payment while retaining the rest. For every transaction, generate a fresh subaddress and show its QR code with the exact amount encoded. Never reuse one static address for all customers. A new subaddress each time keeps your incoming payments cleanly separated, makes it obvious which payment belongs to which sale, and preserves privacy. Encoding the amount removes the risk of the customer typing the wrong figure. When the wallet broadcasts the payment, it appears in the mempool within seconds, then gets included in a block, roughly every 2 minutes on average. There is one Monero-specific detail. Received funds are locked for 10 blocks, about 20 minutes, before you can spend them. That lock does not mean the payment is unconfirmed. For accepting a sale, what matters is that the transaction has confirmed, not that you can immediately respend it. Waiting for a full confirmation takes a couple of minutes, which can feel long at a busy counter. Whether to accept a payment on 0 confirmations is a risk-based judgment. For a $3 coffee to a customer, you can see the practical risk is tiny, and most small merchants accept it. For a high-value item, wait for at least 1 confirmation before handing over goods, and set a threshold that matches your comfort. Give the customer a receipt showing the amount in fiat and XMR, the date, and the transaction reference. You do not need to build any of this. Merchant point-of-sale apps connect to a watch-only view of your wallet, generate the QR, and beep when payment lands. Self-hosted processors add point-of-sale screens, and a small node appliance lets your till confirm payments against your own copy of the blockchain. The counter will not always behave. A point-of-sale that cannot reach the network cannot confirm payments, so keep a mobile data fallback or agree to verify once you are back online. Decide in advance whether to accept, top up, or refund an underpayment. Requote the XMR amount if the customer takes a while, and have a friendly give it a moment line ready when a block runs slow. Almost every online Monero integration follows the same shape. The customer reaches checkout and chooses Monero, your store asks a payment processor to create an invoice, and the processor returns a fresh address and amount, a QR code, and a countdown. The customer pays, the processor watches the network and detects the transaction, and once it has enough confirmations, it notifies your store, which marks the order paid. As a merchant, you mostly configure this rather than code it. A self-hosted processor is the most common choice. You run it yourself, connected to your own Monero node, so you hold your keys, pay no per transaction cut, and have no third party between you and your money, though it takes more setup. A hosted option is faster to start, but you are trusting the provider and possibly sharing more information. Self-hosting best matches Monero's ethos, but hosted can be a reasonable first step. Here is the security keystone. Your web server should never hold your spend key. Instead, the processor uses a watch-only wallet built from your public view key. It can see incoming payments and confirm they arrived, but it cannot spend anything. So even if your server is breached, an attacker learns of payments but cannot move your funds. You spend from a separate secured wallet that holds the spend key offline. If you run a common platform, there is likely a ready-made connector. WooCommerce on WordPress has well-maintained plugins, and platforms like Shopify, Magento, and PrestaShop integrate through a processor or dedicated gateway. Custom stores use the processor's API and webhooks directly. A plugin turns accepting Monero into a checkbox in a few settings, pointing the store at your processor and choosing how many confirmations to require. 3 settings decide how robust your checkout is. Confirmations decide how many blocks to wait before treating an order as paid, higher being safer but slower. Invoice expiry gives each invoice a fixed window that locks the XMR amount against rate movement, after which the customer starts over. And you should set a policy for underpayment and overpayment, so a shortfall can be topped up and an overpayment refunded. There are 2 broad routes from Monero to fiat or other assets. A centralized exchange lets you sell XMR and withdraw fiat to a bank with deep liquidity, but it almost always requires identity verification and ties your business to the account. No KYC swaps convert XMR to another coin without an account, quickly and privately, but charge a spread. Many businesses use both, an exchange for payouts and swaps for privacy. Know your customer verification is the central tension in business conversion. An exchange account makes fiat payouts smooth, but it links your revenue to a verified identity and to a company that can freeze the account, the very intermediary risk Monero helps you avoid elsewhere. No KYC swaps keep that independence but shift the fiat step onto you. There is no free lunch, and what is legal varies by country, so check your own rules. The core question is what fraction of incoming XMR to keep. If your costs are in fiat and margins are tight, convert the bulk of each payment promptly to remove volatility, which is the conservative default. Keep a working float to cover refunds and any suppliers who accept Monero. Some businesses hold a deliberate reserve as a long-term position, but treat that as a conscious investment decision, not an accident of never converting. One Monero-specific detail affects payout scheduling. Received funds are locked for 10 blocks about 20 minutes before you can spend them, so you cannot instantly resend a payment the second it lands. For a business batching conversions, this is a non-issue, because if you sweep balances once or twice a day, everything has long since unlocked. Just do not build a workflow that assumes funds are spendable the instant they arrive. A business wallet deserves the same discipline as personal savings. Split your holdings. A hot wallet connected for day-to-day receiving holds only what you need operationally, and on a public server it should be watch only. A cold wallet, offline with the spend key never exposed, holds the reserve. Sweep surplus from hot to cold regularly and keep tested backups of every seed, because losing a business seed loses the business's money. A Monero payment cannot be reversed by anyone, so a refund is simply a new payment you send back. The practical consequence is that you need the customer's refund address, because there was no card to refund to. When a customer requests a refund, ask for a fresh receiving address. Decide in advance whether you refund the original XMR amount or the original fiat value, and keep a small float so you can issue refunds without buying Monero back each time. Good books are your own responsibility and protection. Because each sale uses a fresh subaddress tracked by your processor, you already have the raw material to reconcile. Record per sale the fiat price, the XMR amount, the rate used, and the date and time, and match each incoming transaction to its invoice. Note any conversion of XMR to fiat as well. How this maps onto accounting varies by jurisdiction, so consult a professional who knows your country's rules. Monero's privacy means an outsider cannot see your transactions, which is exactly why Monero includes tools to prove a specific payment when you choose to. A transaction proof lets you demonstrate that a particular payment of a particular amount reached your address without revealing your whole wallet. Keep the necessary details for each order so that if a customer claims they paid or never received a refund, you can verify the facts rather than argue. As money flows through your setup, treat security as a routine. Keep the machines and phones that touch your wallets updated and ideally dedicated, and run watch-only wallets on any till or server. Decide deliberately who can access the spend key and the cold reserve, limit it, and change access when staff leave. The business's seed is the business's money, so keep tested, redundant, offline backups and make sure more than one trusted person could recover funds. What works for a handful of orders needs more structure at higher volume. Run or rely on a well-maintained node so payment detection stays fast and independent. Use subaddresses and accounts to separate product lines or branches within one wallet. Automate conversions and sweeps on a schedule rather than by hand, and monitor for expired and underpaid invoices so nothing falls through the cracks. Almost every real-world purchase falls into one of three buckets. You can pay a merchant that accepts XMR directly, which is the simplest and most private route. You can buy gift cards or prepaid cards with Monero to spend at retailers that have never heard of it. Or you can swap XMR to another coin on the fly when a merchant wants a different currency. Knowing all three means you are rarely stuck. Direct XMR payment is the ideal case. You get a Monero address or a QR code at checkout, send the amount from your wallet, and it settles like any other Monero transaction. There is no third party converting funds, no card network, and no exchange in the middle. If you already know how to send a transaction, you already know how to pay a direct merchant. The main task is finding them. Not every business accepts crypto, but many can be reached indirectly. Services sell retailer gift cards for Monero, turning your XMR into store credit, and prepaid or debit cards let you spend anywhere that card brand is accepted. When a merchant only takes Bitcoin or another coin, an instant swap or an atomic swap lets you convert Monero right at checkout and send the coin they want. This swap-to-pay pattern reaches almost any crypto store. Some categories have embraced Monero enthusiastically. VPN, web hosting, domain names, email providers, digital goods, and travel booking sites frequently accept XMR directly. These are areas where privacy-conscious customers and merchants naturally meet. If you are looking for a first real purchase, these categories are a friendly place to start, because acceptance is well established and checkout is usually polished. Monero protects the details of your transaction on-chain, but spending in the real world can still leak information. A shipping address, an email, or an identity check can undo that privacy. Choosing the right method for each purchase and understanding what you reveal is a skill in itself. We devote a full lesson to spending privately and safely later in the course. The fastest way to find XMR-friendly businesses is a curated directory. The best known is Monero, a long-running, community-maintained list of merchants organized by category and region. Beyond it, useful sources include community lists on forums and chat channels, crypto acceptance aggregators you can filter by coin, and vendor pages that state they accept Monero. Directories drift out of date, so treat any listing as a starting point and confirm on the merchant's own site. The vast majority of Monero commerce happens online, where a merchant can simply display an XMR address or use a payment processor, and digital services, software, and shippable goods dominate. In-person acceptance exists too, since some cafes, shops, and independent traders take Monero via a phone wallet and a QR code, but it is far less common and tends to cluster in privacy-friendly communities. For local spending, community directories and regional channels are your best guide. Because you are often dealing with smaller sellers, a little due diligence goes a long way. Before sending XMR, look for reviews and forum history and how long the business has operated. Check whether the merchant demands identity documents or lets you buy with just an email. Understand the refund and dispute policy in advance, since crypto payments are not reversible. Real, responsive support is a good sign, while silence is a red flag. Scammers sometimes clone reputable stores or advertise deals that are too good to be true. Always reach a merchant through a link you trust rather than a random ad. Verify the site address carefully and be suspicious of pressure to pay quickly. Because Monero payments cannot be clawed back, a moment of caution here protects you. We cover scam avoidance in depth in the final lesson on spending privately and safely. Certain categories have strong, reliable Monero acceptance. Digital services like VPNs, hosting domains, and private email are well covered, as are software and digital goods. Some flight and hotel platforms accept crypto, including XMR, and independent shops sell electronics, apparel, and privacy hardware. Gift cards act as an indirect bridge to mainstream retailers, which we cover in the next lesson. Several services let you buy retailer gift cards using Monero. You choose a brand and amount, pay in XMR, and receive a digital gift card code or sometimes a physical card. From there, you shop as any other customer would. This turns Monero into spending power at an enormous range of mainstream businesses, without the merchant ever touching crypto. It is one of the most practical ways to use XMR for ordinary, everyday purchases. A related option is a prepaid or reloadable debit card funded with Monero. Instead of credit at one store, you get a card balance usable anywhere that card network is accepted, online and often in person. Some services issue virtual cards for online checkouts, others offer physical cards. These are more flexible than single retailer gift cards, but they typically come with stricter requirements. This convenience is not free. Expect a markup, whether a percentage, a spread on the rate, or an activation fee, so compare a few providers. Many gift card sellers accept just an email, but some prepaid debit issuers require identity verification. Remember that a card tied to your name can connect a purchase back to you even though the Monero side was private. And you trust the service to deliver a valid card, so start small with any new one. A few habits help. Prefer no KYC gift card sellers when privacy matters, and read what they require before you pay. Buy smaller denominations for everyday needs, rather than loading one large balance you might lose. Check the quoted exchange rate against the market, keep records until you confirm the card works, and fund from a dedicated spending wallet so a service cannot associate the purchase with your main balance. Gift and prepaid cards shine when you want to shop somewhere mainstream that will not take crypto, or when you would rather not swap coins for a one-off. They are less ideal when a merchant already accepts XMR directly, since paying direct is cheaper and more private. Paying for a card is just a normal Monero send, and if a provider only takes Bitcoin, you can swap first. The concept is straightforward. A merchant gives you a payment address in, say, Bitcoin. Instead of holding that coin in advance, you use a swap service to trade some Monero for Bitcoin, and you direct the resulting coin straight to the merchant's address. Your Monero never sits on the merchant's books, and you only convert the exact amount you need to spend. An instant swap service takes your Monero and sends out the other coin for you. You provide the merchant's address as the destination, send your XMR, and the service forwards the coin to the merchant. This is fast, simple, and works with almost any coin pair. The trade-off is that you rely on a third party, and many services quote a rate that is only guaranteed for a short window. No KYC instant swaps that require no account also exist. An atomic swap trades XMR for Bitcoin directly with another party, with no custodian holding your funds mid-trade, so the exchange either completes for both sides or not at all. This maximizes trust minimization and privacy and is excellent for converting to Bitcoin. However, atomic swaps are currently limited mainly to the Bitcoin pair, can take longer and need a willing counterparty with liquidity, which can constrain a deadline. Merchant invoices often expire within minutes and lock in a specific amount, and a swap adds its own delay while it receives your XMR, waits for confirmations, and sends the other coin. Prefer merchants with a generous payment window, account for confirmation times on both networks, and send a small buffer where allowed. Also remember that swap to pay stacks costs, the swap spread plus the Monero network fee plus the destination network's fee, and Bitcoin fees can be significant. Swaps can fail when a rate moves outside limits, an amount falls below a minimum, or a network stalls. Reputable services ask for a refund address so your Monero can be returned if the trade cannot complete, and you should never skip it. Provide an XMR address you control, double-check it, and keep the swap's confirmation details until the payment settles. If a dispute arises later, a payment proof can show the coins arrived. If you want reliable, direct XMR acceptance, some categories are the sweet spot. Privacy-first VPN providers were among the earliest adopters, and many hosting companies and domain registrars take XMR. Privacy-oriented email, cloud storage, and related tools frequently support it. Some flight and hotel platforms accept crypto, including Monero, and software licenses, apps, media, and subscriptions are commonly available. These are excellent places for a first real purchase. Many everyday services are billed on a subscription, but crypto does not support automatic pool billing the way a card does. So recurring payments usually work in one of a few ways. You can renew manually each period when a reminder arrives, which is the most private option. You can prepay a longer term upfront, often earning a discount. Or some services let you top up an account balance in XMR that is drawn down as the subscription runs. Monero's value moves, so a subscription priced in your local currency will cost a different amount of XMR each period. When paying, use the merchant's live quote rather than an old figure, and complete the payment within the invoice's window so the amount does not drift. For long-term services, prepaying a longer term can reduce how often you deal with rate changes. A simple habit makes everyday spending both easier and more private. Maintain a dedicated spending wallet, separate from where you hold your main savings. Merchants and services only ever see the spending wallet, never your full holdings. You can see at a glance how much you have set aside, and if a spending wallet on your phone is lost or compromised, your savings are untouched. Top it up from your main wallet as needed and back it up too. Even within these friendly categories, you will occasionally meet a provider that only accepts Bitcoin or another coin, and the swap-to-pay method covers you. For mainstream retailers with no crypto option, gift cards remain the bridge. And for subscriptions and services, retain a record of each payment, because Monero's payment proofs let you demonstrate that a specific payment reached a specific address if a provider ever claims otherwise. It helps to picture two layers. The on-chain layer is what Monero secures automatically, so no one browsing the blockchain can see how much you sent or to whom. The off-chain layer is everything around the payment, the account you logged into, the address you shipped to, the identity you verified. Monero cannot protect the off-chain layer for you. Real-world privacy comes from managing both. Monero makes this easy because your wallet can generate a fresh subaddress for every payment, and using a new one each time prevents outsiders from linking your transactions by address. When you receive refunds or ask a merchant to pay you, hand out a new subaddress rather than reusing an old one. Reused addresses are one of the simplest ways to accidentally connect activity that should stay separate. Every field you fill in at checkout is a potential link back to you. Consider a dedicated or disposable email rather than your main one, and avoid tying a private purchase to an account that carries your real identity. A shipping address is often the biggest leak, since a delivery address is you, so think about pickup points where appropriate. And if a service demands identity verification, understand that the privacy of the Monero payment ends there. Not everyone needs the same level of caution. Your threat model, meaning who you are protecting against and why, should guide your choices. For routine privacy from data brokers and advertisers, sensible habits like a spending wallet and a separate email are plenty. For higher stakes situations, you may prefer no KYC merchants, careful delivery arrangements, and minimal personal data everywhere. Being honest about the threat model prevents both overconfidence and needless friction. Because Monero payments are private and irreversible, you cannot rely on a bank chargeback. Instead, Monero provides payment proofs, cryptographic evidence that you sent a specific amount to a specific address, so keep the proof for any significant purchase. Irreversibility also makes fraud prevention your job. Reach merchants through trusted links, be wary of deals that seem too good to be true, favor sellers with a real reputation, and start small with anything new. When you send XMR, your wallet broadcasts the transaction to the network, where it waits in an area called the mempool. It stays there until a miner includes it in a block. Until then, the transaction is valid, it just has not been written into the blockchain yet. For most transactions, this in-between moment lasts only a couple of minutes. Monero produces a new block roughly every 2 minutes, so your pending transaction is simply waiting for the next block with room for it. Once it lands, it gains its first confirmation, and each block on top adds another. Received funds become spendable only after 10 confirmations, about 20 minutes. That waiting period is normal protocol behavior, not a stuck payment. When you send, your wallet attaches a fee and a priority level, and higher priority nudges miners to include you sooner when the network is busy. Unlike some other coins, Monero has no way to resend a broadcast transaction with a higher fee or cancel it. This is a deliberate part of its privacy design. The practical takeaway is to choose an appropriate priority before you send, then let the network work. A common fear is that a transaction vanishes into the mempool forever, but this does not happen the way people imagine. A valid transaction is normally mined within a few blocks. In the rare case one is never mined, perhaps because it never fully broadcast, it eventually drops out of the mempool and the funds simply remain unspent in your wallet, exactly as before. Genuine trouble is uncommon, but look closer if hours pass with zero confirmations during a quiet network, which may mean a broadcast that never reached the network. The same goes if your wallet shows the transaction but a block explorer or the recipient sees nothing. In those cases, check your wallet's connection to its node. If a recipient claims non-receipt while your wallet shows it confirmed, you can generate a payment proof. Your Monero wallet does not store your balance as a number sitting on a server. Instead, it scans the blockchain block by block, looking for outputs that belong to you. Only after it scans up to the latest block can it show your correct balance and full history. Syncing is this scanning process, and when the wallet is behind the current height, it is still working through blocks it has not checked yet. To scan, your wallet needs blockchain data from a node, the daemon software. A remote node is someone else's node your wallet connects to, fast to start but dependent on that node being online. Your own node must first download and verify the whole blockchain, which takes time, but afterwards it syncs wallets quickly and privately. Which one you use strongly affects the experience. If the wallet will not sync at all, the problem is usually the connection to the node rather than the wallet itself. Common culprits are a remote node that is offline or overloaded, your own daemon not being fully synced yet, or a firewall or VPN blocking the connection. Messages like daemon is busy or no connection to daemon usually mean the node is not ready to answer and are typically temporary. If a remote node is slow or unresponsive, switching to a different one often solves the problem instantly. In your wallet settings, look for the node configuration and select or enter a new one. The very first sync of a new or restored wallet is the slowest, because there may be a large range of blocks to scan. A correct restore height and a fast node both help considerably. Follow a calm order. Wait a few minutes since small gaps close on their own. Check your internet and any VPN or firewall that might block the node. Switch to a different node if the current one is slow. If you run your own node, confirm the daemon is fully synced before expecting the wallet to be. Finally, restart the wallet to force a fresh connection. First, the reassuring truth. Monero coins are never stored inside a wallet app. They exist as outputs on the blockchain, and your seed is the key that finds and controls them. Restoring a wallet does not download your money. It rebuilds your keys and then scans the chain to rediscover outputs that belong to you. If the scan misses the blocks where your funds arrived, the wallet honestly reports zero. When you restore, the wallet asks for or assumes a restore height, the block number from which it should begin scanning. Its purpose is efficiency, since there is no point scanning years of blocks from before your wallet existed. But set the height too high and the wallet starts scanning after your coins arrived, so it skips right past them and finds nothing. That is the classic zero balance mistake. The cure is to lower the restore height and scan again. Depending on your wallet, this may be called rescan blockchain, rescan spent, or simply re-entering the wallet with a lower height. Find the restore height or rescan option in your settings, set it to a block at or before your first ever deposit, then trigger the rescan. If you are unsure, an earlier height is always safe. If you have no idea when your funds first arrived, set the restore height to 0 or the earliest your wallet allows. This forces a scan of the entire blockchain, guaranteeing no output is missed. The only cost is time, since a full scan can take a while, especially on a remote node. But it is completely safe and it always finds funds that exist. A fast or local node speeds it up considerably. Before assuming anything is wrong, verify you restored the correct seed. The surest check is the primary address, because a correctly restored wallet produces the same primary address as the original. If the address matches and it still shows 0, the restore height is the near certain cause. If the address is different, you may have restored a different seed or mistyped a word, so recheck your 25 words carefully. Most Monero wallets show 2 figures. The total balance is everything the wallet has received, including funds that are not yet spendable. The unlocked balance is the portion you can actually spend right now. When these 2 numbers differ, it simply means some of your funds are still in a short waiting period. Give it a little time and the unlocked balance catches up to the total. Every output you receive in Monero is locked for 10 confirmations before it becomes spendable. Since blocks arrive roughly every 2 minutes, that is about 20 minutes after the transaction first confirms. During this window, the funds are genuinely yours and safely on-chain. They just cannot be used as an input to a new transaction yet. This lock is a normal part of how the protocol keeps the ledger consistent. Here is a subtlety that surprises many people. When you spend Monero, your wallet usually consumes a whole output and sends the leftover back to yourself as a change output. That change is a newly received output, so it too is locked for 10 blocks. The effect is that right after sending a payment, part of your balance can briefly appear locked. This is why sending 2 payments in quick succession sometimes stalls on the second one. If you mine Monero or receive a Coinbase output, a newly minted mining reward, it is locked for much longer than ordinary funds. That is 60 blocks, roughly 2 hours rather than 10. This is a deliberate rule for freshly created coins. So if you are mining and wondering why your reward is not spendable yet, the longer Coinbase lock is the reason. Regular payments from other people use the normal 10-block lock. It helps to separate 2 ideas that both involve waiting. Pending or unconfirmed means the transaction has not yet been written into a block at all. Locked means the transaction is confirmed, but the received output has not yet reached its unlock threshold. Both resolve with time and neither means your money is at risk. Just compare your total and unlocked numbers and note how recently the funds arrived. There is no undo, no chargeback, and no central authority who can reverse a Monero transaction. Once a payment is confirmed on the blockchain, it is final. This finality is a core feature, since it is what makes the money censorship-resistant and yours alone. But it means care before sending matters enormously, because any recovery afterward depends on the goodwill of whoever received the funds. What happens with a mistyped address depends on the mistake. Monero addresses include a built-in checksum, so if a stray character makes the address invalid, your wallet refuses to send. That quietly prevents a huge share of errors. But if your mistake produces a different valid address, the wallet has no way to know it is wrong. The transaction goes through, and recovery depends entirely on that person choosing to return it. Deposits to exchanges deserve special attention. Some older systems require a payment ID or an integrated address so the exchange can match your funds to your account. If you send to a plain deposit address without the payment ID an older system expects, the coins arrive on the blockchain, but the exchange may not credit your account automatically. The funds are not lost, but getting them credited becomes a support matter. When funds reach a real, identifiable party, the realistic path is simply to ask. Contact the person, merchant, or exchange promptly, explain clearly what happened, and provide details they can verify. Because Monero is private, a recipient cannot simply see your payment among others, so your wallet can generate a payment proof. This is cryptographic evidence that a specific transaction paid a specific address a specific amount. It would be unkind to pretend recovery is guaranteed. An invalid address was blocked by the wallet, so no harm was done. A valid wrong address is recoverable only if that recipient cooperates. An exchange deposit missing a required payment ID is usually recoverable through support, sometimes slowly. In every recoverable case, your best tools are prompt, courteous communication, and a payment proof. Every swap, service, and exchange sets a minimum amount. Send less than that minimum, and your deposit may not be processed automatically. It can sit unprocessed until you contact support, and in some cases it triggers an awkward refund flow. Before you send, always check the stated minimum for that specific pair and send comfortably above it. When in doubt, a slightly larger amount avoids the whole problem. This is the single most important safeguard in any swap. A refund address is where your funds are returned if the swap cannot complete because you sent too little, the rate moved, or something else went wrong. If you provide no refund address or an incorrect one, a failed swap becomes far harder to recover. Always supply a valid refund address you control for the coin you are sending. It costs nothing and can save everything. Many swaps offer a floating rate, meaning the final amount is calculated when your funds actually arrive, not when you started. If the market moves in the interval or your deposit takes a while to confirm, the amount you receive can differ from the estimate you saw at the beginning. A fixed rate locks the price, but often carries a larger margin and stricter time and amount limits. Neither is wrong, you just need to know what you chose. A deposit that seems stuck is often just waiting for enough confirmations or still pending on the network. Give the service reasonable time before assuming failure. Sometimes a swap that looked account-free suddenly asks for identity verification before releasing your funds, often triggered by risk systems. If the service is holding your funds, your options are to complete their process or work through support. This is a strong reason to research a service's reputation beforehand. When something goes wrong, calm and organized communication resolves most cases. Find your order or transaction ID, since almost every support process starts there. Gather evidence, including your sending transaction ID and a payment proof from your wallet. Use official support channels only, the ones on the service's genuine website, and beware imposters in chat groups who offer to help, because they are frequently scammers. The most consequential mistake is sending to the wrong destination, and Monero transactions cannot be reversed. Build the habit of copy-pasting addresses, never retyping, and checking that the first and last several characters match what the recipient gave you. Then, before any large or unfamiliar transfer, send a small test amount and confirm it arrives. That tiny fee is trivial compared to discovering a mistake with your full balance. Write down your 25-word seed by hand, offline, before you send any Monero to a new wallet. Store at least 2 copies in separate secure places, and never keep the seed digitally or in the cloud. Crucially, test your recovery while the wallet is still empty so you know the backup works. An untested backup is only a hope. A tested one is real security. When restoring a wallet, an overly high restore height makes it scan past your funds and report a frightening but false zero balance. If you are unsure when your wallet first received coins, set the height before your first deposit or simply to 0 and let it rescan. Separately, relying on someone else's node is a frequent cause of sync trouble. Running your own node gives faster, more reliable, and more private syncing. No legitimate wallet, service, support agent, or helper will ever need your 25-word seed. Anyone who asks for it is trying to steal your funds, full stop. Only enter your seed into a genuine wallet you installed from an official source, never into a website, a recovery tool, or a message someone sends you. Treat unsolicited help in chat groups with deep suspicion, and reach support through official channels only. Many so-called problems are simply the network working normally. Received funds are locked for about 20 minutes, that is 10 blocks before they can be spent. Blocks arrive every couple of minutes, and a first sync or rescan takes a while. Also remember to keep a valid refund address and confirm the minimum for any swap. Understanding these normal delays prevents a lot of needless worry. It helps to picture 2 ends of a spectrum. On a fully transparent chain, every address, amount, and connection is permanently public to anyone. On a hypothetical fully opaque black box, nothing can ever be seen or demonstrated by anyone, including you. Monero is neither. By default, its amounts, senders, and recipients are hidden from outside observers, but the owner holds keys that can selectively unlock a view of specific details. The crucial distinction is who controls disclosure. Because your wallet is built from your own keys, the ability to reveal information belongs to you, not to the network or to outsiders. Nobody can force the chain to expose your history, but you can choose to share particular pieces of it. Privacy here is a default you can voluntarily lift in specific, controlled ways. Two mechanisms make selective transparency concrete. A view key lets you or someone you share it with see incoming transactions to an address, read only without any power to spend. A payment proof lets you demonstrate that a specific transaction happened, that a particular payment reached a particular address. The key point is that each tool reveals something narrow and chosen, rather than throwing your whole financial life open. A common misconception is that a private system leaves you helpless to demonstrate anything about it. Monero shows why that is not so. Being unseen by strangers and being able to prove a fact to a chosen party are separate properties. You can hold both at once, opaque to the world, yet able to produce a specific, verifiable receipt when you decide it serves you. Selective transparency reframes an old debate. Full transparency exposes everyone permanently and indiscriminately, while a true black box would make even honest demonstration impossible. Monero's approach puts the choice of disclosure in the hands of the individual. Whether, when, and to whom someone reveals information, and whether any of that carries legal weight, depends entirely on their own circumstances and their country's rules, which vary widely and change over time. A Monero wallet is built from more than one key. The important pairing here is that spending funds requires the private spend key, while merely seeing incoming funds only requires the private view key. Separating look from touch is what makes read-only disclosure possible in the first place. Sharing a private view key gives someone the ability to scan the blockchain for incoming transactions to your address, to see what arrived and when, without any ability to move or spend those funds. It is a read-only lens, the mechanism behind a watch-only wallet. A few limits matter. It mainly illuminates incoming transactions, sharing it is not reversible, and it exposes viewing but never spending. Sometimes you do not want to reveal a whole address history, only that one specific payment happened. Monero wallets can generate a transaction proof, sometimes called a payment proof or spend proof, for exactly this. It lets you demonstrate to a chosen party that a particular transaction sent a particular amount to a particular address, without handing over your keys. The pattern is straightforward in outline. The sender's wallet generates a proof tied to a specific transaction and recipient address. They share the proof, often alongside the transaction identifier, with the party who needs to verify it. That party then checks the proof in their own wallet software, confirming the payment without needing to trust the sender's word. The result is a verifiable receipt, produced voluntarily by the person who made the payment. These tools answer different questions. A view key is broad and ongoing, revealing a stream of incoming activity to an address. A transaction proof is narrow and specific, demonstrating one payment. Choosing between them is a matter of how much you wish to disclose, continuous visibility versus a single confirmed fact. Because disclosure is one-directional, match the tool to the amount you actually intend to reveal. Record keeping is not unique to Monero or even to money. People keep notes for ordinary human reasons, to remember what a transaction was for, to reconcile their own accounts, to have a receipt if a question arises later, or simply to feel organized. None of this is a requirement of using Monero. The network does not ask you for it. It is a personal habit some find useful and others do not. Conceptually, the kinds of things a person might jot down for their own reference include a short description of what a payment was for, in their own words the addresses they used, especially if they generate many, any proofs they have saved, and the date and rough context they might otherwise forget. Most wallets let you attach a note or label to a transaction, and some let you export a list of your own transactions. Because Monero is private, your own wallet is the natural place your records live. Some people use a watch-only wallet to review incoming activity without exposing spend access, which can make personal review tidier. Others simply keep their notes inside their main wallet. There is no single correct method, only what helps a given person keep track. You may encounter the term cost basis. Conceptually, it just refers to what something was worth to you when you acquired it, as a reference point compared to its value later. That is the entire concept stated generally. This lesson does not go further because how cost basis is defined, whether it applies to you, and whether it matters at all differ enormously between countries and change over time. We mention the term only so you recognize it. Whether any personal record has legal significance, what form it would need to take, and what anyone is expected to do with it, are questions answered only by the laws of your own jurisdiction and your own situation. For anything with legal or financial stakes, a qualified professional in your country is the right source. Remember too that notes linking addresses to your identity can reduce your privacy if they leak, so treat them with care. Regulators and financial institutions generally build their systems around the ability to trace flows of money. Assets designed for strong privacy like Monero are sometimes discussed differently from fully transparent ones, precisely because their default is opacity to outside observers. This is a descriptive observation about why the topic comes up, not a judgment about the technology or its users. The single most important thing to understand is that there is no global consensus. Different countries and sometimes different regions within them take markedly different approaches. Some treat privacy assets much like any other cryptocurrency, others have placed particular conditions on how businesses handle them, and others have discussed or enacted restrictions. These positions are not uniform, and they shift as new rules are proposed, adopted, or revised. One pattern people notice is that some centralized exchanges in some jurisdictions have chosen to delist or not offer privacy assets, while elsewhere other exchanges continue to list them. Availability reflects that platform's situation and location, not a single worldwide verdict. You will also encounter the travel rule, a general concept about certain intermediaries sharing specified information about parties to transfers above certain thresholds. How it is written into law differs by jurisdiction. Regions sometimes create broad frameworks for crypto assets. A frequently cited example is the European Union's Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, often called MiCA, a wide-ranging framework covering many aspects of crypto asset markets in that region. It is one illustration of how a jurisdiction may set structured rules for service providers operating there. Other regions have their own frameworks, guidance, or agencies, each with its own scope and terminology. Because this area moves quickly, any specific description risks going out of date. Rules under discussion today may be adopted, amended, or dropped tomorrow, and a platform's stance can change with its licensing or location. For these reasons, this lesson intentionally stays at the level of general concepts and named examples, rather than telling you the current state of the law anywhere, which only a current, local, professional source can reliably provide. A centralized exchange is a business operating under the rules and expectations of the places it serves. Whether it offers a given asset depends on many factors: its own risk appetite, the licenses it holds, the guidance it receives locally, and its internal compliance posture. Because these factors differ from company to company and country to country, the same asset can be freely listed in one place and unavailable in another. Availability reflects each platform's specific circumstances. Exchanges also differ in how much identity information they collect. Many centralized platforms perform Know Your Customer checks, verifying identity before allowing trades. Other venues, including some decentralized or peer-to-peer options, operate with little or no identity collection. These represent different models with different trade-offs around privacy, convenience, and the protections each offers. Which models are available and under what conditions, again, depends on jurisdiction and changes over time. From a business's point of view, handling any asset involves fitting it into existing processes for record keeping, monitoring, and reporting. A privacy asset can raise conceptual questions for those processes because its default is opacity to outside observers. Different businesses answer those questions differently. Some build the capacity to support it, some decide not to, and some support it only in certain regions. This is a descriptive account of how organizations think. Monero's design offers a relevant conceptual tool here. A private view key allows read-only visibility into incoming transactions without granting spend access. This means a party who chooses to be transparent, say a business that wants an auditor to see its incoming funds, can enable that visibility voluntarily. The key point is that this transparency is opt-in and controlled by the owner, consistent with the idea of privacy with selective transparency. It is worth stressing the word voluntary. View keys make it possible for someone to reveal incoming activity when it suits their purposes. They do not make Monero transparent by default, and they do not compel anyone to disclose anything. Because listing decisions and identity models vary so widely, whether an exchange offers Monero tells you about that platform and its context, not about the asset universally. Treat it as a snapshot of one company's position. Defenders who never model the attacker tend to overinvest in the wrong places, layering exotic on-chain maneuvers while leaking their identity at the network layer. A threat model is simply an honest inventory of who might target you, what they are trying to learn, and what they can realistically do. Get that inventory right and your effort flows to where it matters. Get it wrong and you build a tall wall with an open gate. The single most important distinction in this course is the split between the on-chain adversary and the network layer adversary. Monero's cryptography, its ring signatures, hidden amounts, and stealth addresses, protects what is written to the blockchain. None of it touches the fact that your wallet must connect to a node over the internet to broadcast, and that connection exposes your IP address. An on-chain adversary reasons about outputs and rings, while a network adversary reasons about who talked to whom. It helps to name the recurring characters you will meet in later lessons. The passive chain observer downloads the whole blockchain and analyzes it forever at zero cost. A chain analysis firm blends on-chain heuristics with off-chain data like Know Your Customer records. Spy nodes log your queries and your IP. Global network observers watch large parts of internet traffic, and the regulated exchange simply links your legal identity to specific outputs. Adversaries rarely need to break Monero outright. Their real goals are narrower and cheaper, like linking a withdrawal to a later spend, clustering addresses that plausibly belong to one person, or placing a probability on who spent an output. Notice the word probability because much of what chain analysis sells is statistical likelihood, not cryptographic certainty. A firm blending Know Your Customer leaks, spy node logs, and network timing is far more dangerous than any single technique alone. Early Monero let users choose their mixin, the number of decoys mixed with a real input in a ring signature. A mixin of 0 meant no decoys at all, so the transaction pointed directly at the single real output being spent. Worse, amounts were transparent, printed in the clear on the blockchain because hidden amounts did not yet exist. A privacy feature you can switch off is one most people will switch off, and every user who did so weakened everyone around them. The most damaging weakness was the zero decoy chain reaction. When an output is spent with no decoys, its real spend is known with certainty. That same output may appear as a decoy in other people's rings, and since we know it was already spent, we can often eliminate it there. If removing it leaves only one possible real input, that ring is de-anonymized too, and the deductions cascade through the transaction graph like knocking over a line of dominoes. Two studies define this period. Miller, Moser, Lee, and Narayanan, and independently Kumar and colleagues, published detailed analyses around 2017 and 2018. They documented the zero mixin chain reaction and a temporal heuristic called Guess the Newest, because people tend to spend coins soon after receiving them, so the real input was often the most recently created output. Crucially, these researchers worked with the community, and their findings directly shaped the protocol's hardening. The response was systematic, and every fix converted an optional protection into a mandatory one. Zero mixin was banned outright and a network-wide minimum ring size was enforced, breaking the cascade at its root. Hidden amounts became mandatory, eliminating a whole class of amount-based correlation. Because privacy is now enforced identically for everyone, there are no low-privacy transactions left to exploit, and the naive decoy sampling was replaced by a distribution modeled on real spending behavior. A ring signature proves the spender owns one of the ring's members without revealing which. If the ring has 16 members, the naive anonymity set is 16, but that number is a ceiling, not a guarantee. If an adversary can assign different probabilities to the members, say one output is 80% likely to be the real spend, then the effective anonymity is far smaller. The whole scheme rests on decoys being drawn from a distribution that is statistically indistinguishable from how people actually spend. Real spending has structure, because people tend to spend outputs relatively soon after receiving them, so genuinely spent outputs skew young. If decoys were sampled uniformly across the chain, the real input would almost always be the newest in its ring, and an attacker could simply guess the newest. The defense is to mimic the real spend age distribution, so a young real output is surrounded by other plausibly young decoys. Getting this exactly right is hard, and honesty demands acknowledging that some measurable bias has existed in past implementations. The sharper threat comes when the adversary stops observing and starts participating. In a poisoned output attack, the attacker creates many outputs they control and can mark as known. The classic framing is the Eve-Alice-Eve pattern, where the adversary transacts with the victim on both sides, knowing the outputs around her activity. More generally, if an attacker controls a large fraction of chain outputs, then when those appear as decoys in your ring, the attacker recognizes them and mentally deletes them, collapsing a ring of 16 down to just a few genuine unknowns. Several factors blunt these attacks, though none is a silver bullet. Decoy selection modeled on real spend behavior removes the guess the newest signal. Larger mandatory rings raise the baseline and the cost of poisoning. High organic transaction volume shrinks any attacker's controllable fraction, because anonymity is collective, and dynamic fees make sustained flooding economically painful. Longer-term, research toward much larger anonymity sets aims to make output poisoning economically hopeless. Transaction graph analysis does not try to break a ring signature directly. Instead, it assigns probabilities across many transactions and looks for patterns that are individually weak but collectively suggestive. On a transparent chain like Bitcoin, these heuristics are devastating because inputs and outputs are fully visible. On Monero, they are badly starved of data, because decoys inject uncertainty into every input and hidden amounts conceal values, but a determined analyst still reaches for the same toolkit. The most durable signal is time. Outputs tend to be spent relatively soon after they are created, so within a ring the real input skews younger than a random decoy. The guess the newest heuristic bets that the most recently created ring member is the true spend, and in early Monero this was strikingly accurate. Modern decoy selection samples ages from a distribution shaped like real spending, so the newest member is no longer a reliable tell, but the underlying tendency never fully disappears, which is why the honest framing is reduced, not eliminated. When a transaction has multiple inputs, an analyst may reason that all of them belong to the same person, a workhorse for clustering addresses on transparent chains. In Monero, this inference is far weaker, since each input is only one member of a ring. Almost every payment also produces change, the leftover sent back to yourself. Monero structurally defends this, because change returns to a fresh stealth address unlinkable on-chain, and hidden amounts mean the change output does not announce itself as change. Before amounts were hidden, they were printed in the clear, enabling attackers to match a distinctive input amount to an output elsewhere and trace exact value flows. Hidden amounts closed this entire avenue while still letting the network verify that inputs equal outputs. A tempting response to residual timing risk is churning, sending funds to yourself to layer extra rings, but it is widely misunderstood because predictable patterns or distinctive shapes can add signal rather than remove it. Treat churning as a specialized tool, not a reflex. A Monero transaction has two lives. Inside the chain, it is protected by ring signatures, hidden amounts, and stealth addresses. But to enter the chain, it must be handed to a node and gossiped across the peer-to-peer network, and that handoff is normal internet traffic with your IP address attached. The protocol cannot hide where a packet came from any more than a sealed envelope can hide the return address you wrote on the outside. Record which IP submitted a transaction, and the cryptographic edifice becomes moot for that transaction. When your wallet uses a remote node, that node is the first entity to receive your transaction, and on Clernet it sees your real IP. A hostile operator can record which transactions you originate, correlate them with the outputs and key images your wallet queried while syncing, and log the precise timing of every request. This is not hypothetical, because adversaries have deliberately run large fleets of spy nodes whose purpose is to be selected by unsuspecting wallets and quietly log everything they see. Even beyond a single spy node, a global network observer such as an internet provider, a hosting company, or a state actor can attempt timing correlation. A transaction first appears at some node at some instant, and if the observer also sees a particular IP send a burst of traffic to that node moments earlier, the timing lines up. Do this across enough transactions and probabilistic links form. The defense must therefore obscure both which node a transaction came from and which IP contacted that node. Monero's protocol answer to origin tracing is Dandelion++. Instead of a transaction immediately flooding to all peers, it first passes along a single quiet stem path from node to node, then later fluffs out to the whole network, so it seems to erupt from wherever the stem ended. But it does not hide your IP from the specific node your wallet connected to. The decisive defense is to route your wallet through Tor or I2P, and to run your own node so no operator sees your queries and no one sees your location. Chain analysis companies sell software and services to exchanges, banks, and governments, and their marketing has strong incentives to project capability, because confident claims attract customers and contracts regardless of the underlying reality. When such a firm says it can trace Monero, the honest reader should immediately ask with what confidence, under what assumptions, and using what data. A tool that assigns a 60% probability to a likely spend is useful to an investigator, but it is worlds away from proof. A recurring news cycle involves a government agency posting a grant or bounty for tracing capabilities. It is essential to read these correctly because a contract to attempt something is evidence of demand, not of success. Agencies fund research into hard problems all the time, so the funding tells you the problem is valuable to them, not that it has been solved. When a firm is later paid, that documents that work was delivered, often tooling built around statistical heuristics and off-chain data, not that the cryptography was defeated. This course has repeatedly drawn one line, and it matters most here. The on-chain attacks that remain against modern Monero, temporal bias and residual decoy weaknesses, produce probabilities, not certainties. A ring signature does not leak which member signed, and its modern form is not guessed open. The best an on-chain adversary can honestly do is narrow a field and rank likelihoods, which can support an investigation, but is categorically different from the deterministic tracing that transparent blockchains permit. So what can a well-resourced adversary actually do today? They can exploit residual statistical bias to assign weak probabilities, run spy nodes and network surveillance to catch IP addresses at broadcast, mount expensive poisoned output attacks, or simply query know your customer exchanges to link identities to on-chain endpoints. Notice the pattern that the feasible attacks which actually work live off-chain or at the network layer. The purely cryptographic attack of reading a ring signature is not on the list. That's the entire course. Thanks for watching Monero Academy. To take the quizzes, earn your place on the graduates wall, and follow the resource links for each lesson, visit moneroacademy.com. Keep learning and keep your Monero private.